protection team reacted swiftly, reacted immediately, and that helped, deflecting the shot and before he could carry out the assassination attempt. Now, this exactly is the moment of the attack on your screens. As you can see, the security detail is present there. All right, for more information, we have Gursimran live with us to speak on the details of what unfolded at that time. Gursimran, what are the latest updates and also the FIR copy that has been accessed? And also, if you can share the chronology of what exactly happened and what time it happened.
See, if we speak of the ongoing investigation, the investigation is underway and the FIR has been registered, wide FIR number 29 and 2 sections 109 of the BNS for attempt to murder, and the second FIR section that is part of the FIR is the 3/25 of the Arms Act for having in possession with the firearms. Right now we are outside the Gangyal police station where you will see that the investigation is underway. The senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are carrying out the investigation, but the major question continues to be that where was the security lapse? Where was the police when this high-profile function was taking place, where everyone was there? But all of a sudden, then we saw that how the security was not there. These gunmen, they reached that very place. Now you will see that the security wing of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they have reached that very place. So this is the same team that actually deflected the fire and saved the Deputy Chief Minister Surinder Chaudhary as well as the former Chief Minister Farooq Abdullah, because it was the close protection team of the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now you will see that the officials are arriving here as at the investigation, because these are the men who were there at the time of incident, so they also have to record their statement as well, that how incident has unfolded since yesterday night when we saw this unfortunate incident at 10:10 last evening when it took place. And now the officials are arriving here at the police station in the Gangyal, where accused Kamal Singh has been kept by the Jammu and Kashmir police. He will be taken to the court today, but now in the frame is the officials from the security wing that have, due to their timely act, they have saved the precious lives along with the teams of the National Security Guard. Now as we speak, the investigation is underway, but now what the things that are being looked into is that the investigation part and also the security lapse. Because if we speak of the Jammu South Police, the police has been holding the regular press briefing at least 2 to 3 times a week when it comes to minor thefts also. But when it comes to this incident of holding a grave security concern, there has not been even a single statement that has been on the camera or the on record. Only the written statements are being issued through social media handle X and via WhatsApp group by the police. So it is very clear that the police for now is trying to evade the tough questions regarding to the security breach that has taken place. But as we speak here at the Gangyal police station, the investigation is underway and the security forces, Jammu and Kashmir police, they are looking into a larger angle. But what we are getting to know, for at least for now, that the investigation has hinted that there is going to be no more arrest in this case, because Kamal Singh was the only one who was behind this. It was only and only him who actually planned this and carried out this attack under the influence of alcohol.
Yeah, definitely he might have been under the influence of alcohol, but he was planning this for more than 20 years. Now, what exactly was the motive? Has the motive of the shooter been established as of yet? And also, this was a very close call, Gursimran. This was almost point-blank range. This could have proved exactly fatal. So Farooq Abdullah was very fortunate that he survived this assassination bid, Gursimran.
Absolutely, there is no doubt that Dr. Abdullah was really fortunate, because had this been on the target, it would have been a fatal casualty. There is no doubt to it, because it was a point blank. And here now the police is looking into every possible angle. They are asking every possible detail. But what has surfaced so far hints at not a larger plot, because yesterday all the statements that have been made by this individual, that is Kamal Singh, his most statements were actually found to be on the facts based, because it was corroborated by the security forces, by the Jammu and Kashmir police and the CID wing, and it turned out to be true. So it cannot be said that every statement that he's made, it was deviated or deviating the investigation. It was on the situation, because the police checked with the family members as well, and it turned out to be that the situation is similar. So now as we speak, he is being grilled by the officials of the security wing as well as the CID, but nothing major is turning out, at least not that he was involved in any major crime. So as we speak, the investigations is underway, and they are looking into every possible angle.
Yeah,
Yes.
a lot has to be investigated in this matter. Also, did he actually possess the license for the gun that he was holding? Stay with us, Gursimran. We are getting a big breaking news. We'll need your comment on that. Also, there's a big breaking news coming in. Now, Republic has accessed the details of the FIR in Farooq Abdullah assassination bid. Now, Jammu and Kashmir Police have registered the FIR under Section 109 of Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita BNS for attempt to murder, Section 325 of Arms Act, charged for carrying firearms. The FIR also mentions that accused Kamal Singh was under the influence of alcohol at the time of commission of the offence. So these are the details of the FIR, as per the Jammu and Kashmir Police. Gursimran is live with us to explain in detail the exact wordings of the FIR. Gursimran, over to you. Give us more details on the FIR copy that has been accessed by the Republic team.
FIR has been registered under two sections, that is 109 BNS and 3/25 of the Arms Act. It was for the possession of the firearms, and the second was for the attempt to murder. Now, as we speak here, you will see that the visuals from the police station where the investigation has been underway. FIR has been registered by FIR number 29. It is the FIR number that was registered late last night at around 10:30 on the information that was received from the site of incident. This FIR was registered, and now as we speak, the investigation is underway. Sarjeevan is showing you the visuals of the family members of the accused that have come here also, and here is the daughter and the son-in-law of the accused that have come here. Now, as the investigations are underway, the Jammu and Kashmir Police is trying to gather some more information that how things transpired, who was behind this, but for now it turns out to be that it was only limited to this person's own intention and nothing else. Yes, back to studios.
All right, Gursimran, thanks a lot for the latest update. So the family members are at the Gangyal police station. The family members of the accused have reached the Gangyal police station. Now, the accused, identified as Kamal Singh, is a resident of Purani Mandi in Jammu, and he has claimed that he wanted to kill Farooq Abdullah for 20 years, ladies and gentlemen. Listen in to his confession now.
पुरानी मंडी पुराना शहर पुराना गांव जम्मू का सबसे पहली राजधानी 1371 की, वो भी लिख लीजिए।
नाम क्या आपका?
कमल सिंह जम्बार।
कमल सिंह जम्बार
जी।
फादर ने
सन ऑफ रेड श्री अजीत सिंह जम्बार।
लेट श्री
अजीत
अजीत
AJIT।
अजीत सिंह जम्बार। कहाँ के रहने वाले हो?
मैं जम्मू पुरानी मंडी बताया ना आपको।
All right, viewers, now political reactions have also begun to pour in, with political leaders from the valley condemning the attack. Let's listen into that.
सब साथ थे। मैं अपना हमारे लीडर और कायदे सानी डॉक्टर फारूक अब्दुल्ला साहब, उनके साथ मैं और नासिर साहब, हम तीनों थे। तो अब नासिर साहब से पूछ लीजिए, पूरी आपको डिटेल में बताएंगे। नासिर साहब पीछे वाली गाड़ी।
सर, कोई जख्मी तो नहीं हुआ?
नहीं, बचाव हो गया है, लेकिन अब आप सिक्योरिटी को, पुलिस को पूछिए कि इतना बड़ा लैप्स कैसे हुआ है, लेकिन नासिर साहब से आप पूरा बयान।
शादी फंक्शन कहाँ था सर?
ये रॉयल पार्क में ग्रेटर क्लास, और वहाँ कोई भी कहीं भी लोकल पुलिस का कोई भी नुमाइंदा नहीं था, कोई भी आदमी नहीं था, और एक बहुत बड़ा सिक्योरिटी लैब्स है जहाँ साबका चीफ मिनिस्टर और जम्मू कश्मीर का डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर और एडवाइजर वहाँ पे जिस फंक्शन में हो, और वहाँ पे अगर एक आदमी अंदर गन लेके जा रहा है तो वहाँ से आप अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं कि वहाँ सिक्योरिटी का बंदोबस्त कितना था। लेकिन फिर भी आप एडवाइजर साहब पीछे वाली गाड़ी है, आप उनसे पूछिए।
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, amid rising tensions in West Asia and concerns over a possible energy disruption, the government has assured that India's crude oil and LPG supplies remain secure. Now, authorities say there is no need for panic booking of LPG cylinders, even as measures have been introduced to prioritize household supply and manage demand. Here's a report on that.
Amid tensions in West Asia and growing concerns over a possible energy disruption, the government said that India has sufficient crude oil and LPG supplies, and consumers should avoid panic booking of gas cylinders. As a temporary demand management measure, the minimum gap between bookings has been increased from 21 days to 25 days.
As a temporary demand management measure, the minimum gap between LPG booking has been increased from 21 days to 25 days.
The government said that panic booking and hoarding were triggered by misinformation, and the average domestic LPG delivery cycle remains around 2.5 days. The government has absorbed a significant portion of cost increases, keeping LPG prices in India lower than many neighboring countries, and appealed to citizens to cooperate with officials.
On LPG prices, the government has absorbed a significant part of the cost increase to protect the consumers. The current price of domestic LPG cylinder in Delhi is 913.
Domestic LPG production has increased by 25%, with all output being directed towards household consumers. For non-domestic use, priority is being given to essential sectors such as hospitals and educational institutions. A 3-member committee of executive directors from IOCL, HPCL, and BPCL has been constituted to review allocations for restaurants, hotels, and other commercial users.
All these domestic LPG is being directed towards household consumers. For non-domestic LPG, priority is being given to essential sectors such as hospitals and educational institutions. A 3-member committee of executive directors of oil marketing companies IOCL, HPCL, and BPCL has been constituted to review the allocation to restaurants, hotels, and other commercial users.
The government has absorbed a significant part of cost increases to protect consumers. To manage the situation effectively, the government has issued a natural gas control order under the Essential Commodities Act. Priority will be given to critical sectors such as refineries and petrochemical units, which will take about a 35% reduction, ensuring higher priority sectors are protected. These measures, alongside steps to safeguard household LPG supply, aim to mitigate the impact of ongoing global supply disruptions.
All right, viewers, we are getting a big breaking news right now at this moment. We have a big update from the U.S. Department of Energy. The United States is set to release 172 million barrels of oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Now, Washington U.S. Secretary of Energy Chris Wright released the following statement regarding the International Energy Agency, that is the IEA, and the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Earlier today, 32 member nations of the International Energy Agency unanimously agreed to President Trump's request to lower energy prices with a coordinated release of around 400 million barrels of oil and refined products from their respective reserves. And it was as part of this effort, President Trump authorized the Department of Energy to release 172 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve beginning next week. Now, this will take approximately 120 days to deliver based on planned discharge rates. All of this to reassure America's energy security to be as strong as ever. So this is a very big development. US is set to release 172 million barrels of oil amid the oil crisis, the global energy crisis.
Doing it very quickly, and then we'll fill it up. We'll fill up our reserves. You know, if you remember, I filled them up, and then I had a deal to go at the highest level, a level that's never been, and Schumer and the Democrats for $25. And it was turned down. You remember that, Peter. Almost before your time, but not quite. But it was, we had a deal at $25. Think of that. $25 a barrel, and the Democrats turned it down. We're going to tap it out like it's never been. But they turned that down, and now it's a lot higher.
All right, viewers, now US President Donald Trump has now claimed that the war against Iran turned out to be easier than expected and that the US Defense Forces were able to take out the maximum of the missiles from the Iranian arsenal. And Donald Trump also claimed that Iran had more than 7,000 to 8,000 missiles. Let's watch this report.
Well, it's both. It's both. It's an excursion that will keep us out of a war, and the war is going to be. I mean, for them it's a war. For us, it's turned out to be easier than we thought. But think of it: they had thousands of missiles, 7,000, 8,000 missiles. We got many of them before they got to launch. They have drones all over the place. We got many now. We're knocking out the drone plants, as you know, going fast. They started talking about mines, so we hit 28 mine ships as of this moment, 28. Like using the same weapon, the exact same weapon that we use against the drug dealers in the water. We have, as an example, we had tremendous drugs pouring in through the waters, through the sea, and now we have almost none. It's down 97% through water. Now we'll do it through land. Land is easier than water.
So that was Donald Trump on the war against Iran, and he is claiming success, and he claimed that they had 7,000 to 8,000 missiles at their disposal, but they have taken out their radar, their missiles, their drone and everything else. Now, amid soaring global crude oil prices and supply disruptions linked to tensions in the Middle East, several countries are moving to stabilize energy markets. Now, Japan and Germany have announced plans to release oil from their strategic reserves following an appeal by the International Energy Agency. Now, India has also welcomed the move and says it is closely monitoring developments in global energy markets. Here are the details in this special report.
Japan says that it will begin releasing oil reserves as early as Monday to stabilize global supply as tensions in West Asia threaten shipments through the Strait of Hormuz.
IEA と連携した国際的な備蓄放出の正式な決定を待たず、我が国が率先して国際エネルギー市場における需給の緩和に向けて、今月16日にも備蓄放出を行うことを決定しました。
Tokyo plans to release both private and national stockpiles to ensure energy supplies for domestic refineries.
まずは民間備蓄15日分を放出するとともに当面1ヶ月分の国家備蓄を放出し、一刻も早く国内の生成事業者にも届けてまいります。小売価格を全国平均で170円程度に抑制するとともに軽油、重油、灯油などについても同様の措置を講じることとしました。
Japan imports more than 90% of its oil from West Asia, with most shipments passing through the strategically crucial Strait of Hormuz.
中東情勢の先行きは未だ予断を許さない状況でありますことから、事態が長期化する場合にも息切れすることなく、持続的に国民の皆様の生活をお支えするべく、今後とも支援の在り方は柔軟に検討してまいります。
Meanwhile, Germany says that it will also release oil reserves following a request from the International Energy Agency.
Die Internationale Energieagentur hat daher gestern Abend ihre Mitgliedstaaten gebeten, Ölreserven im Umfang von 400 Millionen Barrel, das sind gut 54 Millionen Tonnen, freizugeben. Dieser Bitte werden wir nachkommen und unseren Beitrag dazu leisten, denn Deutschland steht hinter dem wichtigsten Grundsatz der IEA, der gegenseitigen Solidarität.
India has welcomed the International Energy Agency's decision to release emergency oil stocks amid the ongoing supply disruptions. The government says that it is closely monitoring developments in global energy markets, particularly the evolving situation in West Asia. India says that it stands ready to take appropriate measures, if necessary, to support global market stability in coordination with the International Energy Agency. The release will be the largest coordinated use of the emergency oil reserves in the agency's history as governments attempt to curb price hikes.
Right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. The Iranian Minister of Foreign Affairs took to social media, announced national infrastructure to be under attack and claimed its armed forces to soon retaliate. India condemns the attack on Thai ship in Strait of Hormuz, saying that India deplores the targeting of commercial ships in ongoing war.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho Befikar.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला
अरे टेंशन किस बात की सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना लो एमिशन है हाई डेंसिटी है वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है यानी ये है जहाँ नो टेंशन वहाँ
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान। अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू आलू से नहीं होगा हो गया तुमको कुमार गिरा नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला दादा बोलते का गाड़ी मारवा क्या हुआ ठीक है ना भूलेगा
Attempt made to fire on former J&K CM Farooq Abdullah while he was at wedding. The attacker has been arrested. Iranian drones strike Oman's largest oil storage facilities in Salalah port. The Iranian Minister of Foreign Affairs took to social media, announced national infrastructure to be under attack and claimed its armed forces to soon retaliate. India condemns the attack on Thai ship in Strait of Hormuz, saying that India deplores the targeting of commercial ships in ongoing war. Speaker Om Birla to make statement at 11 a.m. today on the floor of the House to present his views after impeachment against him defeated. US reports say American forces responsible for deadly strike in Iranian school after outdated data led to targeting mistake. All right, viewers, there's a big breaking news that is coming in right now at this moment, and it's about the Brent crude, which tops $100 a barrel as Iran war threatens supply routes. Now, Brent climbs 7% overnight. Now, the IEA to release the largest ever crude reserves as prices mount. Now, IEA to release around 400 million barrels amid supply pressures. This is the latest development. The IEA to release 400 million barrels of oil, and a Brent crude tops $100 a barrel. This is the latest update on the oil prices, the rising price of oil because of the ongoing war in the West Asian region.
Quickly, and then we'll fill it up. We'll fill up our reserves. You know, if you remember, I filled them up, and then I had a deal to go at the highest level, a level that's never been, and Schumer and the Democrats for $25, and it was turned down. You remember that, Peter? Almost before your time, but not quite. But it was, we had a deal at $25. Think of that, $25 a barrel. And the Democrats turned it down. We're going to tap it out like it's never been, but they turned that down, and now it's.
All right. For more details, I'm being joined by Pranav on a phone line to put this into perspective. Pranav, if you can explain what exactly is happening with the oil prices now, the Brent crude crosses $100 per barrel mark.
Well, absolutely. In fact, crude oil prices in the global markets jumped to near $100 per barrel yesterday night. And that's primarily because of the pressures that are mounting in the Strait of Hormuz. The supplies have been disrupted. And this is, it comes after a brief cooling. In fact, if you remember, just earlier this week, Brent crude touched about $119 a barrel. And it had cooled down after the U.S. ensured that supplies will remain uninterrupted. But then yesterday, despite the fact that the International Energy Agency, IEA, decided to release the largest ever emergency oil reserve of about 400 million barrels, while it's still climbing up once again. And that's because Iran is now threatening to further block Strait of Hormuz, and it in fact asked ships to take permissions from it before really passing from the narrow strait. So we are seeing the pressures of supply now mounting in the oil market, and that is what it is reflecting in WTI, that is the West Texas Intermediary, which is the crude oil exchange. That's where it has risen by about 8.1% as of yesterday.
Right, Pranav. So what we're looking at is the cascading effect of the attack on oil tankers by Iran near the Strait of Hormuz. We had seen earlier a little bit relief in terms of the price of crude. It had come down to about $90 per barrel. Now it's again gone up to 100. How are the markets reacting to this rise in prices? We're looking at Sensex and both Nifty diving as well.
Well, absolutely. In fact, that is what is reflecting in the Indian markets as well. Just to give you a perspective, Indian markets are quite in line with the Asian peers. Yesterday night, the U.S. markets Dow closed about 400 points lower, following which the entire Asian market region, that is the Australian markets, Japanese market, Shanghai Composite, Hong Kong, Hang Seng, all have been down, and Nifty and Sensex have also opened lower. As we speak, in fact, Nifty and Sensex are down about 1.14%. Nifty is trading near about 23,500, and Sensex is near 76,000. That's almost a level it was about 8 to 9 months ago.
Right, Pranav, do continue to stay with us. We're getting some more developments as far as the Indian market is concerned. Nifty, Sensex, they've both cracked over 1% as oil prices rise. The Nifty is now near 23,500, while Sensex is trading below 76,000. Now, Australia, Japan, Hong Kong, Shanghai, all of their indices are also down. There's fear that index in India could also jump 5% as oil now touches $100 a barrel. Now, Pranav, this is what we were discussing before as well, that the rise in crude prices now being reflected in Asian markets. India along as well, Japan, Hong Kong, all are looking as now, registering some downward spiral is what we can call it. Sensex is now at about 992.53 points. It's down by these points to about 75,871, while Nifty is down by 310 points. So how do you translate these, this tumbling of Sensex as well as Nifty?
Well, one point is that this is all quite in line with the Asian markets. There are two factors. We were talking to a few analysts yesterday. I mean, on a monthly chart, just purely talking about technically, he said that the last time the Nifty was down by this percentage was during COVID times on a monthly chart, is what he was mentioning near the technical level. So we are really looking at that kind of uncertainty in the markets right now, though the fall is still limited as against COVID fall. The uncertainty is exactly the way we saw during COVID time. Just to give you a perspective further, India VIX, which is actually the fear index of the Indian market, is up by about 5.31% in just one day today. It's climbed to 22.20. So that again shows the uncertainty in the market. And what we're looking at is Donald Trump's yesterday's comment that there will be a further investigation into trade practices, and he has also included India in that list, along with oil, is what is playing out in the Indian markets right now.
Right. Pranav, we've seen a lot of fluctuations in the price of crude over the past 1 week since the war began on 28th February. I want to understand, how do we look at this downward spiral? Is it something that's going to sustain for a long time, or could we again be looking at fluctuations in the Indian market as well as the oil prices continue to fluctuate?
We spoke to two experts yesterday. In fact, one of them also wrote a piece for us on the Republic platform. In fact, what we're seeing is a continued volatility. In fact, two of the analysts told us that while Donald Trump's military objectives may have been achieved, the war is now primarily going on over the Strait of Hormuz and over the supply of oil. So from what we are seeing, or what experts are telling us, we are still looking at this as a continued conflict. The perspective that was given to us yesterday was that markets have, traditionally or conventionally even gone higher or made new highs, even when the Russia-Ukraine war is on. So even during a war or a conflict, markets do have a tendency to go up. But here in this case, what analysts are saying is that oil, because Iran has the access to Strait of Hormuz, now oil remains the central point, and the supply routes remain the central point to this conflict. And as long as that is not resolved, we will be seeing fluctuations in oil prices, is what analysts tell us.
All right, Pranav, I'm going to leave it at that for now. Thank you so much for joining us and giving us those crucial details. And now we are shifting focus amid soaring global crude oil prices and supply disruptions linked to the tensions in the Middle East. Several countries are now moving to stabilize their energy markets. Japan and Germany both have now announced plans to release their oil from their strategic reserves following an appeal by the International Energy Agency. In fact, India has also welcomed the move and says it is closely monitoring all the developments in global energy markets. Here are more details. Take a look.
Japan says that it will begin releasing oil reserves as early as Monday to stabilize global supply as tensions in West Asia threaten shipments through the Strait of Hormuz.
IEA と連携した国際的な備蓄放出の正式な決定を待たず、我が国が率先して国際エネルギー市場における需給の緩和に向けて今月16日にも備蓄放出を行うことを決定しました。
Tokyo plans to release both private and national stockpiles to ensure energy supplies for domestic refineries.
まずは民間備蓄15日分を放出するとともに当面1ヶ月分の国家備蓄を放出し、一刻も早く国内の生成事業者にも届けてまいります。小売価格を全国平均で170円程度に抑制するとともに軽油、重油、灯油などについても同様の措置を講じることとしました。
Japan imports more than 90% of its oil from West Asia, with most shipments passing through the strategically crucial Strait of Hormuz.
中東情勢の先行きは未だ予断を許さない状況でありますことから、事態が長期化する場合にも息切れすることなく、持続的に国民の皆様の生活をお支えするべく、今後とも支援の在り方は柔軟に検討してまいります。
Meanwhile, Germany says that it will also release oil reserves following a request from the International Energy Agency.
Die Internationale Energieagentur hat daher gestern Abend ihre Mitgliedstaaten gebeten, Ölreserven im Umfang von 400 Millionen Barrel, das sind gut 54 Millionen Tonnen, freizugeben. Dieser Bitte werden wir nachkommen und unseren Beitrag dazu leisten, denn Deutschland steht hinter dem wichtigsten Grundsatz der IEA, der gegenseitigen Solidarität.
India has welcomed the International Energy Agency's decision to release emergency oil stocks amid the ongoing supply disruptions. The government says that it is closely monitoring developments in global energy markets, particularly the evolving situation in West Asia. India says that it stands ready to take appropriate measures if necessary to support global market stability in coordination with the International Energy Agency. The release will be the largest coordinated use of the emergency oil reserves in the agency's history as governments attempt to curb price hikes.
Now, viewers, moving on, amid rising tensions in West Asia over concerns over a possible energy disruption, the government has now assured that India's crude oil and LPG supplies remain secure. Officials say there is no need for panic booking of LPG cylinders, even as measures have now been introduced to prioritize household supply and manage the rising demand. Here's the report. Take a look.
Amid tensions in West Asia and growing concerns over a possible energy disruption, the government said that India has sufficient crude oil and LPG supplies and consumers should avoid panic booking of gas cylinders. As a temporary demand management measure, the minimum gap between bookings has been increased from 21 days to 25 days.
As a temporary demand management measure, the minimum gap between LPG booking has been increased from 21 days to 25 days.
The government said that panic booking and hoarding were triggered by misinformation, and the average domestic LPG delivery cycle remains around 2.5 days. The government has absorbed a significant portion of cost increases, keeping LPG prices in India lower than many neighboring countries, and appealed to citizens to cooperate with officials.
On LPG prices, the government has absorbed a significant part of the cost increase to protect the consumers. The current price of domestic LPG cylinder in Delhi is 913.
Domestic LPG production has increased by 25%, with all output being directed towards household consumers. For non-domestic use, priority is being given to essential sectors such as hospitals and educational institutions. A 3-member committee of executive directors from IOCL, HPCL, and BPCL has been constituted to review allocations for restaurants, hotels, and other commercial users.
All these domestic LPG is being directed towards household consumers. For non-domestic LPG, priority is being given to essential sectors such as hospitals and educational institutions. A 3-member committee of executive directors of oil marketing companies IOCL, HPCL and BPCL has been constituted to review the allocation to restaurants, hotels and other commercial users.
The government has absorbed a significant part of cost increases to protect consumers. To manage the situation effectively, the government has issued a natural gas control order under the Essential Commodities Act. Priority will be given to critical sectors such as refineries and petrochemical units, which will take about a 35% reduction, ensuring higher priority sectors are protected. These measures, alongside steps to safeguard household LPG supply, aim to mitigate the impact of ongoing global supply disruptions.
Now, viewers, the US President Donald Trump has now said that by over past 11 days, US military has virtually destroyed Iran. Trump went on to claim that Iran no longer has radars, no anti-aircraft equipment to protect them. Trump also claimed that Iranian missile firepower is now down by 90% and their drones are down by 85%. Take a listen.
Over the past 11 days, our military has virtually destroyed Iran. Tough country. Their air force is gone, totally gone. That took the better part of about 3 hours. They no longer have radar. They don't have anti-aircraft equipment. They don't have anything. Their missiles are down 90%. Their drones are down 85%. We're blowing up the factories where they're made left and right. And frankly, nobody has ever seen anything like it. Nobody's ever seen anything like what you're witnessing now, and that can include the original killing of Soleimani and al-Baghdadi, two of the worst killers in the world that I did, as well as Operation Midnight Hammer, where we totally obliterated Iran's nuclear potential. We obliterated it. They don't have nuclear potential. And then after Midnight Hammer, and then we left, we figured that'll be the end of them for a while. But they started again. That's why we got to finish it, right? We don't want to go back every 2 years. And that's because, there'll be some day when you don't have me as president. You'll have perhaps you'll have a weak, pathetic person like we've had in the past, mostly all. Like Barack Hussein Obama, who signed one of the worst deals ever with Iran, where they were going to give up everything. Remember when he filled up a 757 with billions of dollars of cash and sent it to Iran? Billions. People forget that. That's when I realized the presidency is very powerful.
And now, viewers, Donald Trump did not stop here. He also said that the war with Iran may end soon because there's practically nothing left for the US military to bomb. Now, in what can be considered a major update in the ongoing West Asia war, and the US stands in the same, US President also emphasized he can make the decision to stop the fighting whenever he likes. More on what he said in this report. Take a look.
United States President Donald Trump recently told US media that the war in Iran will end soon. But there is a catch. He added that the war will end when he wants it to end. Not only this, he also added that nothing was left to target in Iran. This proves that Trump was using parts of Iran as target practicing. This comes just after Mojtaba Khamenei has been announced as the new supreme leader of Iran. After Trump claimed that Iran will be struck the hardest, now Trump claims that the war in Iran will be ending soon. As the war unfolds in front of West Asia and oil refineries and residential sites being targeted by Iran, the war now takes an unexpected turn.
Now, now, viewers, an Israeli airstrike struck an apartment building in central Beirut, injuring about 4 people and raising fresh concerns about the widening of the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah. The target of the attack, however, remains unclear as there had been no prior evacuation warning issued in this specific area. The strike comes less than a week after another attack in central Beirut. As tensions now escalate, international reactions are also beginning to surface, with France calling for restraint and humanitarian support for Lebanon. Here's more on this story. Take a look.
An Israeli airstrike hit an apartment building in a neighborhood in Beirut, injuring 4 people in the process. Officials say that the strike targeted a residential apartment, but it is still unclear who the intended target was.
بحدود الساعة 5:30 غارة إسرائيلية غارت عنا بالمنطقة. فإنا نحن على صوت الصواريخ، 3 صواريخ طلعوا عنا. نحن بهذا الأمر توقعنا أنه في مركز الجامعة الإسلامية. العالم بلشنا نركض، نحن بصوب الجامعة الإسلامية بنتفاجأ أنه الغارة عنا بالشارع. اللي صار أنه في شقة ما معروف مين ساكنة. نتمنى من القيادات من الأحزاب عدم السكن بالأحياء الشعبية بين المواطنين العزل.
The building struck is located just a few buildings away from Dar al-Fatwa, Lebanon's highest Sunni Muslim authority. This is the second Israeli strike in central Beirut in less than a week. The casualty figures for Lebanon in the past few weeks are staggering to say the least, as briefed in the UNSC.
As a result of the region's latest war, and following months of violence, we've watched the humanitarian crisis in Lebanon intensify with alarming speed, with civilians on both sides of the blue line once again paying the heaviest price. Casualties continue to mount. Over 570 people reported killed, over 1,400 injured since the 2nd of March.
The recent strikes has also drawn the ire of French President Emmanuel Macron. He said in a post on X that protecting civilians and respecting international laws remain essential. He also said that the situation, the displaced people in Lebanon, is a cause for grave concern. He also announced that France will send 60 tons of emergency humanitarian aid to the country. However, he urged Hezbollah to stop attacks on Israel and hand over its weapons to the Lebanese armed forces. He also said that Israel should respect the sovereignty of Lebanon and exercise restraint. However, the strikes on Lebanon by Israel shows no signs of slowing down. France, though, has long been involved in the region through its UN participation in peacekeeping missions in Lebanon. Macron's remarks signal the growing international concern as the conflict across West Asia continues to escalate.
Coming up on the other side, the Speaker Om Birla to make a statement at 11 a.m. today on the floor of the House to present his views after impeachment motion against him got defeated. US reports say American forces responsible for the deadly strike on Iranian school after outdated data led to a targeting mistake.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहाँ नो टेंशन वहाँ।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी
every day.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे हैं मंडू अरे आलू से नहीं होगा हो गया इंटोक्सिकेटेड कितना नीचे अब फिर गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला दादा बोलते का गाड़ी मारता है
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे हैं मंडू अरे आलू से नहीं होगा हो गया
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आग प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, viewers, the crude prices has once again increased to about $100 per barrel as Iran continues to attack tankers, while on the other side, Donald Trump says the war may end soon. We'll get you all those details, but first up, let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking for you at this hour. Sensex and Nifty a crack over 1% as energy prices rise once again due to attack on oil tankers. Brent crude climbs 7% overnight, tops $100 a barrel as Iran wars and now threatens supply routes. Iranian drones strike Oman's largest oil storage. Iranian drones strike Oman's largest oil storage facilities in Salalah port. US reports say American forces responsible for the deadly strike on Iranian school after outdated data led to targeting mistake. Breaking news coming in a big diplomatic win for India. Iran is now allowing India-flagged tankers to in fact pass through the Strait of Hormuz. This comes after the talks were held at the foreign minister level with the aim of keeping the sea route open in the critical Strait of Hormuz for transportation of crude as well as natural gas. Now, Indian tankers Pushpak and Parmal were passing safely through the Hormuz, while reports say ships from the US, Europe and Israel continue to face restrictions. Safe navigation of tankers via the Hormuz now topped the agenda when External Affairs Minister S. Shankar spoke with his Iranian counterpart Abbas Araghchi 2 days back, and this was to discuss the latest developments in West Asia and what was their third conversation since the war began. So this is a big win for India. While the Strait of Hormuz continues to remain blocked, Indian tankers have now been allowed to pass through the maritime corridor. Now, my colleague Abhishek Kapoor joins me with more details on this. Abhishek, you've been closely tracking all these developments, and now it seems Indian tankers have been allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, and this comes right after Jaishankar held a conversation with his Iranian counterpart.
Well, Ishita, we have to wait and watch and see how stable and sustainable this arrangement is, because it seems that while the talks might be directly connected with these two tankers that you named passing, the fact of the matter is that the Strait of Hormuz remains choked essentially because of the kind of drone attacks that oil tankers are seeing, the latest one being an American flagged tanker in which a drone strike has happened. In fact, we are getting reports that an Indian national who was on board has perished in the attack. So it's a very fluid situation. It's a tense situation. The fact that External Affairs Minister has spoken to his Iranian counterpart Araghchi thrice in the last 13 days since the hostilities began between Iran and the US, the United States and Israel on the other side. And that might have led to, some kind of arrangement. In fact, India released a very strong statement last evening condemning the attacks, particularly targeting the civilian infrastructure, including the movement of oil tankers, or the disruption of oil tankers that's happening. It's not just about oil. Our 90% of gas comes, LPG comes from this geography, and that's already leading to a veritable crisis panning out insofar as LPG supplies are concerned. So yes, it's a welcome development if 2 tankers have passed. But as I said, we have to wait and watch and see whether this is sustainable, and then more tankers, specifically that of LPG and LNG, are allowed.
Right, of course, we'll have to see, Abhishek, how this pans out, on the ground in terms of whether more tankers are allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, because we are looking at continuous attacks from Iranian side on the oil tankers which are linked to Israel as well as the US. But I have to ask you, on the diplomatic front, it is a big win in terms of the way India has been able to take a nuanced stand. We are batting for diplomacy and de-escalation while ensuring that, we are on the side of the peace here.
Well, you see, the fact that despite India sponsoring the Bahrain resolution in the United Nations Security Council, which condemned these strikes, if Iranians have allowed our tankers to pass, I think that should be seen as some deft handling on the part of the Ministry of External Affairs of the situation. Remember, just 2 days back, there were reports that only Chinese tankers are being allowed, and in fact, the opposition had because the parliament is in session, made an issue of it that how is it that the Chinese tankers are being allowed and not Indian tankers? Now, with these reports coming in, that immediately after the 2 ministers spoke, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar and Iranian Foreign Minister Sayyid Abbas Araghchi, 2 tankers have been seen to be passing. This also, remember, comes at a time when one Thai tanker, Thailand flagged oil tanker, or not an oil tanker, but a ship, a vessel, a merchant vessel carrying some goods for Kandla port in Gujarat was attacked by a drone strike, and we saw some damage happening there. And India released a strong statement last evening. So I think that's been a quick development. And if the Iranians are going to be restrained insofar as Indian goods and oil and gas supplies are concerned, then it's obviously a very welcome diplomatic development.
All right, Abhishek, do continue to stay with us. I'll come back to you for more developments. We're getting another breaking news at this moment. In fact, attacks in the Gulf have significantly intensified since 28 February. UK's Maritime Trade Operations Centre has now reported 20 incidents. Now, UKMTO says it has received a report of an incident 35 nautical miles in Jebel Ali, United Arab Emirates. The master has reported the container. The ship, in fact, was struck by an unknown projectile, causing a small fire on board. Full damage assessment impaired by the darkness. All are reported safe. Abhishek, coming back to you on this as well. Now, we're looking at more attack. In fact, over 20 incidents reported since this war began. And the latest, another ship has now been attacked near UAE.
Well, you see, typically through the Strait of Hormuz, the 100 to 150 ships, and if 20 have been attacked, that's essentially the Iranians, sending across a message that they can really, they have the chokehold over this narrow waterway which connects the Gulf with the Arabian Sea, and hence, they can disrupt the movement, which they have succeeded, in fact. So I think the number seems small, but this is strong enough in terms of sending across a message. Supplies. In fact, if you look at the prices of oil and gas, specifically gas, the fact that in terms of oil supplies, there are many other supplier nations and origin sources from where oil can be tapped. The Russians have really upped their game, and in fact, even the United States, remember, allowed India to purchase Russian oil of all places. And that uptake has in fact increased. About 30 million barrels of Russian oil in the high seas contracted by Indian refiners over the last 48 hours since the relaxation came in for sanctioned Russian oil. What is important is that gas supplies still remain choked because much of it comes through through this strait and mainly from Qatar, and there are no pipelines. So obviously those tankers come in, and with this disruption, even if 20 tankers are hit, that's not a small number, because that send a message that cannot move, and in fact the insurers have pulled back, and that has led to complete stonewalling of any movement And effectively, as the Iranians historically have said that this is the jugular vein, it's getting implemented as we because of the ongoing war. Hopefully, the war tapers off. Everyone the war tapers and everyone involved pulls back. But till then, obviously, 20 ships hit is still too many insofar as obstructing and effectively stopping movement of specifically oil and gas through the Gulf is concerned.
Right, of course, Iran there are sending a message and increasing a pressure on the US, Israel, as well as the world today now stares at an energy crisis. Thank you, Abhishek, for joining us and putting these developments into perspective for our viewers. Now, viewers, the US President Donald Trump has said that over the past 11 days, the US military has virtually destroyed Iran. Trump went on to claim that Iran no longer has radars, no anti-aircraft equipment to protect them. He also claimed that Iranian missile firepower is now down by 90% and their drones are down by 85%. Take a listen.
Our military has virtually destroyed Iran. Tough country. Their air force is gone, totally gone. That took the better part of about 3 hours. They no longer have radar. They don't have anti-aircraft equipment. They don't have anything. Their missiles are down 90%. Their drones are down 85%. We're blowing up the factories where they're made left and right. And frankly, nobody has ever seen anything like it. Nobody's ever seen anything like what you're witnessing now, and that can include the original killing of Soleimani and al-Baghdadi. They were the worst killers in the world that I did. As well as Operation Midnight Hammer, where we totally obliterated Iran's nuclear potential. We obliterated it. They don't have nuclear potential. And then after Midnight Hammer, and then we left, we figured that'll be the end of them for a while. But they started again. That's why we got to finish it, right? I want to go back every 2 years, and that's because, you know, there'll be some day when you don't have me as president. You'll have perhaps you'll have a weak, pathetic person like we've had in the past, mostly all. Like Barack Hussein Obama, who signed one of the worst deals ever with Iran, where they were going to give up everything. When he filled up a 757 with billions of dollars of cash and sent it billions, people forget that. That's when I realized the presidency is very powerful.
Another breaking news coming to light. A concerning development. An Indian national has been killed in an attack by Iran against a US-owned oil tanker, Safe Sea Vishnu in Iraqi. An Indian national has reportedly been killed in this attack, which was carried out by Iran using a suicide boat against a US-owned oil tanker near Iraq. Now, this US-owned and Marshall Island flagged oil tanker, Safe Sea Vishnu, was attacked off Khor al-Zubair port on Wednesday inside Iraq's territorial waters by an Iranian suicide boat. An Indian national whose name has now been withheld at the moment has been reportedly killed in this attack. About the remaining 27 personnel on board the tanker have been rescued and taken to Basra. This is according to the sources. We're getting the latest information. One Indian national, in fact, has now been killed in this attack on a US-flagged oil tanker. This happened in Iraq's territorial waters. It was a suicide boat attack carried out by Iran. Now, the name and the identity of the Indian national who has been killed in this attack has not been revealed yet. At the moment, the details have been withheld. But the latest and the concerning development that has come to light is about one Indian casualty taking place in this attack on an oil tanker in Iraqi waters. All right, my colleague Shivam now joins me with more details. Shivam, we understand one Indian casualty has taken place in this attack on an oil tanker, US-flagged oil tanker in Iraqi waters. What more details do we know about this?
Definitely. It shows that Iran is hitting each and every vessel that is US based or has a US flag or an Israeli flag, because already warned that they will be targeting all US and Israeli based and Israeli flagged vessels which will be passing through the Strait of Hormuz or in the entire region. But this is very unfortunate, very sad that an Indian national got killed. It was a US Marshall Islands flagged oil tanker Safe Sea Vishnu, which was attacked near Khor al-Zubair port in Basra, Iraq. The attack was carried out by an explosive laden boat. Now, the Iranian regime, the IRGC, doesn't only possess the drones that they have, the kamikaze drones, but they also have the kamikaze suicide boats. They also possess them because they are using a lot of boats to strike the US military, the US Navy, which is fighting a war, this endless war against the Iranian regime. And that of the strategy of the Iranian regime, because the ships which are passing through that location, they are shipping vessels, they are cargo vessels, they're an easy target. They don't have any defense mechanism available at their disposal to safeguard them against such strikes. Now, this strike was carried out, the vessel was operating in Iraq's territorial waters during a ship-to-ship operation. One crew member sadly got killed. There were 27 others on board, and they have been rescued and they have been taken to Basra, as the latest that we are getting as of now by the Iraqi rescue teams. Now, at least death has been confirmed, and sadly it was an Indian national. If you remember, Ishita, yesterday also India condemned, there was an attack on a Thai ship that was en route to India, and India condemned such attacks on commercial vehicles in the course of a war. Let it be a war, but you should not attack a commercial vehicle, a cargo ship. That was made pretty clear by India. Now, it's very sad that amidst the diplomatic engagement between India and Iran, there have been talks, and Iran will also be allowing only the Indian vessels will be allowed. They will be given a safe passage. But an Indian getting killed is very unfortunate, very sad in the turn of events that happened in the war, the West Asian conflict that is unfolding right now in the West Asian region. The entire Middle East is engulfed in the war. The IRGC has said that all the US military bases, their naval assets are legitimate targets, but also the US-based, US-flagged ships are also a target. The Israeli flagged ships are also target. Now, in this, the crew member, one Indian was also there, and he was killed in that strike. It was a suicide boat. It was used by the Iranian regime, the IRGC, and it was a US-owned and Marshall Island flagged oil tanker named Safe Sea Vishnu, which was attacked off Khor al-Zubair port on Wednesday inside Iraq's territorial water. So this is an attack which was in the Iraq's territorial water that happened, and it was by an Iranian suicide. As the sources, the latest details that we are fetching. Very unfortunate, very sad that an Indian national whose name has been withheld as of now, he got killed. He has been reportedly killed in that attack, but the remaining 27 of the crew members are reportedly safe as of now, and they have been taken to Basra.
Right, Shivam, clearly a very concerning development, and Iran, they are sending a message as well that unless aggression from the US and Israeli side stop, it will not climb down the escalatory ladder. And now, viewers, moving on to another news that we're getting. An Israeli strike struck an apartment building in central Beirut, injuring about 4 people and raising fresh concerns about the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah. Now, the target of the attack, however, remains unclear, as there had been no prior evacuation warning issued specifically for this area. The strike comes less than a week after another attack was reported in central Beirut. Now, viewers, as the tensions escalate, international reactions are also beginning to surface. This time, France has called out for restraint and humanitarian support for Lebanon. Here's more on the story. Take a look.
An Israeli airstrike hit an apartment building in a neighborhood in Beirut, injuring 4 people in the process. Officials say that the strike targeted a residential apartment, but it is still unclear who the intended target was.
بحدود الساعة 5:30 غارة إسرائيلية غارت عنا بالمنطقة. فقنا نحن على صوت الصواريخ، 3 صواريخ طلعوا عنا. نحن بادئ الأمر توقعنا أنه في مركز الجامعة الإسلامية. العالم بلشنا نركض، نحن بصوب الجامعة الإسلامية بنتفاجئ أنه الغارة عنا بالشارع. اللي صار أنه في ما معروف مين ساكنة. نتمنى من القيادات من الأحزاب عدم السكن بالأحياء الشعبية بين المواطنين العزل.
The building struck is located a few buildings away from Dar al-Fatwa, Lebanon's highest Sunni Muslim authority. This is the second Israeli strike in central Beirut in less than a week. The casualty figures for Lebanon in the past few weeks are staggering to say the least, as briefed in the UNSC.
As a result of the region's latest war, and following months of violence, we've watched the humanitarian crisis in Lebanon intensify with alarming speed. Civilians on both sides of the blue line once again paying the heaviest price. Casualties continue to mount. Over 570 people reported killed, over 1,400 injured since the 2nd of March.
The recent strikes has also drawn the ire of French President Emmanuel Macron. He said in a post on X that protecting civilians and respecting international laws remain essential. He also said that the situation, the displaced people in Lebanon, is a cause for grave concern. He also announced that France will send 60 tons of emergency humanitarian aid to the country. However, he urged Hezbollah to stop attacks on Israel and hand over its weapons to the Lebanese armed forces. He also said that Israel should respect the sovereignty of Lebanon and exercise restraint. However, strikes on Lebanon by Israel shows no signs of slowing down. France, though, has long been in the region through its UN participation in peacekeeping missions in Lebanon. Macron's remarks signal the growing international concern as the conflict across West Asia continues to escalate.
All right, viewers, another breaking news coming in. An Israeli strike on central Beirut's Ramlet al-Baida seafront has now killed people while injuring 21 others. This is according to Lebanese Health Ministry. Now, the strike hit a car in an area with makeshift tents which had been sheltering displaced families. And in fact, there has been no comment on this from Israel's military. Now, viewers, the attack comes amid escalating tensions between Israel and Hezbollah, with over 600 fatalities which have been reported and about 800,000 displacements taking place in Lebanon as Israel continues to carpet bomb the entire country. Not just the capital city, but the latest attack has now been reported in Beirut. At least 7 have been killed and 21 others are wounded. Now, viewers, this is not an area where Hezbollah presence, in fact, has been marked. It is an area where families who have been displaced by the continuous strikes were sheltering. And now we're looking at this attack leading to about 7 casualties and 21 others have been wounded in the latest Israeli strike. No comment has come in so far from the IDF regarding their latest attack that took place in Beirut. But we're getting you visuals from the site as well. Rescue operations are still underway. 7 have been killed and 21 others are wounded. This comes as the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah continues to escalate. Hezbollah is an Iranian proxy which is backing Tehran in this conflict, and Israel clearly saying anyone who backs Iran will in fact pay a high price. We're now conducting strikes all across the Lebanon. In fact, Beirut has been the flashpoint where a lot of strikes have been targeting Hezbollah infrastructure, and the latest one we understand has killed about 7 and 21 others have been wounded in these latest attack that took place in Beirut by IDF. But no comment, in fact, has come in from the Israeli strike. All right, viewers, now moving on to domestic news that's coming in. The Lok Sabha rejected the opposition's no confidence motion seeking the removal of Speaker Om Birla. Now, the resolution was defeated by a voice vote amid loud slogans are being raised and protests in the House. Now, the motion had been brought by the opposition parties. They accused the Speaker here of failing to function impartially, a charge strongly rejected by the government. Now, Union Home Minister Amit Shah defended the Speaker here, calling the move regrettable and warning that questioning the chair undermines parliamentary institutions. Here's more on the story. Take a look.
The Lok Sabha rejected the opposition's no confidence motion against Speaker Om Birla through a voice vote. The resolution was defeated amid loud sloganeering and protests inside the House. Opposition parties had moved the motion, alleging that the Speaker had failed to ensure impartial functioning of the Parliament. The government strongly rejected these allegations during a heated debate. Union Home Minister Amit Shah called the motion deeply regrettable for parliamentary politics.
हमने रचनात्मक विरोध पक्ष के रूप में काम किया है मान्य। हमने स्पीकर की पद को गरिमा को संरक्षण करने का काम किया है और स्पीकर से हमारे कानूनी अधिकार संवैधानिक अधिकारों के लिए संरक्षण की मांग भी करी है। हम कभी भी स्पीकर के सामने अविश्वास का प्रस्ताव लेकर नहीं आए।
Amit Shah said that the Speaker serves as a neutral custodian representing both the ruling side and the opposition. According to Amit Shah, the BJP had spent long years in opposition but never moved a no-confidence motion against the Speaker.
हमारी पार्टी की राजनीतिक यात्रा के जीवन में हम तो ज्यादातर वहीं बैठे हैं। बहुत कम समय है कि हम यहाँ बैठे। ज्यादातर तो कांग्रेस पार्टी और उनके साथी ही बैठे। हम भी विपक्ष में रहे, मगर 3 बार लोकसभा के स्पीकर पर अविश्वास का प्रस्ताव आया। भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए कभी विपक्ष के में रहते हुए लोकसभा स्पीकर पर अविश्वास का प्रस्ताव नहीं लाए।
He warned that questioning the Speaker's integrity amounts to questioning the credibility of democratic institutions. Opposition leaders, however, argued that the motion reflected growing concerns about shrinking space for dissent in the parliament. The Lok Sabha will reconvene today at 11 a.m. when Speaker Om Birla is expected to address the House on the conduct of opposition members during the proceedings.
Now, viewers, coming up after a short break, Brent crude climbed 7% overnight, tops $100 a barrel as Iran war now threatens supply routes.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We all suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज रहा है। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू। नहीं तो तुम तो करेंगे। आलू से नहीं होगा। इंटो कमाल गिरा नीचे। अब फिर गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला। चलो गोटे का गाड़ी मारवा।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाई जीरा से। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
First, we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and in this bulletin, our top focus will be on the West Asia conflict. We'll get you all the details, minute-to-minute update of what's unfolding in the West Asian conflict. Sadly, there has been a casualty of an Indian national because an Iranian suicide boat struck a US-flagged vessel in which one Indian national was sadly killed. We'll get you all the details of that story and a lot more. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Sensex and Nifty crack over 1% as energy prices rise. Brent crude climbs 7% overnight, tops $100 a barrel as Iran war threatens supply routes. Iranian drones strike Oman's largest oil storage facilities in Salalah port. And also big focus, US reports say American forces responsible for deadly strike in Iranian school after outdated data led to targeting mistake. And also big focus, Speaker Om Birla to make statement at 11 a.m. today on the floor of the House to present his views after impeachment against him defeated. An attempt made to fire on former J&K CM Farooq Abdullah while he was at a wedding. The attacker has been arrested. Let's begin with the big breaking news that is coming in, and this is about raids by the NIA, the National Investigative Agency. As we speak, is conducting raids in Poonch, specifically in the Khorinal area, targeting the house of Mohammad Feroz as part of an ongoing investigation into a terror-linked case related to weapons recovery. Now, this operation is connected to a case registered by NIA in 2024. Now, raids are also being carried out at multiple locations across Jammu and Kashmir, including Pulwama, Kulgam, Shopian, Baramulla and Kupwara in connection with a terror conspiracy case. Now, earlier, security forces had foiled a terror plot in Poonch, recovering arms and ammunition, including an AK series weapon, hand grenades and other war-like stores in a joint operation with the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now, this is a very big update. Now, as we speak, the raids are ongoing at various locations. We'll get you all the updates in the story. And also, my colleague Gursimran is joining me live for more details. Gursimran, if you can put this into perspective, at how many locations is the raid ongoing and what exactly is the reason for the raids?
Shivam, as we speak, the raids by the National Investigation Agency are underway in more than half a dozen locations. It is not only in the Jammu region, in the Poonch only, but in the South Kashmir, in the North Kashmir also, the raids are underway. The raids are in connection with an FIR that has been registered by the National Investigation Agency in year 2024, and it was the FIR number 7 that was registered by the agency with regards to the recovery of arms and ammunition that was done. And with regards to that, there were several raids earlier also that were conducted by the agency. Today morning, the agency carried out raid in the Surankot area, in the Kodinal area, in the Kupwara, in Shopian, and also in the Baramulla. We are told that around half a dozen locations are being raided, and the teams headed by the SP rank officer of the National Investigation Agency, they are carrying out the raids. This pertains to a larger network of the terrorists, especially from the Lashkar-e-Toiba, that were pushing the weapons into the Indian territory. Their handlers sitting across the border, their overground workers in Jammu and Kashmir, all are on the scanner of the security forces, because this entire modus operandi is on the radar of the forces. And as we speak, the raids are underway and the security forces have seized some of the documents. The CRPF is also assisting in the ongoing raids to the National Investigation Agency along with the Jammu and Kashmir Police. And the document and the digital devices that have been taken into the custody, they will be analyzed, and it is also expected that the several arrests will also be made in this case.
All right, Gursimran, thanks a lot for the details. Keep tracking this update, and we'll come back to you as more details unfold in this story. Thanks a lot. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big story of the day. Now, National Conference President Farooq Abdullah and Jammu and Kashmir Deputy Chief Minister Surendra Chaudhary escaped unhurt in an attack by a gunman on Wednesday. Now, as per reports, officials said the incident occurred outside a marriage hall in the outskirts of Jammu, and that the accused, that is Kamal Singh Jamwal, was overpowered by security guards and was detained for questioning. Now, this incident has garnered reactions from many, but the most prominent of them all being from Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah. Now, after an assassination attempt on his father, that is Farooq Abdullah, this last evening. Now, he questioned how the attacker had got so close to the former Chief Minister despite the heavy security, the high security deployment that he has. Now, Abdullah, who's 88 years old, is, as per claims, a Z+ security protectee, the highest level of protection that is given to civilians in the country, which allows him round-the-clock protection from national security guards, the NSG commandos, and also the police. And as for the attacker, he was soon nabbed, after which he confessed to the attack. He has been identified as Kamal Singh, who's resident of Jammu. The CCTV footage has surfaced of him being pinned and arrested over the attempt to attack Farooq Abdullah. He is now, as we speak, he's being interrogated. He was under the influence of alcohol as per the initial reports. The FIR has been registered, and it was an attempt to murder. It was a point-blank range shot that was fired. All right, viewers, now on your screens are CCTV visuals from the wedding venue in Jammu, which captured the tense moments when an alleged gunman tried to target former Chief Minister Farooq Abdullah. Now, according to police, the incident happened at Jammu's Greater Kailash, where Abdullah was attending a marriage ceremony. And as you can very well see on your screen, the accused managed to approach the leader and attempted to fire at a close range, the point-blank range. But the close protection team reacted swiftly, immediately. They deflecting the shot, and before he could carry out the assassination attempt. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this could have proved fatal, and he could have been successful, but it was the quick thinking and quick reaction of the security forces, those who were deployed, the commandos and the security detail, that unfoiled this bid. As you can see, the high tense moment when the attacker was nabbed and pinned down on the ground.
In a major security breach, assassination attempt was made on the former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Farooq Abdullah, late last night. The attempt was made when the Farooq Abdullah, along with the Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Surendra Kumar Chaudhary, was returning from a marriage. And as they stepped out of that very venue and were heading towards their cavalcade, all of a sudden a suspect opened fire at them. The suspect has been identified as 63 years old Kamal Singh Jamwal. And right now we are out outside the police station. This is the Gangyar police station where the accused has been kept, and now his interrogation is underway. The suspect has admitted to carry out the assassination attempt, terming it that he was carrying this grudge for last 20 years but could not get the chance, and yesterday evening when he got the chance, he carried out this firing, though he said that fortunately Farooq Abdullah survived. Now the investigation has been launched and the police has also apprehended the accused that was handed over to him to the police by the security detail of Farooq Abdullah and the Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Surendra Kumar Chaudhary. The police has also recovered .32 bore rifle pistol, that is a licensed pistol of the accused, and has been recovered. The accused is a resident of the Purani Mandi area of the Jammu, and he has been there at the wedding of one of his cousins. Now the police has launched an investigation and also a case has been registered under the sections for the attempt to murder, as he attempted to neutralize the former chief minister, who is also the Z+ protectee, the highest level of protection in the country. Now it raises serious questions on the local police that how this person with a weapon managed to reach that very spot. Where was the laxity? Because we have seen earlier also there were allegations that were made by the Deputy Chief Minister Surendra Kumar Chaudhary with regards to curtailment in his security detail. With Sarjeevan Kumar, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
All right, so that was a ground report from Jammu by my colleague Gursimran. Now, the accused, identified as Kamal Singh, is a resident of Purani Mandi in Jammu, and he has claimed that he wanted to kill Farooq Abdullah for 20 years. Now, let's listen into his confession also.
पुरानी मंडी पुराना शहर पुराना गांव जम्मू का सबसे पहली राजधानी 1371 की, वो भी लिख दीजिए। नाम क्या आपका? कमल सिंह जम्बार। कमल सिंह जम्बार जी। फादर ने सन ऑफ लेट श्री अजीत सिंह जम्बार। लेट श्री अजीत AJIT। आइडेंटिटी कार्ड अजीत सिंह जम्बार। कहाँ के रहने वाले हो? मैं जम्मू पुरानी मंडी बताया ना आपको।
Now, a series of questions posed over debate with Ornab now. Is the Iran and Israel plus US war triggering a widened global crisis affecting civilians, now economies and regional stability? The escalating conflict involving Iran and global powers is raising serious concerns about a widening humanitarian crisis in the Middle East region. Now, is the world witnessing the start of a major humanitarian emergency? And what role should the international community play? Let's listen into Arnab's take on Trump's war in Iran and the cascading humanitarian crisis.
Ladies and gentlemen, when this war is over, and it will be, because Trump is now trying to find an exit and he's saying the war will end soon because he has no more targets left. When this war ends, remember, this was not the most inhuman war, not the most unnecessary war. This was the most unethical war. This was not a war, ladies and gentlemen. It was, for some people, especially for Donald Trump and his minion, Pete Hegseth, this was target practice. And who were the targets? Innocent people, civilians, non-combatants, school children. Ladies and gentlemen, remember, this was target practice between nations. And who is this war between? Is this war a war between leaders? Because on 13 to 24 June 2025, there was a major conflict between Netanyahu and Khomeini. Then we were told it's a war between Netanyahu and Ayatollah Khomeini. And then on 28th February, it became between Trump, Netanyahu and Khomeini, on the day Khomeini was killed. And we thought it was between these three people. And then between 1st and 2nd of March, it became between Trump and Netanyahu and the IRGC. And then on the 8th of March, it became between Trump and Netanyahu and Ayatollah Khomeini's son, Mojtaba Khomeini. So I am asking tonight, is it a war between leaders? And if it is a war between leaders, we ask those leaders, why are you killing innocent people on all sides tonight? You see, remember when I say this tonight, remember, the Western media has never failed the world as much as it has done now. It's not a media. It is a journalistic carcass that is decaying, which through all the last few days never raised their voice. All these so-called Western media, all of these channels should, ladies and gentlemen, including Al Jazeera, for being partisan and selfish and not speaking for their people, these people should apologize to the world repeatedly, but the world won't forgive them this time. Is it a war between leaders or is it a war between armies? And if it is a war between armies, such powerful armies, number 1 in the world, the US Army, number 16 in the world, the Iranian army, then why are these armies so weak? Why are they so opportunistic that they are killing civilians? Why don't they have the guts to fight each other face to face? What are these Americans doing, dropping bombs and running away, hit and run? Is it a war between leaders or armies or warheads? These people think that they can show off about the Tomahawk. They say the Tomahawk is so accurate that it can strike within precision of a few meters. That means Trump deliberately used the Tomahawk to kill 150 school children, schoolgirls. Ladies and gentlemen, in Menab, if they have no circular error or they have these expensive warheads like a Patriot, they say it costs $250,000 every dollars per missile, every Patriot missile. If Iran has the Shahid 136 that creates havoc over the Middle East, where is the precision of these missiles? They've all failed. What about the hypersonic Fateh 2 that Iran has used for the first time in this conflict? Why are they targeting civilians with these missiles? Why are they, if they're saying we're going to hit the US fleet, the Iranians, then why are they targeting civilians and civilian targets and the Dubai airport? Ladies and gentlemen, the point is, this is the most unethical war because this is not a war between leaders, between armies, between warheads, between missiles. And even if it is so, all these leaders are such cowards that they want to make it a war among the people. People are being deliberately killed. School children are being deliberately killed. Innocent men, women, and children are non-combatants who don't wear the uniform, who lead ordinary lives, shopkeepers, bus conductors, innocent people, school children. You think this visual was ever shown in detail or analyzed in any of the fake Western media? Did they show and analyze the visual? Do they have the guts to say today to American CENTCOM that you use the killing of children, schoolgirls in Iran as target practice? Is hitting schoolgirls in their school in Menab by a Tomahawk not deliberate? Why are residential areas in southern Iran being attacked? Why are old men and women unable to run out of their apartments, or even if they could have, would not have survived? Why are they being killed? Why was the Gandhi hospital targeted in northern Tehran? Why was an apartment building hit in Beirut? And what is my interest? My interest is to tell you tonight, ladies and gentlemen, tell you repeatedly that there is an attempt to make it a war among people. And don't think that Iran is only a victim. Why did Iran strike the Dubai airport? The visuals are there. Did they strike the Dubai airport? Did they use their drones to attack airports in Azerbaijan? Did the Iranian drone strike right next to a school building in Azerbaijan? What were the Iranians trying to do? Take revenge? And if all of this is happening, I want to remind you tonight that the biggest culprit in all of this is Donald Trump and his minion, his fast-talking but really ridiculous-sounding Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, who had the temerity to say, I don't care about global institutions, I don't care about stupid rules of engagement, I don't care about nation-building quagmires, I don't care about democracy, politically correct wars, I want to fight to win. Who the hell are you, Pete Hegseth, to talk like that? And why is Donald Trump so weak that he can't rein you in? In fact, I want to ask the American people, is Donald Trump his own man? Or is he being controlled by the Saudis, by the Israelis, and by Pete Hegseth? Is Donald Trump suffering? And think about it, people of America, because I will ask this question. No American television anchor has the guts to ask this question. No, they don't. No, they can't. Is Donald Trump suffering from a Stockholm syndrome, where he's so weak and so frail, he's been surrounded by a group of people, may include people from his own family, who for their business interests have decided to go in for a certain strategy because it suits them financially. Think about it. You have been thinking that Donald Trump is the man in control. Well, I'm not trying to say this to give him a benefit of doubt, but it increasingly seems to me that Donald Trump has been strategically kidnapped by a group of people, including Pete Hegseth, including the Israelis, including the Saudis, including people from his own family, who are using this as experimental ground and target practice. Now, in all of this tonight, viewers, spare a thought for the 150 school children in Minab and ask them what price they paid and why they had to pay the price and why nobody spoke up for them. Because it was not convenient to write stories about the graveyards of young girls who were killed by Donald Trump and his minion, Pete Hegseth. If they don't ask questions now, they probably never will. But if there is an attempt to make this a war that will be fought by the people, Donald Trump has failed. The people will not fight the war. The people will resist the war. I saw the pictures that came out from Tehran today, from Iran. Large crowds standing in, and I am no supporter of Ayatollah Khamenei. But when I see those crowds, I realize, and everyone does, that Donald Trump has lost the war. Because the people are not on his side. And I'm not just talking about the people in Iran. Trust me, give it a month. Even the people in the USA are not on Donald Trump's side. If you're watching this in America, I know that you're tolerating Trump right now. Your country is burning, you have huge debt. There is domestic violence. The MAGA community knows that Donald Trump has failed them. This has been the most embarrassing possible defeat for Donald Trump. So hear me, people of America, it's not the people of Iran who are fighting Donald Trump. It's the people of America who are standing up to Donald Trump. If they are not now, maybe they will in a few weeks. Watch the space. Read my lips.
We're getting a big breaking news coming in, and this is about the Indian rupee. Now, the renewed oil surge pummels Indian assets, pushes rupee to a record low. Now, Indian assets dropped on Thursday and the rupee fell to a record low. Now, as a fresh surge in crude oil prices reignited worries over the economic impact from energy supply disruptions, even as the currency's fall was cushioned by central bank intervention. Now, Brent crude oil prices have climbed to $100 per barrel as Iran stepped up attacks on oil and transport facilities across the Middle East, warning the world to brace for oil at $200 a barrel. Now, the rupee fell 0.3% to 92.35, eclipsing its previous lifetime low of 92.34, hit earlier in this week. So the rupee has fallen again, and the rupee has fell 0.3% to 92.35. Now, for more details, I'm being joined by Pranav. Pranav, is this exactly because the oil prices are rising and because Iran is attacking the shipping vessels on that route? What exactly is causing the rupee to fall to such a low level, Pranav? Over to you.
Yes, it is primarily because of the unrest in the Middle East. As oil prices have been rising, and remember, the entire world is dependent upon imported oil from the Gulf. In fact, India itself imports about 80% of its oil. And given that the demand for oil is rising and oil prices are rising, the trading currency for buying oil, which is dollar, there has been an increase in the demand for dollars. So what we are seeing necessarily right now is the strengthening of the dollar rather than the falling of the rupee. So yes, it is the strengthening of the dollar that has resulted in rupee depreciating to its lowest level. So in fact, as we see, it's about 92.04. That's about 23% lower.
All right, so Pranav, so that means that if the war goes on for a very long period of time, the safe bet would be the American dollar as of now.
Well, it is too difficult to say whether it is safe bet because, just about a few months ago, last year we saw a gold rush wherein the faith in the US dollar was depreciating and central banks across the world were in fact, collecting safe haven assets such as gold and silver. And that's when precious metal prices were rising. So it is too early to say whether, a dollar is the safe asset to hold. That is point number one. Point number two, if you have also seen the Reserve Bank of India through other banks, in fact, has been, selling the US dollar just to ensure that there is enough liquidity in the market so as the rupee's fall remains limited. But these two measures have also not really helped strengthen the rupee. So what we are seeing is external pressure. And yes, as you rightly said, if the conflict continues and if the prices of oil rise, in fact, one of the Iranian officials yesterday said that oil could touch $200 a barrel. And if that really happens, we are definitely likely to see the ripple effect of that playing on the strengthening of the dollar and in turn weakening of the rupee.
We definitely hope that shouldn't happen. $200 per barrel will be too much of a price. Thanks a lot, Pranav, for the details and your insight on what's unfolding there and the falling currency value of rupee. Thanks a lot. All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, Speaker Om Birla to make statement at 11 a.m. today after the break on the floor of the House to present his views after impeachment against him defeated. Coming up next.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. The price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है, मंडू भेज रहा है। ठीक है ना, भेज रहा मंडू। अरे आलू से नहीं होगा। तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे। अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला, ना लोगों का गाड़ी मारता है।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान। अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. The price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू अरे आलू से नहीं होगा तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी लो पूर्ण वाला ना लोगों का गाड़ी मार
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, viewers, the top headlines at this hour talks about a short response coming in from Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla about the impeachment motion that got defeated against him, put up by the opposition. And as the war in West Asia continues, we're looking at a rise in crude prices now coming to $100 a barrel. We'll get you all the details on that. But first up, let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Sensex and Nifty crack over 1% as energy prices rise due to the war in West Asia. Brent crude climbs 7% overnight, tops $100 a barrel as Iran war now threatens supply routes. Iranian drone strikes Oman's largest oil storage facilities in Salalah port. US reports say American forces responsible for the deadly strike on Iranian school after outdated data led to a targeting mistake. Speaker Om Birla too makes statement at 11 a.m. today on the floor of the House to present his views after the impeachment motion against him got defeated. Attempt made to fire on a former Jammu and Kashmir CM Farooq Abdullah while he was attending a wedding. Attacker now arrested. In a big win, Iran now allows India for its ships to pass through the Strait of Hormuz amid war escalations. We've got breaking news from the war in West Asia. UNICEF now reports that over 1,100 children have been killed or injured in the war in West Asia since it began on February 28th. These casualties have been reported across Iran, Lebanon, Israel, as well as Kuwait. Now, the UNICEF statement reads, 10 days into the intensifying conflict in the Middle East, the situation is now becoming more catastrophic for millions of children across the region. Since February 28th, more than 1,100 children have been reported injured or killed in the violence. This includes about 200 children reportedly killed in Iran. So they've also given us a breakup in their statement. It says 200 killed in Iran, 91 in Lebanon, 4 in Israel and 1 in Kuwait. The statement also says that these numbers will likely climb as the violence now intensifies and spreads across the region. And in fact, that's not all. UNICEF also stated that grave violations against children in armed conflict can now constitute violations of international law, including international humanitarian law as well as international human rights law. This, as it reiterated the Secretary General's call on parties to the conflict to end the fighting and engage in diplomatic negotiations. So that's the big statement coming in from UNICEF regarding the casualties that have taken place in the war. All right, viewers, and now another news coming to light from War in West Asia. Donald Trump says that the war with Iran may end soon. He says because there is practically nothing left for the US military to bomb in the country. Now, in what can be considered a major update in the ongoing war in West Asia and the US's stance in the same, US President also emphasized here that he can make the decision to stop the fighting whenever he likes. More on what he said in this report. Take a look.
United States President Donald Trump recently told US media that the war in Iran will end soon. But there is a catch. He added that the war will end when he wants it to end. Not only this, he also added that nothing was left to target in Iran. This proves that Trump was using parts of Iran as target practicing. This comes just after Mojtaba Khamenei has been announced as the new supreme leader of Iran. After Trump claimed that Iran will be struck the hardest, now Trump claims that the war in Iran will be ending soon. As the war unfolds in front of West Asia and oil refineries and residential sites being targeted by Iran, the war now takes an unexpected turn.
Now, viewers, the war in West Asia is directly targeting the region's energy infrastructure. A major oil storage facility near port of Salalah in Oman has now been struck in what appears to be a drone attack, triggering massive fires and thicker plumes of smoke visible from miles away. Now, the strike is the latest in a series of attacks carried out on oil installations across the Gulf region, raising fears of a wider energy crisis. Take a look at this detailed report.
What you are seeing is Oman's largest oil facility. Blazes and huge plumes of smoke visible from miles away. Another oil facility became a target for Iran. This time, it was an oil facility near Oman's Salalah port. What appears to be a kamikaze drone comes striking down on the oil facility near the Salalah port. As soon as the drone comes in contact with the site, all that was left behind were the remains of the site. After the strike, the site was set ablaze, which could be seen from miles away. Oil facilities have become a big target site for Iran, with several being hit since the war broke out. Iran also struck Bapco in Bahrain, which is Bahrain's largest oil facility. Salalah is the second time Oman was struck. The first strike was in the Duqm port in Oman. Even Saudi was struck where it hurt the most. Similar attack was reported at the Ras Tanura refinery in Kuwait. This is not just a war about regime change now. It is now a world war on energy.
And now, viewers, a shocking development has emerged in the missile strike carried on a girls' school in Minab in Iran. It killed at least 75 people, and new findings now suggest that the attack may have been the result of faulty targeting during a US military strike aimed at a nearby Iranian base. Investigations indicated that outdated intelligence data may have led to the tragic strike on a school, raising serious questions about accountability. Now, the public here has also accessed exclusive photographs which prove the involvement of US in the strikes on the Iranian school. On the other hand, Donald Trump claims he has no idea about the attack. Take a look at this report.
Massive development on Tomahawk missile that struck girls' school in Iran, killing at least 175. As per reports, investigations prove that outdated targeting data may have resulted in a mistaken strike on the school. The probe also stated that US was targeting an Iranian base adjacent to the school. Reports say that the school was formerly a part of the Iranian base. The investigation also proved that US CENTCOM created the target coordinates for the strike using outdated data provided by the Defense Intelligence Agency. This clearly proves that the US is to blame on the strikes on the school. But Uncle Sam narrates another story. Trump claims that he had no idea about the attacks.
For the strike on the school in Iran, a new report says the military investigation has found it was the United States that struck the school.
I don't know about it.
Republic has accessed exclusive images which clearly show the involvement of US in the strikes on the school. This photo clearly shows that the missile was made in the United States. A US company had manufactured the missile that struck the school in Iran. Another missile used in the strikes on the school in Iran was manufactured in Colorado. Meanwhile, Iran government yesterday released data on civilian casualties since the war broke out. Iran claimed the US-Israel strikes in various parts of the country killed over 260 people, with 206 women and children. The youngest was an 8-month-old girl. This just boils down to one question. Will US own up to its mistake, or will it evade it like it does every time?
All right, viewers, now shifting focus to some national news. Chaos broke out in the lower house of the Parliament, where Speaker Om Birla was set to address the Lok Sabha after having the no confidence motion against him defeated yesterday by a voice vote. The House now remains adjourned until 12 p.m. noon. This as slogans were raised as the Speaker took the stage. We're showing you the visuals of how the chaos broke out in the lower house of the Parliament today. As soon as, in fact, Om Birla was set to speak. Let's take a listen.
एक मिनट माननीय एक मिनट वेणुगोपाल जी एक मिनट माननीय एक मिनट वेणुगोपाल जी एक मिनट चश्मे से देखना और उसको पॉलिटिकल एंगल देना यह उचित नहीं है। इस विषय पर स्टेटहुड नहीं मिला, इसलिए यह हुआ है। इस निष्कर्ष पर पहुंचना और सरकार पर गंभीर आरोप लगा देना कि उनके जान लेने की एक तरीके से मंसूबा है, इस तरीके का आरोप लगा देना मैं समझता हूं ये निंदनीय तो है ही, लेकिन ये जो हमारे विपक्ष के नेता ने कहा कि
सरकार का मंसूबा उनके जान के खतरे का जान लेने का है। मैं इस पर यह कह सकता हूं, ये कांग्रेस पार्टी के सोच का नतीजा है। और देखिए अब हम भी और मैं ये बोलना चाहूंगा कि इनके मंसूबे हमेशा इसी प्रकार के रहे हैं और जम्मू कश्मीर में डॉक्टर श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी का मौत हुई, जवाब नहीं दिया।
Karge ji, I will give you another chance. You all please take your seat. This is not the way. It is not the way to debate. No, I will call him again. Now matters rise with permission. Shriman Harbhajan Singh ji. We will discuss later. Now, Shriman Harbhajan Singh ji. Harbhajan ji, you please start talking. You give your speech.
सभापति महोदय जी, मैं आपको धन्यवाद करता हूँ।
You please continue. Harbhajan ji, you please continue. Otherwise, I am going to call the other speaker. No, you speak now.
सर, मैं आपको धन्यवाद करता हूं कि आपने मुझे एक ऐसे जरूरी मौके पे बोलने का मौका दिया है। आज मैं आपके सामने ये बात रखना चाहता हूं कि सोशल मीडिया पर अश्लील पोर्नोग्राफी कंटेंट पर रोक क्यों जरूरी है। ये तकनीकी या कानूनी मुद्दा नहीं है, बल्कि हमारे समाज और नैतिकता का मुद्दा है।
Nothing will go on record except Harbhajan Singh ji's
बहुत मौके दिए हैं कि सोशल मीडिया हमें बहुत कुछ सिखाता है और बात करने के नए आइडियाज देता है और काम करने के नए आइडियाज देता है। लेकिन दुख की बात यह है कि इसी प्लेटफॉर्म पर कंटेंट बहुत तेजी से फैल रहा है। आज एक बच्चा कुछ ही सेकंड में कंटेंट तक पहुंच जाता है जो उसके सोचने को खराब कर रहा है। रिसर्च से पता चलता है कि बहुत सारे बच्चे अश्लील सामग्री देखते हैं जिससे नजरिया उनका गलत हो जाता है। यह सिर्फ व्यक्तिगत नैतिकता का मामला नहीं है, बल्कि सामाजिक सुरक्षा और मानसिक स्वस्थता का भी सवाल है। माननीय सभापति महोदय जी, मैं सरल उदाहरण देना चाहता हूं कि 13-14 साल का बच्चा जो अभी जीवन के सही और गलत सीख रहा है, वो सोशल मीडिया पर लगातार अश्लील वीडियो और तस्वीरें देखता है तो उसके मन में महिलाओं के प्रति सम्मान की भावना कैसे जाग सकती है। ऐसे कंटेंट से बच्चे को, महिलाओं को सिर्फ एक वस्तु की तरह वो देखने लग जाता है, जो समाज में अपराध और उत्पीड़न बढ़ा रहा है। दुनिया के कई देशों ने इस खतरे को समझा है और कदम उठाए हैं। फ्रांस में कानून बनाकर अश्लील वेबसाइट पर सख्त आयु जांच अनिवार्य कर दी है। नियम न मानने वाली साइट को ब्लॉक करने का अधिकार रेगुलेटर्स को दिया गया है। यूनाइटेड किंगडम ने ऑनलाइन सुरक्षा कानून के तहत पॉर्न वेबसाइट पर पहचान और उम्र की पुष्टि की मांग की है। ऑस्ट्रेलिया में भी बच्चों की सुरक्षा के लिए ऑनलाइन अश्लील सामग्री पर कड़ी जांच और भारी जुर्माने का प्रावधान है। इन उदाहरणों से साफ जाहिर है कि दुनिया के विकसित देश इस सारी चीज को मान रहे हैं कि ये कितना खतरनाक है आने वाली समाज के लिए और अपने आने वाली पीढ़ी।
All right, viewers, as far as the Lok Sabha is concerned, there was chaos in the lower house of the parliament just a short while ago as Speaker Om Birla was to give his response to the motion that was brought against him, the impeachment motion by the opposition yesterday. It was defeated by a voice vote. There were in fact allegations against him that he was not acting impartially. He was not letting the leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, speak. And therefore the motion in fact was brought up against him, but it got defeated yesterday. And today, as he was set to give his response, his views on that impeachment motion, there was chaos that broke out. In fact, my colleague who's been closely tracking all the developments from Parliament, Harsha, now joins me. Harsha, there was an attempt to not even let the Speaker Om Birla give a response to the motion brought against him, and now we're looking at another adjournment in the lower house. All right, we'll try and connect with my colleague there. But viewers, that's the latest we're getting as far as Lok Sabha is concerned. We were looking, there was anticipation for the response that would come in from the Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla, who was, there was an attempt against him to bring an impeachment motion. It got defeated yesterday by a voice vote. But today the chaos broke out. As soon as he got to the stage to give his response, there were slogans being raised by the opposition, and in fact he was not allowed to give his response. My colleague Harsha is now back with us. Harsha, so as soon as Om Birla was set to give his response, there were slogans being raised. He was not allowed to speak, and now we are staring at another adjournment till 12 p.m.
Yes, you rightly pointed out, and this was already decided yesterday. Only Kiran Rijiju spoke, and we broke this as well, that today Om Birla Speaker is going to resume his chair after yesterday the resolution of the opposition party of the impeachment against Speaker Om Birla, no confidence motion against. It was a no confidence motion against Speaker Om Birla that was defeated yesterday, and we see how it was defeated. HM was the last one to speak on this, and after that, with a heavy voting which took place yesterday in the Lok Sabha, the resolution was defeated. And Om Birla, the speaker, was resumed his chair today, and he was about to make some observations. But as soon as he seated on his chair, the very moment opposition leaders started sloganeering, there was chaos, there was ruckus, there was the dramatic visual. There were some MPs who, in fact, were trying to go towards the well, to jump towards the speaker chair. That were the scenes today from the Lok Sabha as soon as commenced at 11 o'clock. Now it has been adjourned till 12 o'clock. But that's the very disrespectful attitude of the opposition party leaders towards the chair. And it has been seen time and again that how whenever the speaker is here to address or the speaker makes some observation, it's the protocol and rule of the house that everyone has to hear what the speaker has to say, because speaker is not only the speaker of the Lok Sabha, he's the custodian of the entire parliament. And if he's the custodian of the parliament, and once the resolution is defeated and today he's resuming his chair, then that means he will make some observation. He will speak from his heart. He was supposed to speak today on the entire development from last budget session of the no confidence motion, which was submitted till yesterday when it was defeated. He was supposed to speak at length and make a point from give his own point of view regarding what happened, what transpired, and all the allegations which opposition party leaders have made during their speeches on the no confidence motion. We remember how opposition party leaders spoke about not being given chance to the leader of opposition, Rahul Gandhi, by Speaker Om Birla. But what HM stated yesterday was that during most of the important, meaningful debate, Rahul Gandhi was never present. And if he has not been present, continuously been absent from the Lok Sabha, then how will he be given the opportunity to speak? And most of the time, it's a ruckus and sloganeering and chaos from the side of the opposition party. And this is very disrespectful visuals which we saw today morning as soon as the Lok Sabha commenced at 11 o'clock, that when Speaker Om Birla came to address the Lok Sabha, he was shown placard, there was sloganeering, there was drama, chaos. From the side of opposition bench, we clearly see that how opposition leaders on their side stood up, they were shouting at top of their voice, and the reason that speaker couldn't speak anything and he had to adjourn the Lok Sabha till 12 o'clock. Now we'll see exactly if till 12 o'clock the house will be allowed to run smoothly or not, or whether opposition same sort of conduct of drama and chaos will again be witnessed at 12 o'clock. But the speaker has to make an observation today. This Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju spoke about yesterday, and he will speak on the overall no confidence motion and the allegation which has been leveled against him by the opposition party leaders. Back to you.
Right, Harsha, these were serious allegations which were in fact leveled against the speaker by the opposition, saying that he was not functioning in an impartial manner. He was not allowing the leader of opposition, Rahul Gandhi, essentially to speak on the floor of the House. And now he's not even given a chance to give his response after the motion got defeated. We have seen this, play out in the last session of the Parliament as well. There was a strategy of disruption that opposition chose to deploy. And it seems that this time also they're not letting the House function.
Yes, you rightly pointed out this has been the attitude and the conduct of opposition party since the budget session. The last budget session we saw during the speech of the budget and during the president address, there was continuously, showcasing of the drama and chaos from the side of opposition party. We saw how women MPs they get out the well. They try to jump towards the well. There were few opposition party leaders who were suspended because they stood up on the table just to showcase that they will not let conduct the house till the time opposition leader will not be allowed to speak. And Rahul Gandhi was given several times opportunity. Again and again, there was a meeting which happened in the room of Speaker Om Birla. He himself called all the opposition leaders. We saw those visuals also from the Twitter handle of Kiran Rijiju, where there was a meeting. And Jyoti Mani, Manikam Tagore, Hippie Eaton, most of the opposition leaders, they were on top of their voice arguing with the speaker Om Birla, and the speaker was just seated and he was just telling them that let the house function. And I am giving each and every opportunity for you to speak, but you have to only make the mentions on the president address. You can't be mentioning the quote and content from the book, which is unpublished, which was the Narwani issue, which was in the last budget session. And that was the issue which was taken up in the last parliament session into the budget session. And today, when the speaker came, the speaker was supposed to put his point, the speaker was supposed to make some observation, and the opposition leaders were continuously creating ruckus and drama. Those were the visuals, and that is the kind of conduct of the Rahul Gandhi an entire opposition party against the speaker. And this clearly states that how they are continuously disrespectful, not only towards speaker, but towards the chair as well.
Right, of course, Harsha will of course have to see whether or not the speaker is now allowed to make his statement, give his response at 12 noon. Thank you so much for joining us and giving us those all details. Now here's coming up on the other side, Lok Sabha adjourned till noon. We'll have to see whether or not Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla will make his statement after it resumes.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू आलू से नहीं होगा
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरी राजा मसाला.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू नहीं का फोन तो करा अनुसरी होगा हो गया
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus in this bulletin will be because today Om Birla, the Speaker of the Lok Sabha, was supposed to speak, but the opposition did not let Om Birla speak. Now, yesterday a motion was moved by the opposition to remove the Speaker, but that motion got defeated, and the opposition was not ready, did not allow the Speaker to speak, which should have not been done by the opposition. We'll get you all the details of this and a lot more. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Sensex and Nifty crack over 1% as energy prices rise. Brent crude climbs 7% overnight, tops $100 a barrel as Iran war threatens supply routes. Iranian drones strike Oman's largest oil storage facilities in Salalah port. US reports say American forces responsible for deadly strike in Iranian school after outdated data led to targeting mistake. Lok Sabha adjourned till noon as opposition creates ruckus as Om Birla started speaking to present his views after impeachment against him defeated. Attempt made to fire on former J&K CM Farooq Abdullah while he was at wedding, attacker arrested. Iran allows India in a big diplomatic win for the latter to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. All right, viewers, we're getting a big breaking news coming in right now at this moment. Now, since the outbreak of the Iran-US conflict, the first crude oil tanker from the Strait of Hormuz has arrived in Mumbai port. This is the first tanker, the first vessel since the outbreak of the Iran-US conflict, the first crude oil tanker from the Strait of Hormuz, which has arrived at a Mumbai port. This comes as a big sigh of relief. For India, this is the first tanker that has come, the first crude oil tanker from the Strait of Hormuz, which has arrived at Mumbai port. Now, in the latest set of developments also, Iran had earlier allowed all vessels, all Indian-bound vessels, Indian-flagged vessels to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. They had made it clear that they won't be attacking any Indian ship, and this is the latest. Now, since the outbreak of the Iran-US conflict, the first crude oil tanker from the Strait of Hormuz has been which was allowed and has now arrived at the Mumbai port. These are the latest visuals of that vessel, of that ship on your television screen. As you can see, it has arrived at Mumbai port. Now, it was since the outbreak of the Iran-US conflict, the first crude oil tanker from the Strait of Hormuz, which has arrived at the Mumbai port. The visuals on your screen, there's an ongoing war in the West Asian region, and there has been an oil, the surge in the oil prices around the globe to up to $100 per barrel. And this comes as a big relief also because the supply also, the production also had been cut short by various producers because the oil facilities were also being targeted by the Iranian strikes in this ongoing war. And now we have this big update, a big sigh of relief. This is the first tanker from the Strait of Hormuz, first crude oil tanker from Hormuz, which has arrived in Mumbai. Big sigh of relief, big development. We hope to see more such tankers, more such vessels arriving in India because there is definitely a need. Although we are secured as per the government, as per our energy requirements, but we need a lot of vessels. A lot more vessels should be coming to India, and safe passage should be allowed, and it should not be struck either by the Iranian drones or in the crossfire. All right. Now I have Ishita joining me from the newsroom for more details on the story. Ishita, there's a war that is going on. There is a conflict that is going on in the West Asian region. Now, since the outbreak of the Iran-US conflict, this exactly is the first crude oil tanker which passed through the war zone. That is the Strait of Hormuz, and it has arrived at Mumbai port. What details, Ishita?
Right, Shimam, we've seen, ever since the war started, Strait of Hormuz has become a war zone. IRGC claimed complete control of it, saying that any tanker that tries to pass through the economic corridor will in fact come under attacks from Iranian drones and missiles. But you've seen there was a breakthrough that came in after the conversation that took place between the External Affairs Minister J&K and his Iranian counterpart. And now we're looking at the first crude oil tanker reaching Mumbai port after passing through the Strait of Hormuz. Let me also get you some details. Now it is a Liberia-flagged tanker called Shenlong Suez Max. It was carrying Saudi crude oil. It arrived at Mumbai port on Wednesday, and it was carrying about over 135,000 metric tons of crude. Now it is a big breakthrough that has come in as far as the war in West Asia is concerned, because world essentially is now staring at an energy crisis. We're looking at oil facilities, oil installations getting attacked all across the Gulf nations, and the economic corridor through which about 1/5 of the world oil passes through was not allowing any ships to be passed. But now we're looking at Indian ships being allowed to pass through it. There's one crude oil tanker who's now arrived at the Mumbai port. It's a Saudi flagged oil tanker carrying about 135,000 metric tons of crude oil. So it is a major breakthrough as far as the war in West Asia is concerned, and the cascading effects that we're now looking on the energy sector.
Definitely. It's a big diplomatic win, Ishita, if we can put this into perspective, that because there had been talks with the government-to-government talks that happened, and they allowed Indian vessels to pass through. Now, this means that more vessels will be coming to India after this vessel has arrived. Now, this comes after Iran had allowed that Indian-flagged vessels will not be targeted in Strait of Hormuz, Ishita.
Right, of course, Shivam, that's what we're picking up in terms of it's a big diplomatic win. The way India has been able to handle its position regarding the war, it's been a very nuanced position that New Delhi has taken. It's been batting for diplomacy and de-escalation while being on the side of peace. So essentially, we're now looking at Indian-flagged tankers being allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, remember earlier there were statements which said that Chinese vessels would be allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, but now Indian vessels will in fact also be allowed to pass through the volatile economic corridor in the Gulf. This comes as tensions continue to escalate. We're looking at several attacks that have taken place off the coast of Oman. These were oil tankers which were in fact belonging to US. So there are continuous attacks taking place in the Strait of Hormuz on the vessels which are linked to, let's say, US, Israel or Europe. But now we understand that Indian vessels will be allowed to pass through, and this comes only after there was a conversation that took place between the External Affairs Minister J&K and his Iranian counterpart. They both discussed the developments in West Asia, and this was in fact on the top of their agenda as well. New Delhi had been raising concerns about this, and now it seems after their conversation took place, Indian vessels are being allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz.
All right, yeah, definitely. So this is the first crude oil tanker that has arrived in Mumbai. Thanks a lot, Ishita, for the details in this story. And definitely a sigh of relief because India needs all this oil, and oil should be flowing. And because the entire Strait of Hormuz is a war zone, has been declared a war zone by the IRGC. All right, now we are getting another big breaking news coming in right now at this moment. And India in Iraq issues statement on the return of a Safe Sea Vishnu. The statement says on March 11, that is a US-owned crude oil tanker whose name is Safe Sea Vishnu, was sailing under the Marshall flag. The Marshall flag, a US-owned crude oil tanker Safe Sea Vishnu sailing under the Marshall Islands flag, was attacked near Basra, Iraq, in which one Indian crew member unfortunately lost his life. Now, the remaining 15 Indian crew members have since been evacuated to a safe place. And that's not all. The Embassy of India in Baghdad also assured to be in regular contact with the Iraqi authorities and rescued Indian sailors and is offering all possible assistance. Now, Embassy extends its deepest condolences to the family members of the deceased crew member. So this is the ship that was attacked, and there was a casualty of an Indian national. There was a casualty of an Indian national. Sadly, an Indian national got killed in this strike, and this was a strike by an Iranian suicide boat, and we lost one Indian seafarer in this strike. The boat was struck by a the vessel was struck by a suicide boat which belonged to the IRGC, and because it was a US flagged ship, and definitely as IRGC had earlier warned that all ships which will be traveling to the Strait of Hormuz, which belong to the United States of America, and or the Israel, if they are the Israeli flagged vessels or US flagged vessels, they will be attacked. And this unfortunately happened, and there were many crew members who were of Indian origin, and one Indian national unfortunately lost his life. And this is the biggest update. This is a reaction that is coming in after the attack took place, after the death happened. Now, this is the statement. The India in Iraq issues a statement on the return of Safe Sea Vishnu. All right, I'm joining by Ishita from the newsroom. Ishita, what are the latest updates? Tell me more about the statement that has been released.
There has been a major escalation in the conflict, and this Iranian boat was attacked. It was carrying about 2 fuel tankers in the Iraqi territorial waters, and there was one Indian crew member which was on board that vessel. Earlier there were reports that the national has been killed. Details of and his identity were withheld, but that's the latest that we know about this man who's now been killed. He was on board that oil tanker which was attacked by an Iranian suicide boat. This was an attack on the vessel, which was in fact in Iraqi waters, territorial waters. Now, listen, we're looking at attacks being carried out in international waters, but this was an attack carried out on Iraqi territorial waters. This was a boat which was carrying crude oil, in fact, a US flagged and Marshall Island flagged tanker, and there was an Indian on board which was killed. And now the identity, in fact, was withheld of the man concerned, but that's the latest we're picking up regarding this conflict.
All right, what about the safety of the other passengers also, because they are also demanding a strict action by the government that this should be condemned, because Indian government earlier also mentioned that the ships that are passing from the Strait of Hormuz, the private vessels, commercial vessels, they shouldn't be attacked like the way it is being attacked in that war zone. These are private vessels, these are cargo vessels, Ishita.
Sorry, Shivam, could you repeat the question, please?
I'm saying, what about the safety of the other crew members who were on board on the Safe Sea Vishnu, that vessel? It was
right, so just after the vessel caught fire, there was a rescue operations that began in the Iraqi territorial waters. There were 27 people on board the tanker. We are given to understand according to the latest details that we are picking up, and they have been rescued now. In fact, they have been giving treatment because there were injuries reported to these crew members. We also getting you visuals of that tanker. It was set ablaze right after the suicide boat attacked the oil tanker. So there were rescue operations that began. 27 were safely rescued is what we're picking up, Shiva.
All right. All right, thanks a lot, Ishita, for the update on this story. So this is the statement that is coming in about the tanker, that Safe Sea Vishnu, which was sailing under the U.S. Marshall Island flag, and it was struck by the IRGC. All right, now let's move on to another top story that we have right now at this moment. Now, as per Donald Trump, it turned out to be easier. The war against Iran turned out to be easier than expected, and that the U.S. Defense Forces were able to take out the maximum of the missiles from the Iranian arsenal. Now, Donald Trump also has claimed that Iran had more than 7,000 to 8,000 missiles. Let's listen in.
Well, it's both. It's both. It's an excursion that will keep us out of a war, and the war is going to be. I mean, for them it's a war. For us, it's turned out to be easier than we thought. But think of it, they had thousands of missiles, 7,000, 8,000 missiles. We got many of them before they got to launch. They have drones all over the place. We got many. Now we're knocking out the drone plants, as you know, going fast. They started talking about mines, so we hit 28 mine ships as of this moment, 28. Like using the same weapon, the exact same weapon that we use against the drug dealers in the water. We have, as an example, we had tremendous drugs pouring in through the waters, through the sea, and now we have almost none. It's down 97% through water. Now we'll do it through land. The land is easier than water.
We're getting another big breaking news coming in right now at this moment, and this is about a funeral of a Catholic priest who was killed by Israeli strike in Lebanon. So Lebanon is being struck by the Israeli Air Force, and this is the latest update. A Catholic priest also died. He was killed in the Israeli strike in Lebanon. The Catholic priest was reported dead due to Israeli bombing in his predominantly Christian town of Klaya, Lebanon, where the vast majority of its residents belong to the Maronite Catholic community. And these are the visuals of the funeral, from the funeral procession. On your screens, as you can see, people have gathered in large numbers in the procession, in the funeral. On your screens, as you can see, this is happening in the war. Thousands attended the funeral of Catholic priest who was killed in the Israeli strike in Lebanon. Now, the Catholic priest was reported dead due to the Israeli bombing in his predominantly Christian town of Klaya, Lebanon. Now let's move on to another top story. Now, US President Donald Trump has now said that over the past 11 days, the US military has virtually destroyed Iran. Now, Trump went on to claim that Iran no longer has radars and no anti-aircraft equipment to protect them. Now, Trump also claimed that Iranian missile firepower is down by 90% and their drones are down by 85%. Let's listen.
Over the past 11 days, our military has virtually destroyed Iran. It's a tough country. Their air force is gone, totally gone. That took the better part of about 3 hours. They no longer have radar. They don't have anti-aircraft equipment. They don't have anything. Their missiles are down 90%. Their drones are down 85%. We're blowing up the factories where they're made left and right. And frankly, nobody has ever seen anything like it. Nobody's ever seen anything like what you're witnessing now, and that can include the original killing of Soleimani and al-Baghdadi, two of the worst killers in the world that I did, as well as Operation Midnight Hammer, where we totally obliterated Iran's nuclear potential. We obliterated it. They don't have nuclear potential. And then after Midnight Hammer, and then we left, we figured that'll be the end of them for a while. But they started again. That's why we got to finish it, right? We don't want to go back every 2 years. And that's because, there'll be some day when you don't have me as president. You'll have perhaps
Perhaps you'll have a weak, pathetic person like we've had in the past, mostly all. Like Barack Hussein Obama, who signed one of the worst deals ever with Iran, where they were going to give up everything. Remember when he filled up a 757 with billions of dollars of cash and sent it to Iran? Billions. People forget that. That's when I realized the presidency is very powerful.
All right, viewers, we're getting another big breaking news coming in right now at this moment. Now, this is that Iran has loaded estimated 18.5 million oil barrels for shipment. Now, Iran has been able to load an estimated 18.5 million barrels of oil for shipment. Now, since the start of the war on February 28, of those barrels, 16.5 million were loaded in the Persian Gulf at Karg Island. Now, with the rest coming from its Jask terminal on the Gulf of Oman. So this is the latest shipments. As per the reports, Iran has loaded 18.5 million oil barrels for shipment, and also its 18.5 oil shipments appear to be bound for China. That's also the latest coming in as per the reports that we are getting. So Iran has been successful in loading estimated 18.5 million oil barrels for shipment. Now Iran has been able to load this estimated 18.5 million barrels for oil shipment since the start of the war that began on February 28th. Of those barrels, 16.5 million were loaded in the Persian Gulf at Karg Island, with the rest coming from its Jask terminal on the Gulf of Oman. Now, reports also suggest the shipments appear to be bound for China for the Chinese energy requirements. And now these shipments were bound to move to China. The latest that we are getting since the start of the war those 18.5 billion barrels, now 16.5 million barrels, 16.5 million barrels were loaded in the Persian Gulf at Karg Island, with the rest coming from its Jask terminal in the Gulf, on the Gulf of Oman. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a war that is ongoing right now in the West Asian region, and there is a virtual blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. Vessels are not being allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, especially if they are US flagged vessels or Israeli flagged vessels. They are being targeted, and now this is the latest that comes as the data of how much oil was allowed to pass and was loaded by Iran itself. This is a breaking news, breaking development, where Iran has loaded estimated, I repeat, 18.5 million oil barrels for shipment. Iran was able to load an estimated 18.5 million barrels for oil shipment since the start of the war on February 28th. All right, viewers, we are getting another big breaking news coming in at this moment. Now, based on reports from March 12, Oman has taken a precautionary measure, and the precautionary measure is to shut down operations and evacuate vessels from its main oil export terminal at Mina Al Fahal due to heightened security risks in that region. There have been a strike, and this is the latest precautionary measure that has been taken by Oman, because Oman was also struck in an airstrike. Now, based on the reports from March 12, Oman has taken a serious precautionary measure to shut down operations and evacuate its vessels from its main oil export terminal at Mina Al Falah due to heightened security risks in the region, because they can be targeted, and as a precautionary measure, this step has been taken by Oman. Now, there is a direct threat to Oman of more strikes against it, and there have been attack on oil tankers. Now this has been done as a precautionary measure, to evade further risks, as a precautionary measure to save their oil resources and their vessels. And they have decided to shut down operations and evacuate vessels from its main oil export terminal at Mina Al Fahal due to heightened security risks in that region. This is the latest that we are getting, and this is regarding Oman, who has taken a precautionary measure to shut down operations in that region and protect their vessels. All right, viewers. Now, Donald Trump has claimed that the war against Iran turned out to be easier than expected, and that the US Defense Forces were able to take out the maximum of the missiles from the Iranian arsenal. Now, Donald Trump also went on to claim that earlier Iran had more than 7,000 to 8,000 missiles. Let's watch this report.
both. It's both. It's an excursion that will keep us out of a war, and the war is going to be. I mean, for them it's a war. For us, it's turned out to be easier than we thought. But think of it, they had thousands of missiles, 8,000 missiles. We got many of them before they got to launch. They have drones all over the place. We got many. Now we're knocking out the drone plants, as you know, going fast. They started talking about mines, so we hit 28 mine ships as of this moment, 28. Like using the same weapon, the exact same weapon that we use against the drug dealers in the water. We have, as an example, we had tremendous drugs pouring in through the waters, through the sea, and now we have almost none. It's down 97% through water. Now we'll do it through land. The land is easier than water.
It's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere, because coming up next, Lok Sabha adjourned till noon as opposition creates ruckus as Om Birla started speaking to present his views after impeachment against him got defeated. Coming up next.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
First, we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा है। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू। नहीं तो फोन तो करा जी। अनुसार नहीं होगा। हो गया है। ये तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे। अब तुम फिर गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला। चलो बोलते का गाड़ी मारवा।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
First, we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा है। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू। नहीं तो फोन तो करा जी। अनुसार नहीं होगा। हो गया है। तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे। अब तुम फिर गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला। चलो बोलते का गाड़ी मारवा।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Lok Sabha set to resume session shortly after opposition creates ruckus during Speaker's address. A big diplomatic win as the first crude oil tanker from the Strait of Hormuz arrives at Mumbai port. One Indian seafarer killed in Iranian strike on US flag vessel in Strait of Hormuz, remaining 15 Indians rescued. Iranian drones strike Oman's largest oil storage facilities in Salalah port. Attempt made to fire on former J&K CM Farooq Abdullah while he was at a wedding. The attacker has been arrested. Indian rupee hits an all-time low, crosses the 93 mark against dollar as oil prices rise amid the war.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting in some breaking news right now. There have been reports in the last couple of days talking about the American strike on an Iranian school in Minab. Even the American media is putting out details of how there is an investigation, and that investigation points at role of America. It was an American missile that basically hit that school. Even Donald Trump has been questioned about it the last couple of days. In fact, last night there was a soundbite of Donald Trump where Donald Trump himself comes out and says he has no idea about what is happening. But the truth is there are pictures that we've accessed from inside Iran. Let me go across straight to the pictures coming in here on Republic TV. We have our crews inside Iran. And the pictures coming in from inside Iran confirm that it was a US Tomahawk missile. Let's show you the pictures, ladies and gentlemen. We'll show you the pictures. There are 4 or 5 pictures. These are the remnants of the US missile that struck. We have the still images with the markings of US imprint that confirms that it was indeed a missile that was manufactured by America. Let's show you the pictures. There is a Ball Aerospace and Technology SCOP marking on the missile. There is a Raytheon company marking on the missile. There is an address of where one of the parts was manufactured. Globe Motors Inc., Stanley Avenue, Dayton, Ohio, made in USA markings on the missile. We are going to show you those pictures in the next couple of minutes. I have Major General J.D. Bakshi joining us. Let's go across straight to him first up. As we Om Birla, the speaker, is addressing the Lok Sabha. I'll have to cut across live to that. We'll come back to the story, ladies and gentlemen. I'm cutting across to the...
और निष्पक्षता के अभाव की बात कही। माननीय सदस्यों ने आसन की निष्पक्षता, सदन की कार्यकुशलता एवं भारत की संसद की वैश्विक उपलब्धियों की बात की। वहीं माननीय सदस्यों ने हमारे संसदीय लोकतंत्र की व्याख्या की एवं सदन की गरिमापूर्ण परंपराओं, नियमों और प्रक्रियाओं पर अपना दृष्टिकोण रखा। माननीय सदस्यगण, ये सदन भारत के 140 करोड़ नागरिकों की संप्रभु इच्छा का प्रतिनिधित्व करता है। यहाँ उपस्थित प्रत्येक सदस्य लाखों नागरिकों के जनादेश को लेकर आते हैं और हर माननीय सदस्य नागरिकों की समस्याओं, अभावों, कठिनाइयों को दूर करने तथा उनकी अपेक्षाएं, आकांक्षाओं, उम्मीदों को पूर्ण करने की आशा भी साथ लेकर आता है। मैंने हमेशा ये प्रयास किया कि सदन के अंदर प्रत्येक माननीय सदस्य नियमों और प्रक्रियाओं के तहत विषय मुद्दों पर अपने विचार व्यक्त करें। सभी माननीय सदस्यों को इसके लिए पर्याप्त अवसर भी देने का मैंने प्रयास किया। ये सदन समाज के अंतिम व्यक्ति में खड़े हर व्यक्ति की आवाज़ बने, ऐसा मैंने प्रयास किया। मैंने निरंतर प्रयास किया कि मैं उन माननीय सदस्यों को सदन की कार्रवाई में हिस्सा लेने के लिए प्रेरित करूं, जो या तो संकोच करते हैं या नहीं बोलते हैं। मैंने दोनों कार्यकाल में समय समय पर जो भी माननीय सदस्यों ने विचार नहीं किया, मैंने चैम्बर में बुलाकर उनको आग्रहपूर्वक किया कि वह सदन में अपनी बात रखें, अपनी क्षेत्र की आवाज़ को रखें, क्योंकि सदन में बोलने से लोकतंत्र का संकल्प मजबूत होता है, सरकार की जवाबदेही भी तय होती है। ये सदन विचारों का, चर्चा का जीवंत मंच रहा है। हमारे संसदीय लोकतंत्र में सहमति असहमति की महान परंपरा हमेशा से रही है। माननीय सदस्यगण, जब हमारे संविधान निर्माताओं ने स्वतंत्र भारत के लिए संविधान का निर्माण किया, तब उन्होंने गहन विमर्श और अनुभव के आधार पर संसदीय लोकतंत्र की व्यवस्था को अपनाया और आज दुनिया के अंदर संसदीय लोकतंत्र की व्यवस्था ही शासन चलाने की सर्वश्रेष्ठ पद्धति है। इस व्यवस्था में संसद केवल कानून बनाने का मंच न होकर राष्ट्र की लोकतांत्रिक चेतना का केंद्र बिंदु भी है। भारतीय संविधान के आर्टिकल 93 में अध्यक्ष के निर्वाचन का प्रावधान है। मुझे इस पावन सदन ने दूसरी बार अध्यक्ष पद का दायित्व और अवसर दिया। मैंने हमेशा ये प्रयास किया कि सदन की कार्रवाई निष्पक्षता, अनुशासन, संतुलन और नियमों के साथ संचालित हो। सदन में सभी को साथ लेकर सामंजस्य से व्यवस्था और कार्यकुशलता बनाए रखने के लिए मैंने मेरे दायित्व को निभाया। मेरा हमेशा ये प्रयास रहता है कि सदन की गरिमा, मर्यादा और प्रतिष्ठा में उत्तरोत्तर वृद्धि होती रहे। मंगलवार दिनांक 10 फरवरी 2026 को प्रतिपक्ष के कुछ माननीय सदस्यों ने अविश्वास प्रस्ताव का नोटिस दिया। हमारे संविधान द्वारा स्थापित संसदीय लोकतंत्र की व्यवस्था में मेरा हमेशा अटूट विश्वास रहा है। मैंने अपने नैतिक कर्तव्यों का निर्वहन करते हुए अविश्वास के प्रस्ताव के प्रस्तुतीकरण के साथ ही सदन की कार्रवाई से अपने आप को अलग कर लिया। पिछले 2 दिनों में इस सदन ने लोकतंत्र की एक महत्वपूर्ण संसदीय प्रणाली को पूरा किया। इस चर्चा के दौरान अनेक विचार, अनेक दृष्टिकोण, अनेक भावनाएं इस सदन के सामने रखी गई। मैंने सदन के प्रत्येक माननीय सदस्य की बात को गंभीरता और ध्यान से सुना। मैं इस सदन के सभी माननीय सदस्यों को का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, चाहे उन्होंने समर्थन में अपने विचार रखे हों या आलोचना के रूप में अपने सुझाव दिए हों। लोकतंत्र की यही विशेषता है, यहाँ हर आवाज़ सुनी जाती है और हर दृष्टिकोण को महत्व दिया जाता है। ये आसन किसी व्यक्ति का नहीं है, ये भारत की लोकतांत्रिक परंपरा, संविधान की भावना और इस महान संस्था की प्रतिष्ठा का प्रतीक है। मेरे पूर्ववर्ती अध्यक्षों ने इस सदन की मर्यादा और परंपरा को मजबूत किया और हमेशा इस सदन की प्रतिष्ठा बढ़ाई है। संस्थाएं, मर्यादा और परंपरा स्थायी रहती है। सदन द्वारा मुझ पर व्यक्त किए गए विश्वास के लिए मैं सभी का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं, इस विश्वास को अपनी जिम्मेदारी मानते हुए पूरी निष्ठा, निष्पक्षता और संवैधानिक मर्यादा के साथ निभाने का प्रयास करूंगा। कुछ माननीय सदस्यों ने कहा कि प्रतिपक्ष के नेता को बोलने से रोका जाता है, उन्हें बोलने का पर्याप्त अवसर नहीं दिया जाता है। मैंने इस पावन पीठ को स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं, चाहे सदन में नेता हो या चाहे प्रतिपक्ष के नेता हो या कोई मंत्रीगण हो, कोई भी सदस्य हो, सभी मान्य सदस्यों को सदन के अंदर नियमों के तहत, प्रक्रिया के तहत ही बोलने का अधिकार निहित है। कुछ मान्य सदस्यों का यह भी मानना था कि प्रतिपक्ष के नेता सदन से ऊपर उठ कर किसी भी विषय पर बोल सकते हैं, ये किसी को विशेषाधिकार नहीं है। मैं स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं, सदन के नियमों से चलता है। सदन के कार्य संचालन नियम सदन द्वारा बनाए गए हैं, न सरकार ने न प्रतिपक्ष ने। ये नियम मुझे विरासत में मिले हैं और इस सदन में सभी सदस्यों के लिए नियम समान रूप से लागू है। सदन में जब भी लोकमत के किसी विषय को, चाहे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी हो या माननीय मंत्रीगण हो, उनको भी अगर वक्तव्य देना होता है तो नियम 372 के तहत अध्यक्ष से पूर्व अनुमति प्राप्त करनी होती है। उसके नोटिस के बाद ही वह अपने वक्तव्य दे सकते हैं। किसी मान्य सदस्यों को नियमों से परे जाकर बोलने का विशेषाधिकार इस सदन में नहीं है। हमारे देश में लोकतांत्रिक संस्थाओं की गरिमा, मर्यादा और इसके नियमों का सम्मान की एक समृद्ध परंपरा रही है। मैं आपके समक्ष इस सदन के कुछ माननीय पूर्व अध्यक्षों का निर्णय भी उल्लेख करना चाहता हूं। 1957 में माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी के अभिभाषण पर धन्यवाद बोलते हुए जब स्वर्गीय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी ने जम्मू और कश्मीर से संबंधित कुछ फोटोज को अपने द्वारा की गई बात के प्रमाण के तौर पर सदन के सामने रखना चाहा, तो इसी चेयर ने व्यवस्था दी कि ऐसा करने से पहले उस डॉक्यूमेंट को पहले स्पीकर को दिखाया जाए, फिर वो निर्णय लेंगे। और अटल जी ने सदन का सम्मान किया, अध्यक्ष के निर्देशों की पालना की। 1 मार्च 1958 को जब माननीय सदस्य श्रीमती रेणु चक्रवर्ती ने किसी एक गैर सरकारी दस्तावेज को सदन के पटल पर रखना चाहा, तो चेयर के द्वारा ये कहकर नामंजूर कर दिया कि स्पीकर के बिना दिखाए आप सभा पटल पर ये पत्र नहीं रख सकते। 26 मार्च 1958 को एक मान्य सदस्य श्री SM बनर्जी ने अपनी बात के समर्थन में पत्र के साथ कोई कोट करना चाहा, तो माननीय उपाध्यक्ष महोदय ने ये कहकर मना कर दिया कि ऐसा करने से पहले आपको चेयर को दिखाना जरूरी होगा। ऐसे कई सारे प्रकरण हैं, चाहे लोकसभा में हो चाहे राज्यसभा में हो, जब बिना चेयर की परमिशन के किसी दस्तावेज को सदन के पटल पर या कोट करने की अनुमति नहीं दी गई है। ऐसी पुरानी परंपरा भी रही है। अध्यक्ष परेड के निर्णय से कोई भी मान्य सदस्य व्यक्तिगत रूप से सहमत या असहमत हो सकता है, परंतु सदन के नियम, प्रक्रिया, परंपराओं को लागू करना मेरा दायित्व है, कर्तव्य है। जब भी कुछ मान्य सदस्य सदन की मर्यादाओं के विरुद्ध आचरण व्यवहार करते हैं, तब सदन की मर्यादा बनाए रखने के लिए मुझे कठोर निर्णय और व्यवस्थाएं देनी पड़ती है। सदन की चर्चा के दौरान एक माननीय विद्वान सदस्य ने संविधान के आर्टिकल 105 के तहत संसद के सदस्यों को बोलने की आज़ादी, फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच के अधिकार की बात कही। मैं इस सदन के समक्ष हमारे संविधान के आर्टिकल 105 एक को पढ़कर इस संबंध में स्थिति स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूँ। 105 इस संविधान के उपबंधों और संसद की प्रक्रिया का विनियमन करने वाले नियमों और स्थायी आदेशों के अधीन रहते हुए संसद की फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच होगी। अर्थात हमें संसद में बोलने की आज़ादी तो है, परंतु सदन द्वारा स्वीकृत प्रक्रिया नियमों एवं स्थायी आदेशों के अधीन है। नियम 352 के 11 के उपनियमों में माननीय सदस्यों के लिए विस्तृत निर्देश अंकित है। सदन में बोलते समय किन किन बातों का ध्यान रखना चाहिए, किस प्रकार के तथ्य और किस प्रकार के वाक्यों को नहीं बोलना चाहिए। चर्चा के दौरान अध्यक्ष पीठ के द्वारा प्रतिपक्ष के कुछ सदस्यों ने माइक बंद करने का विषय भी उठाया। इस बारे में मैं पहले भी स्पष्ट कर चुका हूं, आसन के पास कभी भी माइक ऑफ या ऑन करने का बटन नहीं होता है। प्रतिपक्ष के माननीय सदस्य भी आप पीछे शेल जैसे पूछ लो, प्रतिपक्ष के माननीय सदस्य भी इस पीठासीन अधिकारी के रूप में जब वो कार्य करते हैं तो उनको भी ये भली भांति पता है। सदन में ये व्यवस्था है, जिस माननीय सदस्य को बोलने की अनुमति दी जाती है वही माननीय सदस्य उसका ही माइक ऑन होता है। चर्चा के दौरान महिला सदस्यों के सम्मान को लेकर भी विचार व्यक्त किए। मेरे मन में हमेशा हमारी माननीय महिला सदस्यों के प्रति सर्वोच्च सम्मान रहा है। मेरा हमेशा ये प्रयास रहा है हर माननीय महिला सदस्य को सदन में बोलने का पर्याप्त अवसर दें और पर्याप्त समय दें, और प्राथमिकता के आधार पर भी मैंने हमेशा महिला सदस्यों को बोलने में प्राथमिकता दी है। मुझे इस बात का गर्व है कि मेरे अध्यक्षीय कार्यकाल में सबसे ज़्यादा महिला सदस्यों ने और सभी महिला सदस्यों ने अपने विचार रखे हैं। परंतु जिस प्रकार से प्रतिपक्ष की कुछ माननीय सदस्य वेल क्रॉस कर ट्रेजरी बेंच की तरफ जाकर नारेबाजी कर रही थी, बैनर दिखा रही थी, उससे निश्चित रूप से अप्रत्याशित स्थिति बन सकती थी, और इस अप्रत्याशित स्थिति की संभावनाओं को टालने एवं व्यवस्था बनाए रखने की जिम्मेदारी मेरी थी। इसीलिए मैंने सदन के नेता को सदन में बोलने का नहीं आने का आग्रह किया। ऐसी प्रतिकूल स्थिति में सदन की व्यवस्था और प्रतिष्ठा बनाने के लिए जो उचित था वह मैंने किया। माननीय सदस्यों से ये भी कहा गया है कि प्रतिपक्ष के माननीय सदस्यों को पर्याप्त अवसर नहीं मिलता। 17वीं 18वीं लोकसभा के संसदीय कार्रवाई के आधिकारिक आंकड़े उजागर करते हैं कि संख्या बल पर देखा जाए तो भी प्रतिपक्ष के माननीय सदस्यों को राष्ट्रपति अभिभाषण पर, धन्यवाद प्रस्ताव पर, बजट पर, महत्वपूर्ण विधेयकों पर, विशेष चर्चाओं पर, प्रश्नकाल और शून्यकाल के दौरान आवंटित समय से अधिक बोलने का अवसर मिला है। ये तथ्य 2 दिनों की चर्चा में कई बार सदन की पटल पर आ चुके हैं। मेरी तो हमेशा कोशिश रहती है, चाहे देर रात तक मुझे बैठना पड़े, और मैं जब सदन में सुबह आता हूँ, सदन के अंतिम सदस्य के रूप में सदन से जब ही जाता हूँ जब सब माननीय सदस्यों को मौका मिले। और मैं हमेशा ही प्रयास करता हूँ कि चाहे एक माननीय सदस्य अकेला हो या उसके दल का एक सदस्य हो, उसको भी पर्याप्त अवसर, पर्याप्त मौका मिले। और मुझे खुशी है जो भी सदस्य बोलना चाहता था सबको मैंने 1 वर्ष के अंदर ही सबको बोलने का अवसर दिया। बुलाकर कहा कि आप बोले, कोई भी ऐसा माननीय सदस्य है जो बोलना चाहता हो और मैंने अवसर नहीं दिया, ऐसा कोई उदाहरण सदन के पटल पर नहीं रख सकता। कुछ माननीय सदस्यों ने निलंबन का विषय उठाया, अभी भी उठाया। मेरा हमेशा प्रयास रहा है कि मैं किसी सदस्य का निलंबन नहीं करूं। मेरा दल से ऊपर उठकर भी मेरे सभी सदस्यों से व्यक्तिगत संबंध आज भी है और पुराने कार्यकाल से व्यक्तिगत संबंध रहे, लेकिन सदन की व्यवस्था बनाए रखने की जिम्मेदारी भी मेरी है। और इसीलिए जब मैं इस तरीके का कठोर या सदन इस तरह के कठोर निर्णय करता है तो निश्चित रूप से मेरा मन दुखी होता है। परंतु हमें विचार करना होगा ऐसी स्थिति क्यों उत्पन्न हुई, इस सदन में निलंबन जैसे कठोर निर्णय क्यों लेने पड़े। मेरा हमेशा जब भी मैं आता हूं सदन में कोशिश करता हूं कि सदन की मर्यादा बनी रहे, प्रतिष्ठा बनी रहे, और मैं आग्रह भी करता हूं। और जब भी सदन में चाहे प्रश्नकाल हो या नियोजित तरीके से गतिरोध पैदा करना हो, जब भी मैं आग्रहपूर्वक कहता हूं कि सदन में बैठे चर्चा करें, लेकिन जब सदन के सदस्य नहीं मानते तो सदन स्थगित करना पड़ता है। माननीय सदस्यगण, वर्ष 1997 में भी आज़ादी के जब 50 वर्ष हुए थे उस समय भी सदन की मर्यादाओं, गरिमा पर चर्चा हुई। 2001 में भी इसी तरीके से उस समय के तत्कालीन अध्यक्ष बालयोजी जी के नेतृत्व में एक पीठासीन अधिकारियों का सम्मेलन हुआ, जिसमें देश भर के मुख्यमंत्री आए, पीठासीन अधिकारी आए, मुख्य सचेतक आए, चीफ व्हिप आए, और एक लंबी चर्चा हुई और सबने सर्वसम्मति से संकल्प लिया कि सदन में नारेबाजी नहीं करना, इश्तिहार नहीं दिखाना, पत्तों को नहीं फाड़ना और अवरुद्ध मुद्राओं का प्रदर्शन आदि चीज़ों पर एक सामूहिक संकल्प हुआ। और उस समय के तत्कालीन सरकार, अटल जी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री थे, प्रतिपक्ष के नेता माननीय सोनिया गांधी जी थी, उन्होंने तो यहाँ तक कहा कि व्यवधान कम से कम करने के लिए सदन के बीचों बीच बेल पे आने पर पूर्णतः रोक लगानी चाहिए। इस मूल नियम के उल्लंघन पर स्वतः ही कड़ी अनुशासनात्मक कार्रवाई की जानी चाहिए। उन्होंने ये भी कहा कि वह दृढ़ता से ये महसूस करती है कि राष्ट्रपति के अभिभाषण के समय किसी प्रकार के व्यवधान की अनुमति नहीं दी जानी चाहिए। ऐसा स्पीकर सम्मेलन में भी, जहाँ सभी दलों की सरकार होती है, वहाँ भी हम ये कोशिश करते हैं कि सदनों की मर्यादा प्रतिष्ठा बनी रहे। हम उच्च सदन हैं, हम जितनी मर्यादा परंपराएं बनाए रखेंगे, नीचे पंचायत स्तर तक लोकतांत्रिक संस्थाओं में उतनी मर्यादा बनी रहेगी, उतनी चर्चा अच्छी होगी, संवाद होगा, उससे ही परिणाम निकलेंगे। और इसीलिए मतभेद हो सकते हैं, अलग अलग दल, अलग अलग विचारधारों से हम आते हैं, मतभेद भी हो सकते हैं, सहमति असहमति भी होती है, लेकिन लोकतंत्र में व्यवस्था बनाने की जिम्मेदारी हमारी है। हमें अच्छा नहीं लगता कि मैं बार बार कहूँ कि तख्तियाँ, नारे लगाना, कागज फाड़ना, मेजों पे चढ़ना, ये संसदीय लोकतंत्र की परंपरा नहीं है। आप अगर उसको भी उचित मानते हैं तो आपकी विचारधारा हो सकती है, लेकिन सदन और देश इस मत से सहमत नहीं है। मेरा तो मानना है कि हमें सदन में अच्छी परंपराओं और परिपाटियों और सदन की मर्यादा को बनाने का प्रयास हमेशा करना चाहिए, क्योंकि इस सदन का सब देश देखता है और सदन के अंदर लोगों का विश्वास हो, भरोसा रहे। लाखों लोग अपेक्षा आकांक्षा करते हैं, इसलिए विश्वास भरोसा बनाए रखने के लिए मैं फिर आग्रह करूंगा कि हमें सदन की मर्यादा, प्रतिष्ठा, गरिमा बनाने के लिए सामूहिक संकल्प भी लेना चाहिए और सामूहिक विचार विमर्श भी करना चाहिए। पिछले 2 दिनों की चर्चा में कई मान्य सदस्यों द्वारा संसद में 22 भाषाओं में अनुवाद, डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी के उपयोग, रिसर्च सपोर्ट, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग, P20, CSPO के सफल आयोजन जैसे फ्रेंडशिप ग्रुप जैसे विषयों की उपलब्धि की बात की। ये मेरी उपलब्धि नहीं है, ये सदन की उपलब्धि है और सामूहिक प्रयासों की उपलब्धि है। और जब भी मैं दुनिया के जितने भी देशों में जाता हूँ, वहाँ के राष्ट्रमंडल के अध्यक्षों से भी मिलता हूँ, तो मुझे गर्व होता है भारत के लोकतंत्र पर, भारत के संविधान पर। और ये मैंने अभी CSPO के सम्मेलन में भी देखा और कई बार मैंने इसको महसूस भी किया। और इसीलिए विश्व भर में भारत की लोकतंत्र की प्रतिष्ठा बने, ये हमें प्रयास करना चाहिए। और मैं ये भी बता दूं कि 125 से ज़्यादा लोकतांत्रिक देश यहाँ पर हमारी प्राइड संस्था जो प्रशिक्षण देती है, वो हमारी लोकतांत्रिक प्रक्रियाओं, परंपराओं, हमारी समितियों के सिस्टम को देखने आती है और प्रशिक्षण प्राप्त करती है। माननीय सदस्यगण, सदन के संचालन हेतु सदन द्वारा बनाए गए नियमों की पालना करना हम सभी सदस्यों का व्यक्तिगत और सामूहिक जिम्मेदारी है, परंतु कुछ माननीय सदस्य नियमों की अवहेलना करते हैं, सदन के संचालन में व्यवधान करते हैं। ऐसे सदस्यों को समय समय पे मुझे मार्गदर्शन भी देना पड़ता है, उन्हें चेतावनी भी देनी पड़ती है, क्योंकि ये मेरे स्पीकर का दायित्व है। नियम 378 भी स्पष्ट करता है, अध्यक्ष द्वारा व्यवस्थाएं बनाए रखी जाए और अपने निर्णयों के प्रयोजन के लिए जो शक्तियां मुझे मिली है, उसमें सदन की मर्यादा में बनाए रखने की कोशिश करता हूं। लोकतंत्र की संस्थाएं स्थायी होती है, मजबूत संस्थाएं एक मजबूत लोकतंत्र का निर्माण करती है। यदि हम स्वयं इस संस्थाओं की प्रतिष्ठा को कम करेंगे तो इससे किसी व्यक्ति अथवा दल को नहीं, पूरे राष्ट्र को क्षति होगी। संवैधानिक संस्थाओं का सम्मान करना केवल औपचारिकता नहीं है, ये लोकतंत्र की स्थिरता का आधार है। माननीय सदस्यगण, जब भी सदन में शोर होता है, नियोजित व्यवधान होता है, जब जनता के मन में निराशा पैदा होती है, मैं आपसे विनम्रतापूर्ण आग्रह करना हूँ कि भारत के जनमानस में सदन के प्रति विश्वास और भरोसा बनाए रखने के लिए हम सबको सहयोग करना चाहिए। हमारा महान संविधान, हमारे नियम, हमारी परंपराएं हमें विरासत में मिली है। जहां मुझे इस महान विरासत पर गर्व है, वहीं मेरा संकल्प भी है कि इसमें महान विरासत को हमेशा आगे बढ़ाऊं, कभी भी सदन की मर्यादा में कमी नहीं आने दूं। मैं सदन में पक्ष प्रतिपक्ष सभी मान्य सदस्यों को जब संरक्षक के रूप में देखता हूं, तो चाहे कितनी भी प्रतिकूल परिस्थिति हो, कोई मान्य सदस्य मेरे मत से सहमत हो असहमत हो, मेरे खिलाफ कुछ वक्तव्य भी दे, लेकिन मेरा हमेशा प्रयास रहेगा, मैं इस संकल्प के लिए अटक हूँ कि सदन की मर्यादा और प्रतिष्ठा को बनाए रखने के लिए मैं कटिबद्ध हूँ। ये सदन हमेशा नियम प्रक्रियाओं से चला है और भविष्य में भी ये सदन नियम प्रक्रिया से ही चलेगा, चाहे कोई सहमत हो या असहमत हो। माननीय सदस्य, प्रशंसा हो या आलोचना, इस सब के बीच मेरा एक ही संकल्प है, सदन की मर्यादा और नियमों की रक्षा करना। हम केवल संविधान के शब्दों का ही नहीं, बल्कि संवैधानिक नैतिकता यानी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल मोरालिटी का भी पालन करें। आइए हम सब मिलकर नए सकारात्मक रचनात्मक अध्याय की शुरुआत करें, राष्ट्र के निर्माण में, राष्ट्र की सेवा में अपना योगदान करें, इस सदन को आगे चलाएं। और मैं तो ये भी कहता हूं कि जो 2 दिन सदन की इस विशेष चर्चा पे हमारा समय नष्ट हुआ है, उसको हम आगे कैसे लोगों की अपेक्षाएं, आकांक्षाओं को पूरा कर सकते हैं। इसलिए देर रात्रि तक बैठकर भी हमें ये 14 घंटे पूरे करने चाहिए, ताकि देश की जनता में ये भरोसा पैदा हो कि सदन हमेशा लोगों की अपेक्षाएं, आकांक्षाएं, उनकी चिंता, उन कठिनाइयों पर चिंता व्यक्त करता है। मैं माननीय सदस्यों से आग्रह करता हूं कि वह सदन की मर्यादा बनाए रखने और अध्यक्ष पीठ का सहयोग करने का प्रयास करें। माननीय सदस्यगण, मुझे कई माननीय सदस्यों द्वारा कुछ विषयों पर स्थगन की सूचना प्राप्त हुई है। मैंने आज किसी भी स्थगन प्रस्ताव की सूचना तक की अनुमति नहीं दी गई है। सभा पटल पर रखे जाने वाले पत्र आइटम नंबर 2 श्रीपद यशो नाइक जी।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आपकी अनुमति से आज की कार्यसूची की क्रम संख्या 2 पर मेरे नाम के सामने सूचीबद्ध दस्तावेजों को सदन के पटल पर रखता हूँ।
आइटम नंबर 3 श्री अजय टमटा जी
की अनुमति से कार्यसूची के क्रम संख्या 3 पर मेरे सामने उल्लेखित वक्तव्य को सदन के पटल पर रखता हूँ।
आइटम नंबर 4 श्री अर्जुन राम चौधरी जी, अर्जुन राम मेघवाल जी, सॉरी
चौधरी जी।
धन्यवाद सर।
ये चौधरियों के बीच में रहते हैं।
Honorable Speaker, sir, with your kind permission, on behalf of my colleague, Sri Tokan Sahu, I rise to lay on the table of the House papers pertaining to Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs mentioned against his name at serial number 4 as per today's revised list of the business. Thank you, sir.
Item number 5, Sri Raj Bhushan Chaudhary ji.
With your kind permission, I rise to lay the paper mentioned against my name in today's list of business at serial number 5 on the table of the House.
Item number 6, Sri Ranga Appa.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've had to cut out of that. That's the first reaction of the Speaker. The opposition moved no confidence motion against the Speaker, which was defeated in the House yesterday through a voice vote. He stayed away from Parliament until this vote happened because the resolution was moved. So he did not want to sit in the Speaker's chair, saying that the opposition didn't have faith in him. But now that the motion has been defeated, he's back. Let's go across to some breaking news. Coming in, last night we had pictures of the attack on Farooq Abdullah, the attempted attack, the attempt to shoot Farooq Abdullah last night. We have the first response coming in from the National Conference leader.
जो ही मैं उस मंडप से बाहर निकला तो मैं चल रहा था, इतने वक्त में मुझे कोई पटाखे की आवाज़ आई। तो मैं समझा ये कोई पटाखा किसी ने शादियों में डालते रहते हैं, तो मैं सोच सकता मेरे पास पटाखा यहाँ पड़ा हो। तो मुझे यहाँ कुछ गर्मी जैसी लगी और मुझे कुछ पता नहीं था। इतने वक्त में इन्होंने मुझे जल्दी जल्दी गाड़ी में बिठा दिया। जो इन्होंने मुझे गाड़ी में बिठाया तो मुझे कहने लगे, जनाब ये तो एक पिस्तौल था आपके इस इंसान के पास और इसने 2 गोलियां चलाई थी। दूसरी गोली में हमारे इनके जो हमारी सिक्योरिटी वाले भी हैं और दूसरे, उन्होंने क्या किया कि एक ने उसको हाथ बाजू से पीछे खींचने की कोशिश की तो उससे वो डिस्टेबलाइज हो गया। तो उसका जो पिस्तौल है वो ऊपर को चला गया। इतने वक्त में सिक्योरिटी वाले ने उस पिस्तौल को उसके हाथ को पकड़ लिया तो गोली चल दी थी। मैंने इतना ही सुना। उसके बाद यहाँ आके घर में मुझे कोई भी, न मैं इस आदमी को जानता हूँ न मुझे इस आदमी का कुछ पता है, बिल्कुल नहीं।
इसने स्टेटमेंट दिया कि ये 20 साल से तैयारी कर रहा था, इसकी पर्सनल कोई रंजिश थी, मकसद था। क्या लगता है आपको क्या हो सकता है?
देखिए, मुझे क्या पता इसका मकसद क्या था, क्या रंजिश क्या थी, क्योंकि मैंने किसी के साथ बुराई नहीं की है। जो भी मेरे पास आया, जब मैं वज़ीर आला भी था, वो क्यों ना अपोजिशन का हो, मैंने उससे अपने लोगों से ज़्यादा मोहब्बत की, ज़्यादा उनकी मुश्किलें दूर करने की कोशिश की। मैंने कभी भी दिल में किसी के लिए नफरत पैदा नहीं की है। पता नहीं इसको क्या था, रंजिश क्या थी।
लगता है ये सिक्योरिटी लैब्स है किसी जगह।
देखिए, ये कहूँ कि सिक्योरिटी लैब्स है, ये तो एक बहुत बड़ा सेंटेंस है। सवाल इस बात का है, इस मैरिज में सारे बड़े बड़े लोग थे, इसलिए पुलिस को इसका एहतियात ख्याल तो रखना चाहिए था, जिसका नहीं था। वहाँ कोई पुलिस का इंतजाम था ही नहीं।
Okay, that was Farooq Abdullah's first response to the attempted attack on him last night. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we had some pictures coming in. Let's go across straight to those pictures. We have Major General J.D. Bakshi joining us. Wanted to get you the pictures from inside Iran, pictures from the school that was hit by a US missile, a Tomahawk missile. And even the US media, quoting an investigation, citing an investigation, has has confirmed that the missile itself belonged to the USA. Some pictures that were released from inside Iran. I want to go across to Major General G.D. Bakshi, joining us with the details. These pictures, we will treat them, circle them, General Bakshi, but what you can see is that these missiles have the markings of made in America. It's got made in America written all over them. These are pictures from Minab in Iran. It's now confirmed, I think, even by American investigators. Initial investigation confirms it was a US missile. Sir.
Niranjan, during the Ukraine war, we never heard the last of, never heard the last of Bucha, 42 dead bodies recovered, Putin is a war criminal, etc., etc., and now it comes that the Americans have killed 161 Iranian girls. Innocent girls going to the school. What the hell? Were they terrorists? And then there is, the contrition. There is not a word of apology. There is not a word of regret. Iranians must have fired Tomahawk missiles on themselves. Please give us a break. Don't insult our intelligence. And if the Russians can be hauled up for human rights violations, I think you are worse than whatever they have done. And I don't think this is any great act of soldierly conduct. You are responsible for where your tomahawks are hitting, and you cannot deliberately target school girls. You claim that you are going to free the Iranian people, that you will bomb them back into happiness and freedom. Is this the way? Is this the way you are trying to help the Iranian people? By killing their girls? By killing their innocent girls? Elementary school girls? This is atrocious. This is atrocious. This was a war of choice. It was totally Donald Trump's war. A war of choice which he has waged and created chaos for the whole world. He has, the whole global economy is going to take a grievous hit. Oil prices have crossed $100 a barrel. They are likely to go up to $200 a barrel if the Gulf of Hormuz remains closed. And there is no way that America can open the Gulf of Hormuz without launching a ground invasion. The Pentagon top secret briefing has been leaked in the Washington Post today. And the Pentagon is saying we have achieved all our tactical objectives. The strategic objectives are it's not possible to carry them out or achieve them. And if we have to change the regime, we'll have to put about 2 lakh boots on the ground, and we could suffer up to 15,000 casualties. So that's a no-go. That's a no-go. That's what the Pentagon is telling Donald Trump. And Donald Trump, now wants an off-ramp. He says we bombed everything that there was to bomb, nothing left to bomb. He wants to give himself an off-ramp. Whereas Mojtaba, the Iranian new leader, has said he has asked the Americans to remove their bases from the Middle East in 30 days in a broadcast at 11:45 yesterday. He has said that you will have to remove all sanctions and you will have to pay us war reparations. War reparations.
Okay, now we're also hearing, in fact, there are some reports that suggest that, one more question with you, General Bakshi, there are some reports that suggest that, even the US intel has told Trump administration that you can't change the regime. You cannot change the regime is firmly in control. In fact, there is no sign that they're going to move anytime soon. Now, I wanted your response to that.
Absolutely. In fact, General Dan Kane, the Chairman Joint Chiefs of Staff, in his briefing, pre-war briefing to Donald Trump, had said, the objective of regime change is not feasible without putting boots on the ground, number one. Then he had said that, Iran, we may not be able to cause a regime change at all in Iran, and that there would be heavy American casualties. There could be significant American casualties of the military personnel, and at the end of the day, it would cost American lives. He had clearly cautioned Donald Trump against this, but Donald Trump nevertheless decided to go ahead and bomb, and all that the Pentagon had said has now come to pass. You have entered a very embarrassing cul-de-sac. You don't know, you don't have an off-ramp. Mojtaba is saying, I am prepared to go the whole hog. I will keep hitting. I will keep hitting. The Gulf of Hormuz will be blocked. Price of oil could go up to $200 a barrel. He is asking America to remove all its bases from the Middle East in 1 month's time. He is saying, we have a nuclear bomb and we will deploy it. He is saying that you will have to remove all sanctions against us and pay us $500 billion for reparation for all the damage that you have done to the Iranian economy. That is the level of defiance that he is showing. So I don't see how Donald Trump will get an off-ramp. He can just declare victory and try and go away, but then what happens to the Gulf of Hormuz? What happens to the global economy? It was a stupid move to try and start this endless war to damage not just the global economy, the American economy. American economic analysis indicates that if the price of oil crosses $100 a barrel, the rate of inflation in the United States will go up from 2.6% to 4.5%. If it crosses $130 a barrel, it will go up to 6% rate of inflation. Price of oil per gallon in the United States is between $2 and $3 now, has already gone up to $4. This could go up to $7 to $8 per gallon. That is going to hit the American economy very hard. Natural gas that is used to even generate electricity, electricity prices could go up, transportation costs could go up, food costs will go up. I mean, generally there will be inflation, and this prolonged spell of this could lead to global recession. Whatever economic recovery you have done after COVID has been undone by Donald Trump's stupid war of choice. What was the need for this? He claimed that he had destroyed all the nuclear capability of Iran in June last year. Now he is bombing it again and again. He'll again claim success, and then the Iranians are saying, we have a bomb ready. We will deploy that bomb. So, I mean, what did we fight this war for? Just because you had had a cheap, easy victory against Venezuela, how could you presume that Iran would be another Venezuela? I mean, there is some intelligence.
Sir, I'm just getting in some visuals now. I wanted to get your attention to that. This is the first crude oil vessel that's being docked at the Mumbai port. The first crude oil vessel that has passed through the Strait of Hormuz and has reached Mumbai. So we have those pictures. We'll label those windows, please. Can we label that? That's the first vessel reaching Mumbai. First vessel reaching Mumbai after the war. I'll get more details of the name of the vessel in just a bit, but this is the first crude oil vessel that is that has reached India in the middle of the war. So we know that Iran allowed one of our vessels all Indian vessels to now pass the Strait of Hormuz, which is a big win for us. We wanted that, and we believe that this has happened only after our external affairs minister spoke to the Iranian foreign minister. So this is a big diplomatic win for us, sir. Hopefully it will help our domestic situation.
Of course it is a big win. And thank God it is a big win because we corrected ourselves. And, the foreign secretary had gone and signed the condolence book in the Iranian embassy. Our foreign minister has been regularly engaging the Iranian deputy foreign minister. We have given shelter to 3 Iranian ships. And this is what has softened the Iranian stand. And as it is, we have always been fairly friendly with Iran. They have helped us to get access to Afghanistan, to Central Asia, the Chabahar port. We have put in $1 billion to sort of commission that port to keep it going, and it's only under American pressure that we had tried to get out of it. I thought that was a mistake. The simple thing is we have to safeguard our own national interests. Primacy must be given to India's national interests. We are not cheerleaders for Donald Trump's war of choice against Iran. It was a stupid move to wage this war to destroy the global economy. The nations of Europe have refused to join this ridiculous war, and Donald Trump has egg all over his face. I'm glad we have been adroit enough to this thing, and I keep saying India is the only country with goodwill on both sides. We are very friendly with Israel, we are friendly with Iran, and we claim to be now the greatest friends of the United States, of Donald Trump. So I think we should repay Donald Trump claims of brokering peace between India and Pakistan. Nonsensical claims. We should now try and broker peace, or at least have a ceasefire. That is in the interests of India, that is in the interests of the world. This stupid war should not be allowed to continue even a day longer. Whatever, I don't know for what objectives he had in mind, none of them seem to have been met. And on the contrary, American bases have been hit hard. The last figure was 6 Americans killed, 18 wounded. That figure, I think, has gone up to 3 to 4 times. Now the Americans are hiding. They are hiding that. And if one American aircraft carrier or Arleigh Burke class destroyer goes down, that is the end of the midterm elections as far as Donald Trump is concerned. That is the end of his political career.
Okay.
Very ill-starred. I don't understand the hubris, the arrogance that previous American presidents have also attacked other countries. But at least they couched those attacks in terms of defending democracy, freedom of speech, freedom of press, human rights, etc., etc. Donald Trump is talking in Hitlerian terms. I want Greenland, I will get it. I will want to make Canada 51st state of the United States. I will go ahead and do it. Nothing to stop me. I will attack Venezuela. He has already attacked Iran. He wants to attack Cuba. Whom will he attack next? What the hell is going on? The law of the jungle. And then his defense secretary, Pete Hegseth, sinks an unarmed Iranian ship, frigate that had come for a peace mission to India, had been invited by India to take part in a exercise.
General Bakshi, I'm having to take a short break now. Sir, I request you to stay with me. I have to take a short commercial break. These are pictures coming in of the first vessel that's coming in from Saudi, carrying Saudi crude oil, passed through the Strait of Hormuz, and it's reached Mumbai. There's a live pictures coming in. I'm taking a break. We'll be back with the live and breaking story on Republic. Stay tuned. Live coverage continues.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू, भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना, भेज रहा मंडू। आलू से नहीं होगा? तुम तो कमाल किया नीचे। अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला, चलो गोटे का गाड़ी मारवा। चला हो ठीक है ना, हम बात करेंगे। क्या हुआ? ठीक है ना, भैया बोलेंगे गाड़ी जा ही रहा है। गाड़ी नहीं जा रहा है, गाड़ी तो 4 बजे निकला हुआ है। आप बता रहे हैं लोग ये FFCCS फाउंड्री फॉर कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी।
वहाँ लिखा हुआ है भैया ना।
आज केवल है, गाड़ी आ जाएगा उससे खत्म। अभी तो राकेश आया था। हाँ, राकेश आया था। भाई भाई कोई दिक्कत नहीं, आप दूसरा बाइक चला मुलाकात होती रहेगी। हाँ, बोला भाई भाई बाइक से हमारा दोनों बाइक में कोई दिक्कत तो पीछे दिक्कत है। यहाँ जो कोर कंपनी मेंबर है वो HEC के एम्प्लॉई है, बाहरी व्यक्ति नहीं रहते हैं यहाँ पे। बोलो 60 रुपये लाएगा, 50 रुपये लाएगा, करेगा बोलो तुम बोलो समझो ना, फिर भी बोलो। हाँ, ऑनलाइन तो कोई बात नहीं। अभी ऑनलाइन पेमेंट किया था,
गाड़ी का भी ले लीजिए।
गाड़ी का बात कर लीजिए भाई वहाँ पे। हाँ, कहाँ लीजिएगा? कब ला के दीजिएगा? नहीं, वो नैनो कटा है अभी, नैनो कटा भी, वो भी माल बंद हो गया है आना। 19 किलो का जो माल है वो भी आना बंद हो गया अभी। अभी मिलेगा 19 की जगह ही मिलेगा, नैनो कट मिलेगा, थोड़ा सा उसका स्टैंडर्ड थोड़ा ज़्यादा है, वही मिलेगा। क्या कुछ चाहिए?
And if you look at the oil sector as a whole, since oil is a very important commodity for the global economy, and since India is so heavily dependent on our pure Shahi Paneer Masala, delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it's a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू, भेज दे रहे हैं हम। ठीक है ना, भेज रहा मंडू। आलू से नहीं होगा? तुम तो कमाल किया नीचे, अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला, चलो बोलते का गाड़ी मारता है।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू अरे आलू से नहीं होगा तुम तो कमाल गिरा दो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला चलो गोटे का गाड़ी में चला
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू अरे आलू से नहीं होगा तुम तो कमाल गिरा दो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला चलो गोटे का गाड़ी में चला
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and a vessel carrying Saudi crude has now reached the Mumbai port, the first one to arrive in India through the Strait of Hormuz since the beginning of the Iran war. We're getting you all the details on that, but first here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look. Speaker Om Birla presents his side in Lok Sabha, rejects opposition's claims of turning Rahul Gandhi's mic off. In his first reaction, former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Farooq Abdullah raises security lapses after last night's attempt on his life, says he doesn't know the accused at all. Exclusive pictures of American markings on Tomahawk missiles busts US's denial of striking the Iranian school. Viewers, now quickly shifting focus, we're getting in a fresh breaking development. These are the visuals that we're getting in. The first vessel through the Strait of Hormuz has now arrived at the Mumbai port, and this vessel is carrying Saudi crude. These are the visuals that we're getting in live from the Mumbai dock. Now remember, just yesterday a Thai flagged vessel also slated to come to India was hit in the Strait of Hormuz, and the Ministry of External Affairs issued a strong statement condemning the dastardly strike on the commercial vessel. And just today morning, these are the live visuals on your screens that you're seeing first on Republic. It comes from Mumbai, where a Saudi crude carrying vessel has now reached Mumbai through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, this is the first crude vessel to travel through the Strait of Hormuz and reach the Indian waters since the beginning of the Iran war. Now, amid the escalating tensions in West Asia, a Liberian-flagged tanker which is carrying Saudi Arabian crude oil has arrived at the port of Mumbai, becoming the first vessel to safely transit the waterway and arrive in India since the beginning of the war on the 28th of February. Now remember, 13 days of the war, and this is the first crude vessel that has successfully come to India. India's diplomatic stand, India's diplomatic negotiations completely on display. This is a testament of India's neutrality, India's peace regard being held on the global ground. In fact, we're also being joined by my colleague Ishita Mitra to get us more details into the matter. Ishita, the first Saudi crude vessel now docks at Mumbai since the inception of the Iran war. Talk to us about it, Ishita.
Right, of course, Gesu, we have been looking at the Strait of Hormuz becoming a war zone, essentially Iran claiming complete control over it as the war began. But now we're looking at visuals of this first vessel arriving at a Mumbai port. It's carrying about 135,000 metric tons of Saudi crude oil that's now arrived safely. Now, what we're given to understand is that the captain of this ship switched off its tracking system while it was transversing through the Strait of Hormuz, and it reappeared only on the tracking radars on the 9th of March. So essentially 11th is when it reached the Mumbai port, and 9th is when it reappeared on the tracking system. But before that, while it was going through the Strait of Hormuz, because we have been seeing continuous attacks by Iranian drones and missiles on tankers which are linked to Israel, to US as well as to European countries. As and when they've tried to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, they have come under attack. But this was a vessel which in fact was carrying Saudi crude oil, and it was headed towards the port of Mumbai, and it was able to transfer safely through the Strait of Hormuz. It had to switch off its tracking system, although while going through the economic corridor, and it reappeared on the tracking system on March 9th, and then on 11th it arrived at the port. Now, again, so I also have to point out here that this comes as there was a conversation that took place between External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar with his Iranian counterpart regarding the Strait of Hormuz and the attacks that have been coming on vessels in the economic corridor. Now, there are reports saying, this has not been confirmed yet, that there was a discussion on this, and some assurances are given to the Indian side that their vessels will not be attacked while going through the Strait of Hormuz. Remember, such an assurance had also come in for Chinese vessels earlier, but this time it was for India, and now we're looking at another vessel, the first, in fact, to reach the Mumbai airport safely while it went through the Strait of Hormuz. It has now arrived, and the Saudi crude oil from the vessel will now be supplied to the refineries in Mumbai. Now, remember, we're also looking at certain crunch that India is now facing in terms of crude oil as well as gas. And in the light of those energy concerns, this vessel arriving at in Mumbai port, the first vessel to arrive here with Saudi oil, it has about 135,000 metric tons of Saudi crude oil, which is now going to be supplied to refineries nearby.
Yeah, Ishita. In fact, also the ship Shenlong, as rightly pointed out by my colleague, carries about 135,000 metric tons of crude oil, and she's also berthed at the Jawahar Dweep and has started, in fact, discharging the crude cargo. A great news for India amid the global crunch of crude. Now also remember, this is a Liberian flag tanker, the first one to arrive in the Indian waters since the inception of the Iran war on the 28th of February. Now quickly shifting focus, we have accessed some fresh visuals that are coming in of the Thai flag ship that was attacked yesterday at the Strait of Hormuz. Now these visuals look at the strike. The impact can be seen in the visual itself. The entire tanker, the back of the tanker has taken a huge hit, huge plumes of smoke going up as the tanker now remains in a precarious situation to remain afloat. Now remember, this Thai flagged ship, a commercial vessel carrying crude, was struck in the Strait of Hormuz by 2 projectiles. Now we still do not know which country struck it, but reports suggest it is the Iranian projectiles that caused this damage to the commercial vessel. Now also remember, this Thai flagged vessel was slated to arrive in India. And right after this attack, the Indian External Affairs Ministry issued a strong statement against commercial vessels being struck in the Strait of Hormuz. India deplored the attack on the Thai-flagged cargo ship Mayuri Nari in the Strait of Hormuz. In fact, India also confirmed that the ship was bound for Kandla port in India's Gujarat. It condemned the commercial ship being made a target amid the ongoing conflict between Israel, the United States and Iran. In fact, the Ministry of External Affairs in another statement said that targeting the Thai cargo ship and endangering the lives of innocent civilians should be avoided. In fact, not just that, the Ministry of External Affairs' spokesperson Randhir Jaiswal also cracked down on the cowardly strikes that are happening on commercial vessels, and he said that the statement regarding ship bound for Kandla remains clear from India's side. No attacks should be posed on civilians and commercial vessels. In fact, they also said that they have seen reports about the attack on the Thai ship, and the ship was bound for Kandla in Gujarat in India. The External Affairs Ministry also denounced the innocent lives that were lost in recent attacks, which included 2 Indians, while one went missing during the attack, and criticized the increasing intensity of the strikes in the Strait of Hormuz. These are the visuals that show you the gravity of the strike. In fact, Ishita Mitra, my colleague, joins us from the newsroom once again to get us details on the matter. Ishita, fresh visuals of yesterday's attack on Mayuri Nari. Speak to us about it. You know, the Ministry of External Affairs going all out and condemning attacks on commercial vessels. Ishita.
Right, of course, this was the attack that took place yesterday. This was in the UAE waters. A Thai vessel was attacked, and now we're understanding rescue operations are still on. As you can see on our screen as well, you know, the fire on this ship is still burning and rescue operation is still on. We are given to understand about 3 Thai crew members are still trapped on this vessel. Now, this in fact was attacked while it was just 20 kilometers off the coast of UAE. It was still in the UAE waters while it was attacked by Iran, and now we're looking at, in fact, summoning of the Thailand ambassador. This is Thailand sending a summon to Thailand ambassador. This is over the strike on the Thai ship in the Strait of Hormuz. So now we're looking at more escalation, more diplomatic action being taken by Thailand over the strike on this Thai ship in the UAE waters. Remember, it was just 20 kilometers off the shore of the UAE when it was attacked. Rescue operations are still on. About 3 crew members are still on board, and the fire continues to burn. So here we are looking at commercial vessels are being attacked and the human cost of the war rising, which is when we're also looking at more diplomatic action, aggression, if I can call it, from the Thailand side, where they're summoning Iranian ambassador over their response on this and the continuous attacks that now we have been witnessing near the Strait of Hormuz. These are commercial vessels, have nothing to do with the war which is going on between Israel, US and Iran, but they are coming under the attacks, which in fact has triggered an energy crisis across the world. So now more and more countries are voicing out their concerns over the same, and of course Thailand are now sending a summon to the ambassador of Iran and trying to get its response on why the vessel was attacked while it was in UAE waters, just about 20 kilometers off its coast.
Ishita, continue being with us. In fact, we're also tracking some more breaking developments. Now, Thailand has in fact summoned the Iranian ambassador Nasiruddin Haidari over the strike on the Thai ship in the Strait of Hormuz. Now remember, 3 crew members still remain trapped on the ship that's still burning. We just saw the visuals of the vessels. These are the latest ones that we've actually accessed, and huge plumes of smoke going up from the vessel as it remains stranded in the water with 3 crew members aboard. Now, Thailand has summoned the Iranian ambassador Nasiruddin Heri over the strike on the Thai ship. Now, remember, this was a Thai-flagged ship that was passing through the Strait of Hormuz and came under Iranian strikes. At least 2 projectiles sliced through the back end of this ship, sending huge plumes of smoke up in the air. In fact, 2 Indians have also been killed in the strike. Now, India deplored this attack. The External Affairs Ministry took a strong stand against the attacks that are increasing, the intensity of violence that's increasing against commercial shipping vessels through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, remember, Strait of Hormuz just 33 kilometers wide at its narrowest point between Oman and Iran. And this ship was struck by 2 Iranian projectiles as it was trying to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, this also comes after a crawling traffic had begun to pass through the strait just 2 days back. And Iran continues its assault on innocent civilians, on innocent commercial shipping vessels. Ishita, coming back to you over this. This is a huge breaking development. In fact, viewers, just to reiterate, the Iranian ambassador to Thailand has been summoned over the strikes on the Thai flagship Mayuri Nari. Viewers, now the US President Donald Trump has said that over the past 11 days, the US military has virtually destroyed Iran. Trump went on to claim that Iran no longer has any radars, no anti-craft equipment to protect themselves. In fact, he also claimed that Iranian missile firepower is down by 90%. Their drones are down by 85%. Listen into this statement that's coming in from the United States' president.
Over the past 11 days, our military has virtually destroyed Iran. Tough country. Their air force is gone, totally gone. That took the better part of about 3 hours. They no longer have radar. They don't have anti-aircraft equipment. They don't have anything. Their missiles are down 90%. Their drones are down 85%. We're blowing up the factories where they're made left and right. And frankly, nobody has ever seen anything like it. Nobody's ever seen anything like what you're witnessing now, and that can include the original killing of Soleimani and al-Baghdadi, 2 of the worst killers in the world that I did, as well as Operation Midnight Hammer, where we totally obliterated Iran's nuclear potential. We obliterated it. They don't have nuclear potential. And then after Midnight Hammer, and then we left, we figured that'll be the end of them for a while. But they started again. That's why we got to finish it, right? We don't want to go back every 2 years. And that's because, there'll be some day when you don't have me as president. You'll have, perhaps you'll have a weak, pathetic person like we've had in the past, mostly all. Like Barack Hussein Obama, who signed one of the worst deals ever with Iran, where they were going to give up everything. Remember when he filled up a 757 with billions of dollars of cash and sent it to Iran? Billions. People forget that. That's when I realized the presidency is very powerful.
Viewers, now as the West Asia tension continues to climb, an attack on an Iranian elementary girls' school quickly became a focal flashpoint for casualties that are being taken by the civilians. Now, a shocking development has emerged in the missile strike on the girls' school in Minab in Iran that left at least 175 people dead. New findings suggest the attack may have been the result of faulty targeting during a US military strike aimed at a nearby Iranian Iranian military base. Now, investigations indicate that outdated intelligence data may have led to the tragic strike on the school, raising serious questions about accountability. Republic has also accessed exclusive photographs which proves the involvement of the US in the strikes on the Iranian school. On the other hand, Donald Trump claims that he has no idea about this attack whatsoever. Here's more on the story. Take a look.
Massive development on Tomahawk missile that struck girls' school in Iran, killing at least 175. As per reports, investigations prove that outdated targeting data may have resulted in a mistaken strike on the school. The probe also stated that US was targeting an Iranian base adjacent to the school. Reports say that the school was formerly a part of the Iranian base. The investigation also proved that US CENTCOM created the target coordinates for the strike using outdated data provided by the Defense Intelligence Agency. This clearly proves that the US is to blame on the strikes on the school. But Uncle Sam narrates another story. Trump claims that he had no idea about the attacks.
For the strike on the school in Iran, a new report says the military investigation has found it was the United States that struck the school.
I don't know about it.
Republic has accessed exclusive images which clearly show the involvement of US in the strikes on the school. This photo clearly shows that the missile was made in the United States. A US company had manufactured the missile that struck the school in Iran. Another missile used in the strikes on the school in Iran was manufactured in Colorado. Meanwhile, Iran government yesterday released data on civilian casualties since the war broke out. Iran claimed the US-Israel strikes in various parts of the country killed over 260 people, with 206 women and children. The youngest was an 8-month-old girl. This just boils down to one question. Will US own up to its mistake, or will it evade it like it does every time?
Viewers, now quickly shifting focus to a breaking development. Fresh visuals coming in from Mumbai of first crude vessel ship that has now arrived in India through the Strait of Hormuz. Visuals from Mumbai Port Trust. Now, this is a ship called Shenlong and is carrying about 135,000 metric tons of crude oil. She's in fact berthed at Jawahar Dweep and has also started discharging the crude cargo. The crude will go to refineries in eastern Mumbai, and the tanker is owned by Shenlong Shipping Limited and is managed by the Athens-based Tanker Management Limited. Now, there are 29 Indian, Pakistani and Philippines crew on board this vessel. This is the first one to arrive and dock in India's Mumbai through the Strait of Hormuz since the war began, and the Strait of Hormuz has been turned into a volatile region since the 28th of February. Now, this is a Liberia-flagged Shenlong Suezmax loaded with crude, and it departed from the Saudi port of Ras Tanura on the 1st of March. And today, on the 12th, it has successfully come and docked at the Mumbai port. Now, the maritime traffic in the region took a major hit in the Strait of Hormuz after the US and Israel joined hands to conduct strikes on Iran. And as retaliation, the Iranian aggression came through in the Strait of Hormuz. Tehran targeted other Western nations spilling over the conflict and their vessels. In fact, just yesterday, another vessel that was slated to arrive in India was struck, a Thai-flagged Mayuri Nari, after which the External Affairs Minister strongly condemned the attack. We're in fact also being joined by Vivati, my colleague, to get us more details into the matter, who joins us from Mumbai with all the recent details. Vivati, these are exceptional visuals. Shenlong now docking at the Mumbai port, and this is a win for India's geopolitical ties. Talk to us more about what the ship is carrying.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, after the tensions that were escalated in the Middle East, this is the very first ship that has entered at the Mumbai port, currently to the Elephanta port, where this you can see we are approaching this this ship which has entered last evening, and it was anchored at around 6 p.m. and as you can see, this is the very first ship that has been anchored after the situations that escalated in the Middle East. Also, this is carrying the crude oil, which is really important at this point of time for every other Indians, because there was stock for almost 45 days. But now, as the ship has arrived through the Strait of Hormuz, and it has come to light that External Affairs Minister Mr. S. Jaishankar had a diplomatic talks with the Iranian with the Minister of External Affairs, and after that, after 24 hours, this particular ship has reached the Mumbai port, and now it has been anchored at the Elephanta port. As you can see through these visuals, it is the very first ship that is anchored in the Mumbai port, and soon the further updates will come once the information about the ship, that from where it started and what exactly, how much crude oil it is carrying, all the information will be shared once the details about this particular ship is arrived. Over to you.
Correctly pointed out, India, in fact, not just India, but the globe, as far as is concerned, is eyeing crude oil, and this is the testament to India's standing in the matter. After External Affairs Minister, in fact, also said that we're diversifying our oil partners. Even then, we've managed to bring out our vessel untouched through the Strait of Hormuz. Talk to us about the crude that this vessel is carrying.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, that this crude oil plays important role at this point of time. As I mentioned earlier, only 45 days stock was there in India. Republic also had a word with the LPG gas dealers, along with the Petrol Diesel Association president, who said that if at least one ship arrives, then India can be relaxed for next almost a month or so. But now, as we can see, it is really important that this ship has.
In fact, we're facing some network errors as my colleague continues to remain in the waters, getting you the first visuals of the Liberian ship that has now arrived in India. The tanker is carrying Saudi Arabian crude oil, about 135,000 metric tons, and this is the first tanker to arrive in India through the Strait of Hormuz since the West Asian tensions began on the 28th of February. For now, viewers, it's time to slip into a short break, but don't go anywhere. On the other side, reports have been found that claim that US spent about $11 billion in the first 10 days of the Iran war. We're getting you all the details on that right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू। आलू से नहीं होगा? हो गया।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो सुबह केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
राजा आरती और मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू। आलू से नहीं होगा? हो गया। तुमचा कुणाल केला नीचे अजून गाडीला पूर्ण होला त्याला गोटे का गाडी मागवा।
Hello and welcome. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now viewers, today is day 13 of the war in West Asia. Trump says it will end soon, but Iran has escalated its attacks, now raising the crude price to $100 per barrel. We'll get you all the details, but first up, let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking for you at this hour. Reports claim US spent $11 billion in the first 10 days of the Iran war. US intel confirms that Donald Trump's worst fears, Iran regime stays intact. Brent crude oil tops $100 a barrel as Iran ups attacks on Strait of Hormuz ships. Donald Trump says he has no idea about the Tomahawk missile that hit a Minab school in Iran that killed at least 160 schoolgirls. India receives first crude vessel through Strait of Hormuz since the war began. Tanker reaches Mumbai port. Welcome viewers, our top focus at this hour. We are getting some visuals that we will in fact show you in a short while. These are the visuals of the first vessel reaching the Mumbai port, which is carrying about 135,000 metric tons of Saudi crude oil. Now this oil will be supplied to refineries in the nearby areas in Mumbai. Now these are the visuals viewers on your screen are showing you the first glimpse of this Liberian flagged vessel, which in fact has reached Mumbai port. Now these are the first exclusive visuals we're getting you on a Republic of the vessel, which in fact has reached Mumbai port. Now viewers, this is the first vessel which in fact has reached the port since the war began. My colleague who's been closely tracking the story, Revati, now joins me. Revati, give us more details about this vessel, which in fact is the first one to reach Mumbai port since the war began. All right, we'll try to connect with my colleague there. Revati, give us more details about this first vessel reaching Mumbai port since the war began.
Rightly mentioned that it is really important for Indians that this particular
the Mumbai port, and now it is carrying 135,000 metric tons of crude oil, which is very, very essential because India just had a stock of 45 days. This can be called a success of the Indian diplomacy, as Iran took a stand that only Chinese vessel will pass through the Strait of Hormuz. But as you can see, that this particular ship has come untouched from the Strait of Hormuz, and now this
the crude oil from this particular ship will be sent to the refinery, and now you are seeing the exact ship, Shenlong ship, which has reached this port. Currently this ship is carrying 135,000 metric tons of crude oil.
You can see that this ship is anchored last evening at around 6 p.m.
and the crude oil will be sent at the earliest from this particular ship, and it has played a very important role in the Indian diplomacy talks. As we can see that within 24 hours of the diplomatic talks, this ship is anchored at the Mumbai port. Over to you.
Right, of course, Revati, this comes after there was a conversation that took place between External Affairs Minister J&K with his Iranian counterpart, and the discussion on the attacks, in fact, that are ongoing on the vessels near the Strait of Hormuz was part of that call. Now, Revati, we are given to understand that the captain here, he also switched off its radar system and the ship did not appear on the tracking system while it was going through the Strait of Hormuz. What details do we have about that? All right, Revati, now as you mentioned, this development comes right after there was a call that took place between the External Affairs Minister J&K, this Iranian counterpart, and there was in fact discussion that took place on the ongoing attacks that are taking place on commercial vessels trying to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. But I want to ask you, we are given to understand that the captain of this very ship switched off its tracking system. So this ship did not appear, in fact, on the radars while it was going through the Strait of Hormuz. What details do we have about this?
You can see I'm in ocean, so you're not audible at the moment. But what I understood from your question, that I would like to mention that you rightly mentioned that it was not able to be tracked for some point of time because the system was shut down. But as we showed on Republic TV, that this particular ship is untouched and as Indian diplomacy. This is a Indian diplomacy, but the Shenlong ship, which is carrying more than 135,000 metric tons of crude oil. This is the very ship, and you rightly mentioned it was not able to be tracked because there were talks that only Chinese ships were allowed to pass through the Strait of. But talks about some dispute within the diplomacy of Iran and India. But now, after the talks, after the diplomatic talks, just after 24 hours, you can see that this ship is anchored at around 6 p.m. on Wednesday, and you can see that the crude oil will be sent to the refinery at the earliest.
Right, Revati, this comes, of course, after a major breakthrough that took place. I also want to ask you, are we also expecting some more vessels which could, in fact, dock at the Mumbai port? Do we have any information about that?
So, as of now, we also had a word, I'm saying this very... there might be ships.
All right, because the Revati is in fact present very close to the vessel which has been docked at the Mumbai port. Her network is not very strong right now. We'll try and connect with her. But the latest details that she's giving us about this vessel, Liberian vessel, which in fact has now docked at the Mumbai port, is that it is the first one to reach at the Mumbai port, comes after the conversation that took place between the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar with his Iranian counterpart. They both discussed the concerns about vessels not being allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz and commercial vessels coming after attacks. And now, after that conversation, we're looking at this major breakthrough. Now, viewers, the vessel carries about 135,000 metric tons of crude oil. It's Saudi crude oil that will now, in fact, be supplied to refineries in East Mumbai. Now, India already was in a very comfortable position when it came to crude oil. It had about 40 to 50 days of reserves, but significantly it's going to give a big boost to the oil reserves present with the country. And remember, it contains about 135,000 metric tons of oil, and it is the first vessel to reach the Mumbai port right after the war between Iran and the US began on February 28th. We're getting you live visuals. First exclusive visuals on your screen of this Liberian flagged vessel, which is carrying Saudi crude oil and has now reached Mumbai port. Oil from the port will now be supplied to refineries in eastern Mumbai, and this is how the developments are now going to take place. Those are the first visuals, viewers, on your screen of this Liberian flagged vessel reaching Mumbai. All right, viewers, now remember, this comes as we are looking at more and more attacks from the Iranian drones and missiles on several vessels trying to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Vessels in the waters, Iraqi waters, have been attacked near the Strait of Hormuz. We're also looking at attacks on vessels in the UAE waters, all of them near the Strait of Hormuz, trying to pass through the economic corridor, which Iran has now declared as a war zone. So there have been attacks taking place continuously. Omani vessels, Thai vessels, all have been attacked. And amid those escalating attacks, we're looking at the first vessel reaching now Indian port, the port of Mumbai. It is the first vessel to reach here since the war began on February 28th. It's carrying about 135,000 metric tons of Saudi crude oil. So despite India being in a comfortable position in terms of crude, it had about 40 to 50 days of reserves with it, but it is certainly going to give a boost to the crude reserves in India. And remember, this comes as the world today is staring at an energy crisis. All right, Captain Shyam Kumar also joins us on the broadcast. He's a defense expert. Thank you, Captain, for joining us on Republic. I want to ask you, the first vessel has now arrived at the Mumbai port. It's carrying about 135,000 metric tons of crude oil. It had to go through the Strait of Hormuz. How do you look at this development? Specifically, it comes right after the conversation that took place between External Affairs Minister with his Iranian counterpart.
Thank you, Jai Hind, son of Varuna. It's a good development, a diplomatic win for India. Iran and Indian friendship again at display, and it's a safe voyage for a mercantile to bring back cargo fuel from the engulfed waters of Persian Gulf to India. Although I see it as a diplomatic win, I also must appreciate the present situation as a naval warfare expert that the Strait of Hormuz is under threat, and the cost, the insurance, the companies who are reluctant to move out from there. You see, UNCLOS, United Nations Convention of Law at Sea 1982 clearly defines that states must not be closed for any kind of contested regions, and Iran has no right to do so. America is trying to bring the confidence into the seafarers, but since there is a naval presence, asymmetric threats, mines, and small speedboats, drones attacks, it is very, very difficult for anyone who is daring to cross the strait, which is a very narrow water. So therefore, these developments are good, but on the ground realities, it would be very difficult for other private companies, for that matter, Indian private companies, because 29 of them, Indian Marine Association has written letter to government, has asked for the escort of warships, but even American warships are in the present situation not able to escort the ships through the Strait of Hormuz because of many, many challenges. There are 4 or 5 reasons for it. If I get time, I will explain you accordingly.
Right, so you have clearly pointed out that, right now the waters near the Strait of Hormuz are very dangerous. We're looking at attacks continuously in the, in Iraqi waters, in Emirates waters. Even a Omani vessel was attacked, a Thai vessel was attacked. And amid those concerns, this vessel has been, able to safely pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Sir, we are given to understand the vessel, in fact, had to switch off its radar, its tracking system to not appear on the radar. How do you look at, the way it had been able to come through the Strait of Hormuz?
See, the collision avoidance system of the ships are expected to be on, so that in the vicinity, if you have ships around, your position is very clear to you and to the ships in proximity. So it is very important for merchant captain to be fully aware of situations where he, and because of jamming, because of the spoofing, because of versatile variety of signals, electromagnetic signals, drones also in the area with electronic surveillance and jamming, these signals are likely to be distorted, and they can cause confusion. And to avoid the identity, to avoid the position through the trackers, these ships are switching off their collision avoidance systems, which is dangerous.
Sorry to interrupt you there, but thank you so much, sir, for giving us your analysis on this story. We've got a breaking news coming in right now. Indian medical students have been evacuated from Iran. Students have been asked to leave for borders. The evacuation process for Indian medical students stranded in Iran has now begun in phases, with the first group of students now leaving for the borders. Today, in fact, students from different areas who were earlier relocated to Qom. They were formed the first batch, and they left today by buses towards the Armenia border. According to the latest update, more students are now expected to land at Indira Gandhi International Airport on 15th of March, while a few students are expected to arrive on 14th of March as well. And this would be at Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj International Airport. So essentially, the rescue op to take Indian students who have been stranded in the war zone in Iran essentially has now begun. It will take in phases. Some of them will be arriving at the Delhi International Airport, while some, in fact, would be arriving at the Mumbai Airport. They will be arriving at 14th and 15th of March. My colleague Zeenat now joins me. Zeenat, we are given to understand that the process of evacuation of Indian students has now begun. It will take in phases, and they will be arriving at different batches at Delhi as well as Mumbai Airport.
See, we need to understand that the regional dispute, the escalation that is going on between Iran and Israel, and it has impacted all the communities, those have been working there, and now the Indian students who have been doing their courses in Iran, they have requested for a help because All India Medical Students Association has already swung for the action from the government for their relocation and for the safety, because many of the students have reported the shortage of the food and also the explosives that were reported just near to their dormitories or to the places where they were shifted. Now, what the government at present is doing, that they have taken the land routes via Azerbaijan and the Armenia. They are the borders that they are being used for the evacuation for the students, those who have been present in Sham or in the Qom. And we are expecting that these students will be coming to India. They are landing on the 15th of March to Indira Gandhi International Airport, which is located in Delhi, and then another batch will be coming to and landing at the Chhatrapati Shivaji Airport in Mumbai on 14. Although in Kashmir also we see the hundred number of the students who are doing their medical courses in Iran. Their families are trying to get in touch with the MEA. There have been multiple groups that have been formed, and the Jammu and Kashmir Student Association is also following the leads from the MEA as far as the safety and to get these students back to their land, for which they have been pursuing. Now there is a good news that is coming from the quarters, that the students will be traveling using the land routes from the Armenia or the Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan has also witnessed the violence in the recent past, the escalation that has seen in the last 12 days between the US, Israel and the Iran, and because of which the entire Middle East has been affected. The biggest concern now is that the students who have gone there for their courses, they should be evacuated and they should reach to their homes safely, for which the government has taken multiple initiatives. They were relocated to the places, the safety houses, the safer houses, and now they are being shifted and they will be taken in using the land routes from the Armenia and the Azerbaijan, and then the aircrafts will be taking them and they will be landing in India between 14th and 15th. In a way, a big relief for the students as well as the parents who are looking for their kids so that they reach to their home safely. So this is one of the immediate concerns for the parents, to get their kids back, and the government has also swung into action. We have been seeing multiple initiatives that.
Right, those are the concerns being raised, and of course the Government of India now acting on this concern. The evacuation process has begun. Now we'll in fact be shifting to another breaking news. Viewers are getting at this point. Fresh attacks have been reported by Iran. Iran is now targeting Israel's Shin Bet headquarters and military air bases. These are the bases located in fact in Shin Bet. IRGC has now launched a drone towards Israeli Palmachim Air Base, and this is in fact located near Tel Aviv. It is the Israeli Satellite Launch and Missile Testing Center. It is home to missile defenses systems such as the David Slings and Hermes 900 drones. Ubeda Air Base, while is a strategic facility and training base for the Israeli Air Force, it has been home to American F-22 fighter jets. So we're looking at big scale military targets are now coming under attacks in Israel. Iran here launching missiles and drones towards several air bases in Israel as well as other military headquarters. Now, Palmachim and Ubeda Air Base are the ones which have been targeted in the recent strikes. IRGC here has launched drones towards Israel. Other targets on Iran's drones, in fact, include the Palmachim Air Base. This is near Tel Aviv. This is the Israeli Satellite Launch and Missile Testing Center. Now, this is home to missile defenses systems such as David Slings and Hermes 900 drones. We're talking about military assets worth billions of dollars and now coming under attack on the radar of Iran's missiles and drones, as IRGC now launches fresh wave of attacks targeting Israeli air base as well as a training base, all belonging to Israeli Air Force. It is home to American fighter jets as well. And this is the Ubeda Air Base, which is now on the target of Iranian drones. In fact, it's not just the only base that has been attacked. There are testing centers, missile testing centers, which have also been attacked. Now we've got another breaking news. Iranian missiles are now targeting southern Israel, is what we're given to understand. Iran here ramping up its attacks with missiles now targeting the southern of the country. more and more missiles and drones are now being launched by Iran on day 13 of the war in West Asia. We're looking at Iranian missiles now targeting southern Israel. We have seen attacks earlier on Jerusalem, Haifa, Tel Aviv, and now we're looking at attacks on the southern part of the country as well. More missiles are being launched by IRGC, which is now targeting not just civilian areas but also military headquarters. The Israeli Air Force base is also being attacked, according to the latest visuals on your screen, viewers. Iran here is now launching missiles as well as drones targeting areas in southern part of Israel. Along with that, several targets on the list of Iran include the air base. 2 air bases essentially of Israeli Air Force are now on the radar of Iranian drones and missiles. Fresh wave of attacks are now being launched, trying to hit these military targets. Now, these are high-profile targets. They have military assets worth billions of dollars deployed at the site. And now Iran is trying to go for these big-scale targets in Israel. Fresh wave of attacks is now being reported in southern Israel as well. Missile testing centers are now coming under attack in Tel Aviv, as Iran launches more and more drones and missiles targeting these military centers. Now, viewers, remember, Iran has been deploying this strategy of using low-cost but effective drones to essentially exhaust Israel's air defense system. We'll also show you the visuals of these attacks. Now, in fact, you can hear in this video the sounds of people panicking and the explosion which is taking place in the background. You can see the thick plumes of smoke rising at the time of the explosion. This is the latest wave of attacks carried out by IRGC as it tries to hit targets, high-profile targets in Israel. Southern Israel, in fact, is at the location of these strikes. It is now targeting military headquarters, the air base of the Israeli Air Force, and using just drones and missiles. Now, the strategy of Iran here has been to exhaust the defense systems of Israel as well as US. And it is using low-cost but effective drones and missiles, which in fact have been making direct hits in several parts of the country. And those are the visuals on your screen showing you the latest attacks carried out by Iran in southern Israel, which is now targeting military headquarters, using low-cost, effective drones as well as missiles. All right, viewers, coming up on the other side, reports now claim US spent $11 billion in the first 10 days of Iran war.
थोड़े ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
Please stop!
झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका।
Not there. मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
तेरा झुमका।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एक
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing. Destruction of infrastructure and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We all suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे हैं मंडू आलू से नहीं होगा तुम तो कमाल किया नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला ऐसा बोलते हैं
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
First we saw the people dying, the killings continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, viewers, today is the day 30 East Asia war, and Trump says the war will end soon. But Iran has escalated attacks, leading to crude price now topping $100 per barrel. We'll get you all the details. But first up, let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking for you at this hour. Reports claim US spent $1 billion in 4 days of the Iran war. US intel confirms that Donald Trump's worst fears, Iran regime still intact. Brent crude oil tops $100 a barrel as Iran ups attacks on the ship's Strait of Hormuz. Donald Trump says he has no idea about the Tomahawk missile that hit the Manab school in Iran, killing at least 160 schoolgirls. India receives first crude vessel through Strait of Hormuz since the war began. Tanker reaches Mumbai port. All right, viewers, we've got breaking news coming. coming in from West Asia. Another round of explosions have now been heard in Dubai's downtown. Dubai houses key landmark buildings here like Burj Khalifa. And Dubai officials have confirmed about the latest wave of explosion. It was a drone crash which was in fact reported in Al Badha area. Fortunately, no injuries have been reported so far. But the latest wave of attacks being carried out as explosions are now being heard in Dubai's downtown. Now remember, this is where key buildings, key landmark buildings are present, including Burj Khalifa as well, which in fact has come under attacks previously as well in this war. Now we're looking at a drone crash being reported in Al Badha area. Fortunately, no injuries have been reported so far. Now viewers, remember this comes after Iran said and apologized to its Gulf neighbors that it will not be attacking civilian areas, only targeting US assets. But it is in fact a civilian area which has now come under the attack. And this is as another round of explosions are being heard in Dubai's downtown area. Essentially the area where key landmarks including Burj Khalifa are present. And drone crash has now been reported in Al Badha area. Fortunately, officials say that no injuries have been reported. This comes as the Gulf states are also issuing warning to Iran regarding the attacks on civilian areas. All right, viewers, another breaking news coming right now. Petroleum Minister, in fact, will be responding to a leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, at 4:30 p.m. today. Now, Hardeep Puri's response will come at 4:30 p.m. It will be on the LPG issue that was raised by Rahul Gandhi in Lok Sabha while speaking. So, we're looking at a response coming in from the government side now. Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri will be responding to the opposition's allegations regarding the LPG crisis. The response will come in today at about 4:30 p.m. Now, remember, this comes after Rahul Gandhi, who is the leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, raised the issue of LPG crisis. And we're also getting you visuals of the opposition members holding a protest in the parliament over the same. And now the government will be giving a response to this at about 4:30 p.m. We will be tracking the response here on Republic, which will come at 4:30 p.m. viewers. It will be in Lok Sabha, that's the lower house of the parliament, where Hardeep Singh Puri will be giving the government's response on the LPG crisis, the issue which was raised by opposition earlier in Lok Sabha. Rahul Gandhi, in fact, will also be speaking before Hardeep Singh Puri in Lok Sabha, and the response from the government side will come in later at about 4:30 p.m. So those are the latest updates regarding the parliamentary proceedings for today as far as LPG issue is concerned. Rahul Gandhi will be speaking on this issue. In fact, there was a demand coming in from the opposition side to have a discussion on the energy crisis on the floor of the House. And Rahul Gandhi will speak today as well, which will be followed up by a response coming in from the government side. Hardeep Singh Puri will be speaking at 4:30 p.m. on the LPG crisis. All right, viewers, now shifting focus, we have some visuals coming from Mumbai. This is of course a crude vessel that has in fact reached the Mumbai port since the war began in West Asia. The first vessel which has now reached the Mumbai port, Liberian flagged vessel, has now docked at the Mumbai port. It is carrying about 135,000 metric tons of crude oil, Saudi crude oil essentially, and this will now be supplied to refineries in eastern part of the city. These are the first visuals, viewers, we're getting you on Republic of the Liberian flagged vessel, which is now docked at the Mumbai port. It is in fact the first vessel to reach safely while passing through the Strait of Hormuz, which still is a war zone. Now, this vessel was able to pass safely as there was a conversation that took place between the External Affairs Minister with his Iranian counterpart. Now, viewers, we also have a ground report showing you the glimpse of the vessel as well as the conditions around it. Let's take a look.
Strait of Hormuz is currently the most sensitive part, but mind you, now the ship which was carrying more than 1 lakh metric tons of crude oil has now reached the Mumbai port. Currently I am at the Elephanta port, where you can see that the ship has arrived on Wednesday at around 1 p.m. and the ship was anchored at around 6 p.m. This is the very ship, Shenlong ship, which is carrying around 1,35,000 metric tons of crude oil. As we are all aware of the fact that currently crude oil plays an essential role, and we only had a stock of 45 days, and now it is a really relaxing moment for all Indians that this particular ship has arrived, which is carrying more than 1,35,000 metric tons of the crude oil. According to the information received, it is said that External Minister of Affairs, Mr. S. Jaishankar, had a diplomatic talks with the Iranian External Minister, and after which after 24 hours this ship has reached the Mumbai port, because prior to this the Iranian stance was that only China's ship will be allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. But after a diplomatic talk with the Iranian External Affairs Minister, now we can see that within 24 hours, this particular ship has now reached the Mumbai port. And as I mentioned earlier, that this move is really important. At this point of time, the ship is carrying a total of 29 on-board workers there, and also this is a Liberia flagged ship which has reached the Mumbai port right now. You can clearly see through those visuals that this particular ship has now reached the Mumbai port, and soon it will the crude oil from this particular ship will be sent to refinery from here, and around more than a month this crude oil ship will be helpful for the Indians. So it is a great success for Indian diplomatic talks that those were happening in Iran, as I mentioned earlier, because only China's ship were allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. But with the diplomatic efforts, you can see it is pretty evident that within 24 hours this particular ship has reached the Mumbai port.
All right, we're getting that breaking news from my colleague, and that's fantastic news as we got those first visuals of an Indian ship coming from the Strait of Hormuz. Thank you for giving us that fantastic update. Now, viewers, we're also going to breaking news that's coming in. Satellite imagery from March 7 shows the damage at Tehran's Mehrabad airport after heavy bombing. Images reveal multiple aircraft has been destroyed on the tarmac. This is not the first time that we are seeing this, but at Tehran's Mehrabad airport now there is hectic bombing that's happening once again, and massive multiple aircrafts are being destroyed. This is in sync with what's been happening in the US-Israel strikes on Iran. We can also see the pictures there of casualties that have taken place at Mehrabad airport, and clear satellite imagery from 7th of March revealed the significant damage to the airport following the heavy airstrikes. Gesu is joining us from our newsroom, and Gesu, at least 17 aircrafts it says have been destroyed, damaged, including C-130s and 76. The strikes are attributed to what's been happening, also resulting in the thermal activity and fires on the tarmac. Give us more details.
In fact, correctly pointed out, multiple commercial aircraft that have been destroyed by the strike. Now the strike came on the 7th of March, and remember, these are fresh visuals, satellite images that we have accessed exclusively. Now they have the Israeli Defense Forces and the US Air Force struck the Mehrabad airport. This is one of the busiest domestic airports inside Iran, and all operations have now been brought to a standstill. Now this is very much in tandem with what is happening to airports across the Gulf region. Flights that are going going through Dubai, flights that are going through Emirates, UAE, Abu Dhabi, all stalled. And now another domestic airport, Mehrabad, inside Tehran, has been struck. Also remember, this is the busiest domestic airport in Iran, and all flight operations have been stalled as of now, with multiple runways reporting damage. In fact, we also have close images of commercial flights being completely destroyed. You can see an entire tarmac, a sea of commercial flights parked exactly where the missile rained down and destroyed at least 17 commercial aircraft. Now, this comes as the war between US, Israel and Iran continues to snowball, and commercial and civilian infrastructure remains at the center of this entire escalation. The focal point, which began from the Minab school, has now come down to airports. We've also seen various other airports across, Dubai, Saudi, UAE being struck by missiles as part of the growing aggression in West Asia. Rhythm.
Thank you for giving us, Gesu, those details. There's also more breaking news coming in on this war. Now we're being told in the breaking news that's coming in, Thai ministry has met the Iranian ambassador and they have given details and grievances. The Thai foreign ministry has said it held Thursday meeting with the Iranian ambassador. The ministry in Bangkok said it conveyed concerns after a Thai cargo ship was hit near the Strait of Hormuz on Wednesday. They did not share additional details of what happened, but this is a very clear tensions of amid escalating tensions. There has been now a Thai ship that has been hit. We were also getting details about the Thai ship that had been hit. The vessel, the Mayuri Nari, a bulk carrier that was operated, was struck by projectiles on Wednesday while traveling from the UAE. And the Thai Ministry of Foreign Affairs summoned the Iranian ambassador to express grave concern following this attack on the Thai-flagged cargo ship in the Strait of Hormuz. What's going to happen next has to be seen, but the ministry in Bangkok has said it has conveyed its concerns after the Thai cargo ship was hit near the Strait of Hormuz. An all-time low on Thursday as the market opened to a weakened assets due to an oil surge following fresh attacks against oil tankers. India is currently grappling to keep the oil crisis afloat while scrambling to keep the economy from crashing as the war in Iran enters the 13th day today.
Renewed oil surge hits Indian assets and pushes rupee to a record low. The rupee fell 0.3% to 92.35, eclipsing its previous lifetime low of 92.34 hit earlier this week. As a fresh surge in crude oil prices reignited, worries over the economic impact from the energy supply is looming large. Brent crude prices climbed to $100 per barrel as Iran stepped up its attacks on oil and transport facilities across West Asia. Nifty and Sensex cracked over 1% as oil prices continue to rise. International Energy Agency had earlier approved to release 400 million barrels amid supply pressures. Fear now grips the nation as the rupee fell to a record low of all time.
And there's more breaking news. This time, an Italian military base in Iraqi Kurdistan has been hit by an airstrike. The Italian military base hit by the airstrike reported. There are no injuries that have been reported. The Italian defense official said on Thursday. The defense ministry initially spoke of the missile attack on the Italian base in Erbil, but ministry sources later said it was a drone that had destroyed a military vehicle. Possibly they're also giving out reasons, could be because of some accident, as no casualties have been reported. That's the news that's coming in. But this was struck overnight on 12th of March. All soldiers have been confirmed safe after taking shelter in bunkers during the alert. This is an Italian military base in Erbil, Iraqi Kurdistan, that has been struck by the drone or the missile attack. One military vehicle has been destroyed. Remember, Italy currently has approximately 300 troops stationed in Erbil to train Kurdish security forces as part of an international coalition. Viewers, US President Donald Trump has now said over the past 11 days the US military has virtually destroyed Iran. Trump claims that Iran no longer has radars and no anti-aircraft equipment to protect them. Trump further claims Iranian missile firepower is down by 90%, their drones are down by 85%. We don't know how to believe the US president, but let's listen in to the claims from Donald Trump.
Over the past 11 days, our military has virtually destroyed Iran. Tough country. Their air force is gone, totally gone. That took the better part of about 3 hours. They no longer have radar. They don't have anti-aircraft equipment. They don't have anything. Their missiles are down 90%. Their drones are down 85%. We're blowing up the factories where they're made left and right. And frankly, nobody has ever seen anything like it. Nobody's ever seen anything like what you're witnessing now, and that can include the original killing of Soleimani and al-Baghdadi, two of the worst killers in the world that I did, as well as Operation Midnight Hammer, where we totally obliterated Iran's nuclear potential. We obliterated it. They don't have nuclear potential. And then after Midnight Hammer, and then we left, we figured that'll be the end of them for a while. But they started again. That's why we got to finish it, right? We don't want to go back every 2 years. And that's because, there'll be some day when you don't have me as president. You'll have perhaps you'll have a weak, pathetic person like we've had in the past, mostly all. Like Barack Hussein Obama, who signed one of the worst deals ever with Iran, where they were going to give up everything. Remember when he filled up a 757 with billions of dollars of cash and sent it to Iran? Billions. People forget that. That's when I realized the presidency is very powerful.
Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson Ismail Baqai has condemned the US for a double-tap Tomahawk missile. The breaking news coming in, the one that had struck the school in Minab, killing 168 people, mostly children. The US military investigating the incident with preliminary findings suggest outdated data that led to the targeting mistake. The strike sparked international outrage. Iran is now vowing retaliation. This is the big news that's coming in as Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson condemns the US for the double-tap Tomahawk missile strike on the school, killing children. We continue to stay on that shocking development that emerged in the missile strike on the girls' school in Minab, Iran, that led to at least 175 people dead. New findings suggest the attack may have been the result of faulty targeting during a US military strike aimed at nearby Iranian base. Investigations indicate outdated intelligence data led to the tragic strike of the school, raising very serious questions about US's accountability. Republic accessed exclusive photographs which prove the involvement of US in the strikes on the Iranian school. On the other hand, Donald Trump claims he has no idea about the attack.
Massive development on Tomahawk missile that struck girls' school in Iran, killing at least 175. As per reports, investigations prove that outdated targeting data may have resulted in a mistaken strike on the school. The probe also stated that US was targeting an Iranian base adjacent to the school. Reports say that the school was formerly a part of the Iranian base. The investigation also proved that US CENTCOM created the target coordinates for the strike using outdated data provided by the Defense Intelligence Agency. This clearly proves that the US is to blame on the strikes on the school. But Uncle Sam narrates another story. Trump claims that he had no idea about the attacks.
For the strike on the school in Iran, a new report says the military investigation has found it was the United States that struck the school.
I don't know about it.
Republic has accessed exclusive images which clearly show the involvement of US in the strikes on the school. This photo clearly shows that the missile was made in the United States. A US company had manufactured the missile that struck the school in Iran. Another missile used in the strikes on the school in Iran was manufactured in Colorado. Meanwhile, Iran government yesterday released data on civilian casualties since the war broke out. Iran claimed the US-Israel strikes in various parts of the country killed over 260 people, with 206 women and children. The youngest was an 8-month-old girl. This just boils down to one question. Will US own up to its mistake, or will it evade it like it does every time?
Amid soaring global crude oil prices, supply disruption linked to tensions in the Middle East, several countries are moving to stabilize energy markets. Japan and Germany have announced plans to release oil from their strategic reserves following the appeal by the IEA. India has also welcomed the move and says it's closely monitoring the developments in the global energy markets.
Japan says that it will begin releasing oil reserves as early as Monday to stabilize global supply as tensions in West Asia threaten shipments through the Strait of Hormuz.
IEA と連携した国際的な備蓄放出の正式な決定を待たず、我が国が率先して国際エネルギー市場における需給の緩和に向けて今月16日にも備蓄放出を行うことを決定しました。
Tokyo plans to release both private and national stockpiles to ensure energy supplies for domestic refineries.
まずは民間備蓄15日分を放出するとともに当面1ヶ月分の国家備蓄を放出し、一刻も早く国内の精製事業者にも届けてまいります。小売価格を全国平均で170円程度に抑制するとともに軽油、重油、灯油などについても同様の措置を講じることとしました。
Japan imports more than 90% of its oil from West Asia, with most shipments passing through the strategically crucial Strait of Hormuz.
中東情勢の先行きは未だ予断を許さない状況でありますことから、事態が長期化する場合にも息切れすることなく、持続的に国民の皆様の生活をお支えするべく、今後とも支援の在り方は柔軟に検討してまいります。
Meanwhile, Germany says that it will also release oil reserves following a request from the International Energy Agency.
Die Internationale Energieagentur hat daher gestern Abend ihre Mitgliedstaaten gebeten, Ölreserven im Umfang von 400 Millionen Barrel, das sind gut 54 Millionen Tonnen, freizugeben. Dieser Bitte werden wir nachkommen und unseren Beitrag dazu leisten, denn Deutschland steht hinter dem wichtigsten Grundsatz der IEA, der gegenseitigen Solidarität.
India has welcomed the International Energy Agency's decision to release emergency oil stocks amid the ongoing supply disruptions. The government says that it is closely monitoring developments in global energy markets, particularly the evolving situation in West Asia. India says that it stands ready to take appropriate measures, if necessary, to support global market stability in coordination with the International Energy Agency. The release will be the largest coordinated use of the emergency oil reserves in the agency's history as governments attempt to curb price hikes.
And we're also going to give you more details as Trump says he has no idea about Tomahawk missile that hit the Minab school in Iran that killed 160 schoolgirls. He says he has no idea. Much more on that after a short break.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा हूँ। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू। नहीं तो फोन तो करा है। अरे आलू से नहीं होगा। हो गया। उनका कमाल गिरा दो नीचे अब उसमें गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला ज्यादा बोलते का गाड़ी में चला
Good evening. Welcome to Republic. Our top focus is going to be on what's really happening with the entire LPG so-called crisis and how the government is united and trying to ensure that there is no crisis in India. First, a look at our top headlines. We say reports are claiming US spent $11 billion in first 10 days of the Iran war. US intel confirms Donald Trump's worst fears. Iran regime stays intact. Brent crude oil tops $100 a barrel as Iran ups attacks on Strait of Hormuz ships. Trump says he has no idea about Tomahawk missiles that hit the Minab school in Iran that killed 160 schoolgirls. And this is Indian diplomacy at its best. India receives the first crude vessels through the Strait of Hormuz since Iran war began. Tanker reaches Mumbai port. And we stay with that breaking news that's just come in. The big breaking news coming in, BPCL now says LPG shortage claims are just rumors. They're also saying right now that we're not going to be looking at these rumors that have been coming in. BPCL says the LPG shortage claims are rumors. BPCL says there is no need to panic on the LPG supply. They say the domestic households remain the highest priority. This is the big breaking news that's coming in from the BPCL, saying it's time to be reassured. Domestic households remain the highest priority. And this is exactly what Republic TV had been saying. There would be some trying to make and milk out this, make it a political situation. But the truth is, there is no such shortage. The Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited has addressed the concerns regarding LPG availability. Those are the pictures on our screen that we're showing you. There is no shortage. BPCL states claims of LPG shortage are unfounded. The top priority remains domestic household supply. They give an assurance that customers that they are working to ensure a steady supply of LPG cylinders. Very, very big news coming in from the BPCL now. The LPG supply will also be rationed. Households are a top priority. This is the state-run BPCL coming out, giving a full assurance. The Petroleum Ministry, Hardeep Puri, is also to respond on the LPG crunch at 4:30 p.m. This is the government taking stock of the situation, and this is also the opposition that tried to make it a political issue, trying to raise the LPG issue in the parliament. But Hardeep Puri, Petroleum Minister, once again going to be replying to that. And a big assurance coming in from the state-run BPCL, saying LPG supplies are being rationed. There is no particular challenge. Let me also show you reports that are coming in from two places where there was supposed to be an LPG crunch. Our reporters sending us detailed reports from there.
ईरान इजराइल युद्ध के बीच इसके साइड इफेक्ट भारत देश में भी देखने को मिल रहे हैं। राजधानी भोपाल की बात करें तो सबसे बड़ी फूड चेन में से एक है सागर गहरे, जहां पर कि अब चूंकि एलपीजी जो है सिलेंडर नहीं मिल पा रहा है, इस वजह से इंडक्शन का उपयोग ज्यादा से ज्यादा हो रहा है। ये इनका जो किचन आप देख रहे हैं सागर गहरे का, इसमें आप देखिए तमाम जो चीजें हैं वो इंडक्शन पे ही बनाई जा रहे हैं। चाहे वो इधर आप देखिए वो इंडक्शन है, इसके अलावा ये देखिए दूसरा आप इंडक्शन देख रहे हैं। और ये जरूर अभी एलपीजी
60% हम इंडक्शन में आ चुके हैं, 60% आ चुके हैं। दो चार 5 दिन में हम लगता है 80% कर देंगे।
यहाँ एलपीजी का उपयोग हो रहा है
अभी तो, इसमें तो है, जब तक है हमारे पास 1-2 सिलेंडर, उसके बाद इसको भी इंडक्शन में करने पड़ेगा।
कितने इंडक्शन का उपयोग आप कर रहे हैं?
अभी लगभग मेरे पास 10 इंडक्शन चल रहे हैं।
अच्छा, तो क्या ये महंगा पड़ता है?
नहीं, महंगा तो थोड़ा सा, अब कर्मचारियों को सिखाना तो थोड़ा सा कठिन काम है अब, लेकिन अच्छा है, ठीक है, हमारे लिए भी धुआं नहीं है, गर्मी नहीं होगी, अच्छा है। अब कुछ समस्या से समाधान तक अच्छा है। जब कोरोना काल आया तो नया चीज सिखाया, इससे हमें और अच्छा सीखने को मिलेगा और किसी भी भूखे को भूखा नहीं जान देंगे। इतना
आपकी भूखा नहीं जाने देंगे,
भूखा नहीं जान देंगे।
शटडाउन यहाँ नहीं होगा
जब तक लाइट रहेगी।
मुंबई में भी गैस एजेंसियों के बाहर लाइन लगना शुरू हो चुका है। मैं इस समय मुंबई के बोरीवली इस इलाके में हूँ। तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ कि भारत गैस के एजेंसी के बाहर तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से लोग खड़े हैं। और यहाँ से देखिए अंदर ऑफिस तक लोग खड़े हैं और यहाँ पे लोग जो है अंदर जो एजेंसी कर्मचारी हैं उनसे जो है मिलने के लिए जा रहे हैं और लोग अलग अलग डेट में बुक कराया है। आपने कब बुक कराया था?
नहीं, मेरा तो अलग काम है। इन लोगों ने 5-5 दिन पहले, किसी ने 8 दिन पहले भी भर के रखा है।
अच्छा।
और उन लोग को अभी बोल रहे हैं कि वो 1 महीना रुको, 21 दिन रुको, उसके बाद आएगा आपको देने।
कितने दिन पहले बुक कराया?
मेरा को 1 हफ्ता हो गया।
अच्छा,
अभी नहीं आया।
सिलेंडर घर पे है कि नहीं
है? सिलेंडर घर पे है।
अच्छा।
डबल है।
डबल है?
हाँ।
लेकिन आपको जानकारी है कि अगर आपके पास बुकिंग हुआ पहले तो 25 दिनों बाद मिलेगा?
नहीं, ये नहीं जानकारी था। इधर आने के बाद जानकारी।
अभी सिलेंडर घर पे है?
घर पे 2 सिलेंडर है मेरे।
भरा हुआ है?
नहीं, खाली है दोनों
खाली है?
हाँ।
भाई आप कब बुक कराए थे?
आज मेरा 3 दिन हो गया।
3 दिन हुआ।
और कल आया था, मेरे को बोले कि आके यहाँ से अर्जेंट पावती लेके जाओ तभी आपको बाटला मिलेगा। तो कल मैं रिक्शा बुक करके आया, 185 रुपया मेरा मीटर आया। वापस फिर मैं घर पे गया रिटर्न, अभी आया हूँ। अभी इतना लाइन लगा है, अभी देखो क्या होता है।
घर पे गैस है?
गैस 2 दिन का और 1-2 दिन का है बस। हाँ।
कितने दिन पहले बुक कराए थे?
आज 2-3 दिन हो गया
बुक कराए थे।
हाँ।
वो अंकल कब बुक कराए थे आप?
बुक ने अभी बुक करने के लिए आया है।
अच्छा।
हाँ, तो वो फ़ोन नहीं उठाता है कंपनी, इस वजह से ऑनलाइन पहला तो बुकिंग होता था। अच्छा। अभी नहीं होता है।
अरे बुक में आया था 4 दिन पहले बुक करने को, बुक नहीं हुआ। बोलते आप 12 तारीख का हो, 11 तारीख का हो। कल भी आया था, आज भी आया। अभी बोलते फिर मोबाइल से बुक करो, मोबाइल से बुक ही नहीं होता है। थोड़ा भी। हाँ, अभी रिक्वेस्ट किया कि मेरे घर में जलाने के लिए नहीं है, कम से कम सर तो हमको कैसा भी करिए, या तो ब्लैक दीजिए या तो फिर बुक करके दे दीजिए। तो बोलते नहीं, जाओ आप बाद में आओ तो या बुक करते रहो, मोबाइल पे पूरा दिन लगे रहो।
सरकार कह रही है कि पर्याप्त मात्रा में जो है सिलेंडर है। क्या आपको लगता है ब्लैक बेचा जा रहा है?
अभी क्या मालूम सर, हम तो ब्लैक भी मांगने के लिए तैयार है कि जो पैसा लगता है मैं ब्लैक देता हूँ आपको, लेकिन हमको दीजिए। हमारे घर में जलाने के लिए नहीं, 4-4 बच्चे हैं, औरत है, बच्चे, हम लोग के घर में नहीं है। 2-2 सिलेंडर है कि हम बुक नहीं किए थे पहले, तो लेट से बुक किए थे। उसके लिए बोलते 1 महीने बाद अभी बुक होएगा, 26 दिन बाद आओ, 25 दिन बाद आओ। 2 दिन पहले आए तो बोले 12 तारीख का आओ, 11 तारीख को आओ। आज 12 का आए, बोलते बुक करते रहो मोबाइल से, जब तक नहीं होता तब तक।
ये तस्वीरें देखिए किस तरह से यहाँ पे अंदर जो है पूरा लाइन लगा हुआ है और अलग अलग कंप्लेन है लोगों की, बुकिंग नहीं हो रहा है, सारे लोग पहुँच रहे हैं। और लगातार कहीं न कहीं मुंबई के अलग अलग एजेंसियों में यही तस्वीर देखने को मिल रहा है कि अब लोग कहीं कहीं गैस एजेंसी पहुंच रहे हैं क्योंकि उनका जो गैस सिलेंडर बुक नहीं हो रहा है, लोग गैस ख़त्म हो चुका है। तो कहीं न कहीं एक पैनिक का माहौल लगातार बनता जा रहा है। लेकिन सरकार की तरफ से जो कहा जा रहा है कि सिलेंडर काफ़ी मात्रा में है, गैस की कोई कमी नहीं, लेकिन ये तस्वीरें कहीं न कहीं कुछ अलग बयां कर रही है। देखने को मिल रहा है कि लोग कहीं कहीं अब गैस एजेंसी पहुंच रहे हैं और यहाँ पे शिकायत कर रहे हैं।
And now Petroleum Minister Hardeep Puri is going to respond to Rahul Gandhi today at 4:30 p.m. Hardeep Puri, Petroleum Minister's response at 4:30 is going to be on the LPG crisis in Lok Sabha. He's going to be giving an assurance and answering all the questions. Rahul Gandhi will also be speaking in the House on this. We're expecting to hear Hardeep Singh Puri, Petroleum Minister, on all details of that. Rahul Gandhi had earlier expressed concerns over the shortage of LPG amid the situation in West Asia, asking the centre to start preparing and also saying change the mindset, trying to make this into a political situation. However, Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri is going to be scheduled to make a statement regarding the ongoing LPG crisis following a likely intervention today by Rahul Gandhi, leader of opposition. Remember, now the Minister Hardeep Puri is expected to apprise the House at around 4 o'clock. Let me go across to Harsha joining us live on the story. Harsha, give us details about what's going to happen. What time can we expect the Petroleum Minister to be making the statement? Harsha, give us details about what time we can expect the Petroleum Minister to be making the statement and Rahul Gandhi to be speaking in the House.
Yes, Rhythm, this is a very important because the LPG matter has been, being raised inside and outside the parliament. Since morning, we have seen a very different sort of protest which opposition leaders have conducted at the stairs of the Makar Dwar. Today, they were holding knives and, different equipment from the kitchen. They actually protested in that way on the stairs of the Makar Dwar. And today, what we have information we have received is that Rahul Gandhi gave a notice to the speaker that the discussion on LPG should happen, but the discussion is not allowed under that notice. Speaker has only allowed that this matter will be taken up at 4:30 p.m. and also Minister will be responding on the LPG growing crisis in the floor of the House, which is Lok Sabha. Already right now, the session is underway in Lok Sabha and all the opposition leaders are already sloganeering and raising up their voice on the LPG crisis issue. Ashwini Vaishnav just now spoke to the, just now in the Lok Sabha addressed and he kept on saying that this is a time when entire country and all the opposition political parties should come together for the welfare of the country. It's not right that rather than finding a solution or sending out a better information to the people, to the citizens of the country, the opposition leaders here are protesting on something which is a crisis matter, which is a matter of the country and the sovereignty and for the sake of the citizens of the country. And that is the reason why continuously speaker on the chair, there's Sandhya Ray, and she's continuously asking all the opposition leaders to be seated because it has been communicated that at 4:30 p.m. Hardeep Singh Puri, Minister Petroleum Natural Gas, will be responding and will be making a statement on the growing crisis of LPG and the queue which is mounting, in different parts of the states, which the pictures are also coming continuously. There was a briefing also from the Secretary of the Petroleum Ministry. She herself stated that there is no rush and no panic should be created as far as the LPG is concerned because 100% domestic availability will be there and also 100% availability in the transport sector will also be there. Just the 2% diversion has been made in the restaurant, in the restaurant sector, but that will not be affected that much. 25% there's an increase in how from different places, from different modes, it is being imported as well. So there's rice as well. No need to rush and panic. What is happening with them here is that the panic is created in such a way that even if the person has a stock of cylinders, they're still going to the distributors to book it before 55 days, before 50 days. Now, what the Joint Secretary has clearly stated that there's no need to rush. Before 25 days, you can't book for the refill of your cylinders, for your LPG. And the message has been communicated to the distributors as well. And this message has to go to each and every state, to each and every person, so that there's no queue, no rush at the distribution centers of the people to book or to refill their cylinders. This is being communicated continuously. And that is the reason why Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri will himself be making a statement in the floor of the House at 4:30 p.m. today. This was on the demand of Rahul Gandhi to take up the matter of the LPG issue in the parliament today, which the speaker allowed that, yes, this matter will be taken up, but there will be no discussion with him. Only minister will be responding on the LPG issue. Back to you.
Thank you, Harsha. We're going to keep a sharp eye on what's stated on that crisis. Thank you for giving us those details. US President Donald Trump has now said over the past 11 days, the US military has virtually destroyed Iran. Trump claims that Iran no longer has radars and no anti-aircraft equipment to protect themselves. Trump also claims Iranian missile firepower is down by 90%. He claims their drones are down by 85%. More claims from Donald Trump. Listen in.
Over the past 11 days, our military has virtually destroyed Iran. It's a tough country. Their air force is gone, totally gone. That took the better part of about 3 hours. They no longer have radar. They don't have anti-aircraft equipment. They don't have anything. Their missiles are down 90%. Their drones are down 85%. We're blowing up the factories where they're made left and right. And frankly, nobody has ever seen anything like it. Nobody's ever seen anything like what you're witnessing now, and that can include the original killing of Soleimani and al-Baghdadi, two of the worst killers in the world that I did, as well as Operation Midnight Hammer, where we totally obliterated Iran's nuclear potential. We obliterated it. They don't have nuclear potential. And then after Midnight Hammer, and then we left, we figured that'll be the end of them for a while. But they started again. That's why we got to finish it, right? We don't want to go back every 2 years. And that's because, there'll be some day when you don't have me as president. You'll have perhaps you'll have a weak, pathetic person like we've had in the past, mostly all. Like Barack Hussein Obama, who signed one of the worst deals ever with Iran, where they were going to give up everything. Remember when he filled up a 757 with billions of dollars of cash and sent it to Iran? Billions. People forget that. That's when I realized the presidency is very powerful.
And we're going to breaking news coming in. There are more videos that are emerging, the aftermath of the Air India Express landing scare. Videos shot by passengers are showing the moment of the hard landing. This is the Air India Express scare in Phuket, where the video captures the close shave for passengers. Videos from Phuket show Air India mess during the hard landing. The landing gear is damaged. Phuket airport was closed for 6 hours. Videos from Phuket airport show how engineers struggled to clear the plane from the runway. The videos are emerging of the aftermath of the Air India landing scare in Phuket. The video shot by passengers and onlookers are there in the aftermath of the Air India Express hard landing in Phuket on the 11th of March 2026. They are showing the damaged nose, landing gear, a burst tire, and also the aircraft that struck on the runway. Remember the incident, viewers. From Hyderabad to Phuket, the Air India Express flight made a hard landing, causing the front landing gear to break and the nose to detach, the nose wheels to detach. The videos, the photos, the visual evidence that we have, that we are sharing and has been shared by these passengers, captures the plane with its nose low to the ground. These are pictures coming of the aftermath where the aircraft got stuck on the runway, forcing Phuket International Airport to temporarily suspend operations for several hours to clear the plane and to inspect the tarmac. The 133 passengers were safely evacuated. The cause is suggested to be a challenging weather condition. But these are visuals coming in from the Phuket airport taken by the passengers, showing the damaged landing gear and at least one burst tire visible on the tarmac. And this is showing how the aircraft got stuck on the tarmac, the runway, forcing the Phuket International Airport to be closed, suspended operations for 6 hours, how the engineers struggled to clear the plane from the runway. Those are the pictures coming in, exclusive pictures of the airplane and how they were struggling to get that aircraft from out of the tarmac so that operations could peacefully continue on the tarmac at the Phuket International Airport. This was a scare. The video captures the close shave for passengers, and these videos from Phuket show the Air India mess that happened during the hard landing.
वो जो ट्रूबोर्ड को जो इंफॉर्मेशन चाहिए था ना, जो वो बाहर डाल रहे थे,
Harsha is joining us live on the story. Harsha, a very shocking state of events there. The Phuket International Airport had to be closed. Give us details about how and what occurred and how they were finally able to clear out the tarmac. The aircraft got stuck on the runway, forcing this airport to be temporarily suspending operations. And no matter how challenging the weather conditions and strong winds... Yes, go ahead, Harsha.
Yes, you rightly pointed out. These are the visuals of the hard landing at the Phuket airport. The Phuket airport was closed from 12 o'clock in the afternoon to 6 o'clock, and it happened because of because there was some repair work going on at Phuket airport. It was not maintained. There was malfunction, but still they don't stop the Air India Express flight from landing. The aircraft landed at Phuket International Airport, and the damage was caused to the nose landing gear and to the landing gear, as in the visuals could be seen. And also the tire had the tire burst, and the impact of the hard landing was so strong that the passengers, in fact, they so many passengers, they shook for a few minutes. They didn't know what exactly had happened, and the crew and passengers had to check whether there's any medical emergency or something wrong or untoward has happened to the passengers or to the crew, but nothing had happened, and this has been seen.
Harsha, also like you giving us details about what happened, we were the channel to report on what had really taken place at the Phuket airport. If you can also give us details about how they were finally able to get... All right, thank you, Harsha, for giving us those details. And there's big breaking news coming in now. From Iran, there are fresh attacks by Iran. Iran has targeted Israel's Shin Bet headquarters and military air bases. These are very crucial details that are now coming in about what details have been targeted. It's the Palmakhim and Obedaha Air Base and Shin Bet headquarters that have been targeted by Iran. IRGC launches drones towards Israel. This is the Israeli Satellite Launch and Missile Testing Center near Tel Aviv. Palmachin Air Base that has been targeted by Israel. It's also home to missile defense systems such as David Slings and Hermes 900 drones that has been targeted now by Iran. Obeda Air Base is also a target in Israel by Iran. It's a strategic facility training base for the Israeli Air Force. It has been home to American F-22 fighter jets. So the breaking news that's coming in, there seems to be another escalation in this war, which Donald Trump claimed is going to be not happening. There are key details of the attack that have taken place on the Palmachin Air Base, the Ovda Air Base, and the Shin Bet headquarters by Iran. The weapons they have used is drones, loitering ammunition aimed at control towers, runways, aircraft hangars. The impact is clearly to give a crushing response following the joint US-Israeli attacks on their infrastructure. Another big breaking news coming in from the West Asian war, and now Iran drones have reportedly attacked the Quaha International Airport, the Quain International Airport, and we're getting more details of that. The Kuwait International Airport has been reportedly attacked. As per the authorities, the Kuwait International Airport was subjected to targeting by several drones. Iranian drones are now targeting the Kuwaiti airport, and this is in sync with what Iran has stated. This is the details that are coming in now of what Iran had stated would possibly be happening. They've targeted the Kuwait International Airport. Earlier we heard about some missiles near the Dubai International Airport. Kuwait authorities confirmed the Kuwait International Airport was targeted by several drones as part of the ongoing West Asian regional conflict. And the DGCA of the Kuwait International Airport said the attack resulted in material damage only. Our top focus from India, US rupee fell to an all-time low on Thursday as the markets opened to a weakened assets due to an oil surge following fresh attacks against oil tankers. India is currently grappling to keep the oil crisis afloat while scrambling to keep the economy from crashing as the war in Iran enters the 13th day today.
Renewed oil surge hits Indian assets and pushes rupee to a record low. The rupee fell 0.3% to 92.35, eclipsing its previous lifetime low of 92.34 hit earlier this week. As a fresh surge in crude oil prices reignited, worries over the economic impact from the energy supply is looming large. Brent crude prices climbed to $100 per barrel as Iran stepped up its attacks on oil and transport facilities across West Asia. Nifty and Sensex cracked over 1% as oil prices continue to rise. International Energy Agency had earlier approved to release 400 million barrels amid supply pressures. Fear now grips the nation as the rupee fell to a record low of all time.
We get you more details on how Donald Trump now says he has no idea about Tomahawk missiles that hit the Minab school in Iran that killed 160 schoolgirls. And this is Indian diplomacy at its best. India receives the first crude vessel through the Strait of Hormuz since Iran-US war began. The tanker reaches Mumbai port. Much more after a short break. Stay on with us.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
R Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना भेज रहे मंडू। अरे आलू से नहीं होगा। तुम तो कमाल गिरा दो नीचे। अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला, मतलब वो तेरा गाड़ी में चला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा सबका राजा R Pure मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना भेज रहे मंडू।
from Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking, and I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. As the energy crisis unfolds across the globe, it's Italy that has announced it will be releasing at least 9 million barrels from its reserves. We will tell you more about it, what impact it could have, and all the updates coming in from the war in West Asia and the LPG crisis in the country as well. But first, quick check of the headlines. Reports claim that US spent $11 billion in the first 10 days of the Iran war. US intel confirms Donald Trump's worst fears. Iran regime stays intact. Brent crude oil tops $100 a barrel as Iran ups the attacks on the Strait of Hormuz ships. Donald Trump says he has no idea about the Tomahawk missile that hit the Minab school in Iran that killed 160 school girls. India received the first crude vessel through Strait of Hormuz since the Iran-US war began. Tanker reaches the Mumbai port. Viewers, we are going across to the press conference now that is being held by the Ministry of External Affairs.
चुका है और भारतीय जो ऊर्जा सुरक्षा है उसको लेकर कितने शिप्स हमारे अभी तक स्ट्रैंडेड हैं, कल जो फिगर बताया गया था, क्या उसके अंदर कोई बदलाव आया है और क्या ईरान की परमिशन की जरूरत है या हम एस्कॉर्ट कर रहे हैं, किस तरीके से ये मूवमेंट हो रहा है?
ओके, सो लेट्स गो. Okay, Rishabh.
Sir, Rishabh from Times Now. Sir, there are reports, unconfirmed reports, that Indian students have already reached the borders of Azerbaijan and Armenia. Has there been any communication with Azerbaijan and Armenia that our students can be, escorted out from there for safe return? And if we can have the number of Indian students or Indian nationals in Iran. And sir, another question, unrelated, but Pakistan has been accusing India to playing with Taliban and all the attacks that have taken place at the Duran line. Pakistan has been accusing us for that.
Okay, so let me come to take care of these questions first. Siddhant and Umashankar, your questions are similar. So let me first address your part. External Affairs Minister and Foreign Minister of Iran have had 3 conversations in the recent days. The last one discussed issues pertaining to safety of shipping and India's energy security. Beyond that, it would be premature for me to say anything. पिछले कुछ दिनों में विदेश मंत्री और ईरान के विदेश मंत्री के बीच 3 बार बातचीत हुई है. अंतिम बातचीत में शिपिंग की सुरक्षा और भारत की ऊर्जा सुरक्षा से जुड़े मुद्दों पर चर्चा की गई. इसके अलावा अभी मेरे लिए कुछ भी कहना जल्दबाजी होगा. कादम्बनी, जहां तक आपका सवाल है, 2 जहाज को लेके मेरे ख्याल से 5:30 बजे एक और प्रेस ब्रीफिंग है जिसमें हमारे शिपिंग मंत्रालय के साथीगण वहाँ होंगे. उनके पास अगर आप ये सवाल लेके जाएं, शायद क्योंकि बहुत टेक्निकल है, मेरे पास इतना अपडेट नहीं है, वो शायद आपका जवाब सही ढंग से दे सकते हैं. प्रणय, ऑन Indians in Iran. Now, we've had some 9,000 Indian nationals or thereabout who were there or who are there in Iran. These 9,000 Indian nationals comprise students. They also comprise seafarers, some business people, some professionals, and some pilgrims. Of these 9,000, you would have seen that we had issued an advisory some time back. Our mission had issued our advisory. Following those advisories, which were issued on 14th of January, if I'm not wrong, and 23rd of February, several Indian nationals, mostly students, a lot of students, they left the country and reached home. We have recently, as you know, we have shifted several Indian nationals, including students and pilgrims, who were based in Tehran to other safer locations and cities in the country. We are also assisting Indian nationals who wish to travel to Azerbaijan and Armenia, and from there to take commercial flights to return home. We are assisting them with visas. We are also assisting them with land border crossings. So this is happening. We've had several Indian nationals who have approached us, and we have helped them to cross over into Azerbaijan and Armenia, and from there to take commercial options of flying back home. I would take this opportunity to advise all Indian nationals who are desiring to leave Iran via land borders. They should adhere to the advisory that our embassy has issued. This was issued on 9th March, and they will do the needful. Our mission in Tehran, needless to say, stays in constant touch with our community members and is offering all possible assistance to them. देखिए, ईरान में करीबन 9,000 हमारे भारतीय नागरिक हैं। उसमें से ज़्यादातर लोग वहाँ शिक्षा के लिए गए हों, चाहे वो मेडिकल शिक्षा हो या कोई अन्य शिक्षा हो। वहाँ पर नाविक लोग भी हैं, कुछ व्यवसाय जगत से जुड़े लोग हैं, कुछ वहाँ पर जो लोग पिलग्रिम्स के रूप में वहाँ पर गए हैं वो लोग हैं। इनमें से कई लोग जब 14 जनवरी को और 23 फरवरी को हम लोगों ने एक एडवाइजरी जारी की थी कि आप देश छोड़ें, तो बहुत सारे लोग, खासकर स्टूडेंट्स, वहाँ से ईरान छोड़ के हमारे यहाँ घर वापस आ गए। उसके बाद भी जब युद्ध शुरू हुआ, ये कॉन्फ्लिक्ट शुरू हुआ, तो हम लोगों ने बहुत सारे छात्रगण जो तेहरान में थे और अन्य लोग जो तेहरान में थे, पिलग्रिम्स, उनको हम लोगों ने वहाँ से अन्य शहरों में हम जाके उनको ले गए ताकि उनकी सुरक्षा पर ध्यान दिया जाए। बहुत सारे ऐसे भारतीय नागरिक हैं जो इच्छुक हैं कि वहाँ से ईरान से वापस आएं, और उसके लिए वो लोग सड़क मार्ग से आर्मीनिया और अजरबैजान जाके और इन दोनों देशों से जो कमर्शियल ऑप्शंस है हवाई जहाज का, उसको लेके वो हिंदुस्तान भारत वापस आना चाहते हैं। उनको हमारी एम्बेसी मदद कर रही है वीज़ा के साथ, और साथ ही साथ जाके वहाँ आपको बॉर्डर पार करना पड़ता है, वहाँ पे जो गतिविधियाँ होती है उनके साथ हमारी एम्बेसी उनको मदद कर रही है। और मैं साथ ही साथ ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि जो भी भारतीय नागरिक ईरान से वापस आना चाहता है वो हमारे एम्बेसी से वो संपर्क करें। हम लोगों ने एक एडवाइजरी जारी की है खास उन लोगों के लिए जो कि लैंड बॉर्डर से आर्मीनिया और अजरबैजान को पार करके वहाँ से वापस भारत आना चाहते हैं। मैं ये भी कहना चाहता हूँ कि तेहरान में जो हमारा मिशन है वो पूरी तरह से कार्यरत है और हमारे भारतीय समुदाय के साथ जुड़ा हुआ है, उनके हित के लिए और उनकी सुरक्षा के लिए। जहाँ तक प्रणय आपने जहाज की बात कही, कल मेरे ख्याल से हमारी जो साथीगण हैं जहाज के मंत्रालय से, उन्होंने बताया था, एक अंक आपको दिया था, तो उस पर और भी खुलासा आज जब प्रेस में हमारी बातचीत होगी तो उस पर शायद आप उनसे सवाल पूछ सकते हैं। इसके बारे में लेटेस्ट अपडेट मेरे पास नहीं है। देखिए, हमने जो हमारी बातचीत हुई हमारे विदेश मंत्री और ईरान के विदेश मंत्री के बीच में, उसके बारे में आपको मैंने ब्यौरा दिया और उससे अवगत कराया, तो मैं उससे ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं कहना चाहता हूँ। Rishabh, you had a question on Pakistan about the statement that they had made. So on that, I would like to say that we reject such baseless allegations. It has become second nature for Pakistan to blame India for its misdeeds. As a state sponsor of terrorism for decades, Pakistan has zero credibility when it comes to cross-border terrorism. No amount of storytelling is going to alter this reality, nor is anyone fooled by Pakistan's assumed victimhood. Here, you had asked about the conversation between Foreign Minister Lavrov and External Affairs Minister. Post the conversation which happened yesterday, if I'm not wrong, we have given details of that conversation where the two leaders shared their perspectives and assessment on the ongoing conflict, and several other issues were also discussed. You can go further. Ayushi.
So this is Ayush Shigwal from ANI. Our Prime Minister has spoken with leaders across the Gulf and Israel. Has India been able to establish any diplomatic communication at the leadership level with Iran after the strikes? And second, does India believe the current escalation could impact regional initiatives such as the IMEC, which was announced in 2023?
Archis.
Sir, Archis Mohan from Business Standard. During COVID, we had been extremely generous with our smaller neighbors in helping them out. In the context of the conflict in West Asia, have there been any requests from India's smaller neighbors, whether Bangladesh or Nepal, both in terms of evacuating their citizens or ensuring their respective energy security? Thank you.
Vasri.
India has co-sponsored a resolution at the UN that was taken up at the UNSC, in which Iran is very clearly criticized for its attacks on Gulf countries. In about 7 or 8 statements you have put out in the last 2 weeks, you have also very specifically criticized Iran for its attacks. We haven't, however, seen any comments from the Indian government on the US-Israel attacks on Iran, on the US bombing of the Iris Dana, and of the US bombing of a school which the US government has now accepted it has done in Iran as well. I'd like to know, what is the Indian position on the actions taken by the US and Israel, arguably the first actions in this war?
Jessica.
Hi sir, this is Jessica Taneja for Doordarshan Network. So I have 2 questions. The first, we've seen some remarks made by commentators that India took 5 days to sign the condolence book at the Iranian embassy for the late Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei. Is this correct? And secondly, Pakistan has expressed some concerns regarding the India-Canada uranium deal that was signed during the time of the visit of the Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney. Any comments on that?
Okay. Krishna Mohan.
जो हमारा रीजनल कोऑपरेशन के तहत जिन कंट्रीज को हम ऑयल प्रोडक्ट ये करते एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं, अगर यही स्थिति रहती है तो क्या?
Okay, let's Ayushi first come to your question. Prime Minister, as you know, that he has spoken to several leaders in the Gulf after the conflict started. In these conversations, he stressed on the need for dialogue and diplomacy so that early peace can return. He also underlined the need to avoid civilian casualties, and he focused on the priority for protection of civilians. We have a large Indian community in the GCC countries, and obviously it's their security and welfare is of utmost importance. This was highlighted. We also, in several cases, condemned the violation of sovereignty and territorial integrity of states. As far as contacts with Iran is concerned, yes, our External Affairs Minister has been talking with his counterpart and 3 conversations have happened in the recent few days. As far as the impact of the war, it is there for everybody of this conflict to see what's happening around, and obviously, it has several issues, several of our lives have been impacted by it, and not just ours, but of people and countries around the world. Which is on energy assistance to countries in the neighborhood. First, I would come to Bangladesh. As you know, India is a major exporter of refined petroleum products, especially to our neighborhood. We have received a request from the government of Bangladesh for supply of diesel, which is being examined. Given our people-centric and development-oriented approach to relations with Bangladesh, we have been supplying diesel from Numaligarh refinery since 2007 through various modes, which includes waterways, rail, and later through the India-Bangladesh Friendship Pipeline. A sale purchase agreement was signed in October 2017 between Numaligarh refinery and Bangladesh Petroleum Corporation for supply of high-speed diesel on mutually agreed terms. It bears mention that whilst diesel exports to Bangladesh have largely continued since 2017, India's refining capacity, our own requirements and diesel availability will be factored in while taking decisions. In addition, I would also like to say that we have received such requests from several other countries, including Sri Lanka and Maldives, and these are being examined, taking into account our own energy requirements and availability that we have. जैसा कि आप जानते हैं, भारत रिफाइंड पेट्रोलियम उत्पादों का प्रमुख निर्यातक है, विशेष रूप से हमारे पड़ोसियों के लिए। जैसा कि मैंने अभी बताया, बांग्लादेश का हवाला दिया। हमने बांग्लादेश सरकार की डीजल आपूर्ति के लिए उनसे एक अनुरोध हमको प्राप्त हुआ है, जिस पर विचार किया जा रहा है। बांग्लादेश के साथ संबंधों के प्रति हमारे जन केंद्रित और विकास उन्मुख दृष्टिकोण को देखते हुए हम 2007 से नुमालीगढ़ रिफाइनरी से विभिन्न माध्यम मतलब कि जल मार्ग, रेल मार्ग और बाद में भारत बांग्लादेश मैत्री पाइपलाइन जो बनाया गया, उसके माध्यम से डीजल की आपूर्ति उनके लिए कर रहे हैं। अक्टूबर 2017 में नुमालीगढ़ रिफाइनरी और बांग्लादेश पेट्रोलियम कॉरपोरेशन के बीच एक पारस्परिक रूप से सहमत शर्तों पर हाई स्पीड डीजल की आपूर्ति के लिए एक सेल परचेज एग्रीमेंट, बिक्री खरीद समझौते पर हस्ताक्षर किए गए थे। यह उल्लेखनीय है कि हालांकि 2007 से बांग्लादेश को डीजल का निर्यात काफ़ी हद तक जारी रहा है, लेकिन निर्णय लेते समय भारत की रिफाइनरी कैपेसिटी, हमारी अपनी आवश्यकता और डीजल की उपलब्धता को ध्यान में रखा जाएगा। इसके अलावे हम लोगों को हमारे पड़ोस के देशों से और कई एक देशों से, वो जिसमें कि श्रीलंका भी शामिल है और मालदीव भी शामिल है, उनसे एक रिक्वेस्ट आया है और हम लोग उसको एग्जामिन कर रहे हैं और ये देखते हुए कि हमारी अपनी खुद का कितना रिक्वायरमेंट है और साथ ही साथ किस प्रकार की अवेलेबिलिटी इन चीज़ों की है हमारे पास। So Asli, yes, we have co-sponsored the GCC led resolution at the UN Security Council. We have 135 countries who have co-sponsored this particular resolution. The resolution reflects several of our positions. As you know, that we have a large diaspora in the GCC countries, and their well-being and welfare is of utmost importance. The Gulf is also very important for our energy security needs. As far as the other aspects of your questions are concerned, we have issued statements dated 28th February on 3rd March, and thereafter External Affairs Minister also made a suo motu statement in the Parliament where he's dealt with all issues that some of the issues that you referred to. As far as the question of the school children you talked about is concerned, as I've said, we have issued several statements on the ongoing conflict. We have underlined the need for prioritizing the safety of all civilians. We regret the precious lives lost, and express our grief in that regard. Jessica, coming to your question on the condolence book signing, let me clarify the issue for you and for everybody here. As you are aware, Foreign Secretary signed the condolence book at the Iranian embassy on behalf of the government of India. He did so on 5th March itself, which was the first day of the opening of the book. It would do well for commentators to first update themselves on important matters before they choose to speak in public. Such ill-informed comments are best avoided. Your other question was again about India-Canada deal, on which some statement has been made. Let me say, we reject the statement made by Pakistan on the matter. India's credentials regarding non-proliferation are impeccable and well recognized by the global community. A country with a well-documented history of clandestine nuclear proliferation can hardly preach the virtues of export controls and proliferation risks. Such ludicrous statements are nothing more than an attempt by Pakistan to distract from its own abysmal record. कृष्ण मोहन, जैसा कि मैंने बताया था आपको कि कई सारे देशों से हमको उनकी तरफ से रिक्वेस्ट आया है, और उस रिक्वेस्ट को हम लोग अभी उसको एग्जामिन कर रहे हैं, और एग्जामिन करने के दरमियान में हम ये देख रहे हैं कि इसकी कितनी आपूर्ति है और कितनी अवेलेबिलिटी है हमारे पास में, और हमारी अपनी खुद की कितनी हमारी ज़रूरत है. Rajesh.
Hello sir, I'm Rajesh Roy from Bloomberg. I know you're not expanding on the shipping part on Iran, but as you said, External Affairs Minister J&K in his last conversation with his Iranian counterpart discussed security of shipping and energy security. Are we looking for safe passage of all 24 ships in the west of Hormuz, or to start with, say, oil tankers or all cargoes inbound for India? Anything on that?
Okay. Mita.
Hi sir, this is Sumita from ET Now. Just wanted to get your reaction on India easing Press Note 3 related restrictions for countries that share land border with India. Thank you.
Abhishek.
Sir, this is Abhimanyu Sharma from CNBC TV 18. So if you can clarify that several reports have claimed that India has reached out to Iran seeking a safe passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Has India made such a request? Has Iran granted an assurance or a safe passage?
Okay. Dada.
Thank you, sir. This is Gautam Lahiri. The question about the two Bangladeshi nationals have been arrested in West Bengal in connection with the murder of a political leader before the election. Actually, that happened before the election. Now, Bangladesh is demanding extradition of those two accused. So, what is the process? I want to know when it can be reported. And subsequent to that, the Bangladesh mission have asked for consular access. So, whether we are giving any access to them or not.
Hi, Tripti.
Hi. Tripti Lahiri with the Wall Street Journal. India is hosting a number of Iranians from the Iris Levan, and Sri Lanka is in a similar position with about 240. Can you talk a little bit about the plans for these nationals? Will they remain in India till the war is ended? What kinds of consultations are you having with Iran, the US, Sri Lanka on this matter?
Manas.
Manas from PTI, as we have ramped up our diplomatic outreach in the wake of the crisis, and it is deepening. So what is our overall assessment as of now already unfolding situation in West Asia in terms of safety of Indians or in terms of our energy security, how we see this at this point. And second question, a very brief one. A lot of reports we have seen actually about various countries, including Japan, considering deployment of military ships to escort their tankers. So will India also consider such an option? Thank you.
Okay, let me go through these. Now, Rajesh, your question, and then Abhimanyu, your question again. You know, I have already answered what I had to say. External Affairs Minister spoke to his counterpart in Iran, and I have given you the details that I just shared. Beyond that, I don't have anything further to add. Sumita, on press note 3, yes, this decision was taken. A detailed press release has been issued by PIB, which says that this particular instrument is also to promote India as a preferred destination for manufacturing and for information and for investment. So please have a look at that. Gautam, on your question, see, there is a press release which was issued by the West Bengal Police on this particular matter. Now, this particular matter, it involves law enforcement related investigation which is ongoing. So therefore, it would not be appropriate for me to comment on this particular matter. Tripti, coming to your question. The External Affairs Minister had made a suo motu statement in the Parliament on 9th March. And there he had conveyed that Iran had requested permission on 20th February for 3 ships in the region to dock at our ports. This was accorded, the permission was accorded on 1st March. Iris Lavan docked on 4th March in Kochi. The crew, as you know, is currently in Indian naval facilities there. We will keep you updated on further developments in this regard. Later, we have several other questions, sir. हमारे विदेश मंत्री ने पार्लियामेंट में 9 मार्च को एक सुओ मोटो बयान जारी किया था. उस बयान के तहत उन्होंने बताया था कि ईरान की तरफ से 28 फरवरी को 3 जहाज़ों को हमारे यहाँ लंगर डालने के लिए उन्होंने परमिशन मांगा था, अनुमति मांगी थी. हम लोगों ने 1 मार्च को ये अनुमति दी. आयरिस लवान जो है 4 मार्च को कोच्चिन आया. कोच्चिन बंदरगाह में उन्होंने लंगर डाला और उनके जो क्रू के सदस्य हैं वो अभी हमारे भारतीय नौसेना के परिसर में हैं और इस मुद्दे पर और जानकारी जो भी नए इस पे जो डेवलपमेंट होते हैं उससे हम आपको अवगत कराते रहेंगे. Manas, now your question, see, we have been issuing regular statements. The statement made by the External Affairs Minister in the Parliament is comprehensive. He has given an account of how we have actively, all our embassies in the region have reached out to the community. They have issued advisories. They're helping our people, our tourists who are stranded there, several other Indian nationals, and helping them to come back to India. A large number of them have come back. We also have commercial flight options available from several destinations, and those are being utilized for by our...
Reports claim US spent $11 billion in the first 10 days of the Iran war. US intel confirms Donald Trump's worst fears. Iran regime stays intact. Brent crude oil tops $100 a barrel as Iran ups attacks on the Strait of Hormuz ships. Trump says he has no idea about the Tomahawk missile that hit the Minab school in Iran, killing 160 school girls. India receives first crude vessel through Strait of Hormuz since Iran-US war began. Tanker reaches Mumbai port. All right, we start with breaking news coming in. Italy is set to release 9 million barrels of oil from strategic reserves as oil prices surge. This is part of IEA plan to inject 400 million barrels into global markets as the US-Israeli war on Iran disrupts the oil flows. And that's an announcement that has been made by Italy. And that comes as a significant development from Europe. It'll release 9 million barrels. That's almost okay. So it's a coordinated release of strategic oil reserves. It joins other international energy agency. That's the IAE, and this is the. Okay, we have some more breaking news coming in right now. The IAE says that the global crude supply is expected to fall to their lowest level in 4 years this month. The Gulf producers have cut oil production by at least 10 million barrels a day. And the projection of the IAE is that world output will fall by 8 million barrels a day in March. That's the lowest level since the first quarter of 2022. And that is the breaking news we are getting in right now. The IEA projection now, of course, worrisome about the global strategic oil reserves. And projection is that its lowest level since 2022. Meanwhile, getting in more updates from the war zone, Israel continues to target the civilian areas in Lebanon, and this after Lebanese government expressed a willingness to have a dialogue with Israel. Now, the visuals coming in from Harat Harek in Dahia show you the strikes that continue from Israel into Lebanon, and this is another strike, the latest one in Lebanon. From Beirut to other cities, we've seen that the Hezbollah targets have been hit, and now Lebanon incurring damage of that magnitude, of that scale, has indicated that it's ready to engage in talks with Israel, because Iran has accused the Lebanese government of not being able or not curbing the Hezbollah, not controlling the Hezbollah that continues to fire missiles towards the Israeli territory. So that's the breaking news we have right now. Israel continues to target civilian areas in Lebanon. So this is one of the visuals from a reportedly civilian area. And this is escalation coming in West Asia. And meanwhile, there's another shocking development that we're learning of. It's a missile strike, the girls' school that has been hit in Iran's Minab. It has left 175 people dead. And new findings are suggesting that the attack may have been the result of faulty targeting during a US military strike, an American strike aimed at a nearby Iranian base. Investigations indicate that outdated intelligence data may have led to the tragic strike, or the school raising serious questions about accountability also now. Republic TV has accessed exclusive photographs which prove the involvement of United States in these strikes on the Iranian school. On the other hand, the President of the United States, Donald Trump, claims that he has no idea about this attack. Here's more.
Massive development on Tomahawk missile that struck girls' school in Iran, killing at least 175. As per reports, investigations prove that outdated targeting data may have resulted in a mistaken strike on the school. The probe also stated that US was targeting an Iranian base adjacent to the school. Reports say that the school was formerly a part of the Iranian base. The investigation also proved that US CENTCOM created the target coordinates for the strike using outdated data provided by the Defense Intelligence Agency. This clearly proves that the US is to blame on the strikes on the school. But Uncle Sam narrates another story. Trump claims that he had no idea about the attacks.
For the strike on the school in Iran, a new report says the military investigation has found it was the United States that struck the school.
I don't know about it.
Republic has accessed exclusive images which clearly show the involvement of US in the strikes on the school. This photo clearly shows that the missile was made in the United States. A US company had manufactured the missile that struck the school in Iran. Another missile used in the strikes on the school in Iran was manufactured in Colorado. Meanwhile, Iran government yesterday released data on civilian casualties since the war broke out. Iran claimed the US-Israel strikes in various parts of the country killed over 260 people, with 206 women and children. The youngest was an 8-month-old girl. This just boils down to one question. Will US own up to its mistake, or will it evade it like it does every time?
Viewers, now the Israeli Defense Forces have begun a wide-scale wave of striking targets inside Iranian terror regime infrastructure across the Iranian territory. Take a look at this. Viewers, for now, quickly shifting focus, Mehbooba Mufti speaks on the incident that occurred.
शबीर शाह का ये फैसला आया, ये बहुत अच्छी बात है, इसका हम खैर मकदम करते हैं, मगर साथ ही ये दूसरा सवाल पैदा होता है जो हज़ारों ऐसे गरीब घरों के लोग यूपीए में बंद हैं, मुल्क के डिफरेंट जेलों में बंद हैं, उनका क्या होगा। इसीलिए हम गए थे, हाई कोर्ट में भी गए थे कि कम से कम जो अंडर ट्रायल्स है उनको या छोड़ दो या वापस ले आओ कश्मीर, मगर उसमें भी कोर्ट का फैसला इतना अच्छा नहीं आया है। अब हमें उम्मीद है कि हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट में भी जाएंगे और ये जो अंडर ट्रायल्स के साथ जो ज्यादती हो रही है, न फैसला देते हैं, न कार्रवाई चलती है, न इनको छोड़ते हैं, ये नहीं होना चाहिए, बहुत गलत है।
लगातार जो है टर्मिनेशन हो रही है मुलाजिमों की।
ये भी कहना चाहती हूँ कि आप लगातार मतलब कि सिक्योरिटी का देखिए कि एक चीफ मिनिस्टर जो रहे इतने साल, उन पे एक आदमी आके हमला करता है। दूसरी तरफ से आप कश्मीर में लगातार हमारे यहाँ के लोगों को, गरीब लोगों को, कल यहाँ भी एक जवान को पाजलपोरा में ही, यहाँ शौकत है न, उसको टर्मिनेट किया गया। बेचारी के 2 बालिग बच्चियां हैं, न एंटी नेशनल का नाम देके उनको टर्मिनेट किया जाता है। यहाँ नौजवानों को रोज थाने पे बुलाया जाता है कि भाई आप एंटी नेशनल हो। तो अगर ये जो एनर्जी पुलिस इन लोगों को सताने में और सरकार इनको नौकरियों से निकालने में, वो भी आज रमजान के महीने में कहाँ जाएगा ये बेचारा, निकालने में सर्फ करती है। अगर वो एनर्जी इसमें वो सर्व करे कि लोगों की जान कैसे बचाई जाए, जैसे कि फारूक साहब कल बाल बच गए हैं, तो मुझे लगता है वो ज्यादा बेहतर होगा।
Viewers, now that was Mehbooba Mufti campaigning for all under trials who are from Jammu and Kashmir and have been put in jails in different parts of the country to be brought back to Jammu and Kashmir. In fact, she also mentioned Jammu and Kashmir's former Chief Minister Farooq Abdullah and the attack that almost happened on him yesterday, the assassination attempt that was foiled on the spot at a marriage ceremony in Jammu. Now remember, the accused was arrested immediately on the spot. He in fact also said that he had been plotting it for 20 years. In fact, let's listen into Mehbooba Mufti once again.
ये शॉकिंग है जो कल रात को हो गया, और इसकी जितनी मजम्मत की जाए कम है। फारूक साहब हमारे इतने सीनियर लीडर हैं, यहाँ के चीफ मिनिस्टर कई बार रह चुके हैं, इतना नज़दीक, वो भी जम्मू में कैसे कोई आदमी उनके पहुँच पाया। मेरी फारूक साहब से बात हुई है, अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह वो बिल्कुल ठीक ठाक है, मगर जो सिक्योरिटी है उसको ये देखने की ज़रूरत है कहाँ चूक हुई कि एक इतने सीनियर लीडर के इतने नजदीक कोई मुलजिम पहुंच जाए कि उनकी जान के लिए वो खतरा बन जाए। मुझे लगता है इसकी बाज़ाब्ता इन्वेस्टिगेशन होना चाहिए।
quickly listen into what the former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Farooq Abdullah has to say on the matter. Remember, yesterday there was an assassination attempt on Farooq Abdullah at a marriage ceremony in Jammu. Listen into him.
जो ही मैं उस मंडप से बाहर निकला तो मैं चल रहा था, इतने वक्त में मुझे कोई पटाखे की आवाज़ आई। तो मैं समझा ये कोई पटाखा किसी ने शादियों में डालते रहते हैं, तो मैं सोच सकता है मेरे पास पटाखा यहाँ पड़ा हो। तो मुझे यहाँ कुछ गर्मी जैसी लगी और मुझे कुछ पता नहीं था। इतने वक्त में इन्होंने मुझे जल्दी जल्दी गाड़ी में बिठा दिया। जो इन्होंने मुझे गाड़ी में बिठाया तो मुझे कहने लगे, जनाब ये तो एक पिस्तौल था आपके इस इंसान के पास और उसने 2 गोलियां चलाई थी। दूसरी गोली में हमारे इनके जो हमारी सिक्योरिटी वाले भी हैं और दूसरे, उन्होंने क्या किया कि एक ने उसको हाथ बाजू से पीछे खींचने की कोशिश की तो उससे वो डिस्टेबलाइज हो गया, तो उसका जो पिस्तौल है वो ऊपर को चला गया। इतने वक्त में सिक्योरिटी वाले ने उस पिस्तौल को उसके हाथ को पकड़ लिया तो गोली चल दी थी। मैंने इतना ही सुना। उसके बाद यहाँ आके घर में मुझे कोई भी, न मैं इस आदमी को जानता हूँ न मुझे इस आदमी का कुछ पता है, बिल्कुल नहीं।
इसने स्टेटमेंट दिया कि ये 20 साल से तैयारी कर रहा था, इसकी पर्सनल कोई रंजिश थी, मकसद था। क्या लगता है आपको क्या हो सकता है?
देखिए मुझे क्या पता इसका मकसद क्या था, क्या रंजिश क्या थी, क्योंकि मैंने किसी के साथ बुराई नहीं की है। जो भी मेरे पास आया, जब मैं वज़ीर आला भी था, वो क्यों ना अपोजिशन का हो, मैंने उससे अपने लोगों से ज़्यादा मोहब्बत की, ज़्यादा उनकी मुश्किलें दूर करने की कोशिश की। मैंने कभी भी दिल में किसी के लिए नफरत पैदा नहीं की है। पता नहीं इसको क्या था, रंजिश क्या थी।
लगता है ये सिक्योरिटी लैब्स है किसी जगह।
देखिए ये कहूँ कि सिक्योरिटी लैब्स है, ये तो एक बहुत बड़ा सेंटेंस है। सवाल इस बात का है, इस मैरिज में सारे बड़े बड़े लोग थे, इसलिए पुलिस को इसका एहतियात ख्याल तो रखना चाहिए था, जिसका नहीं था। वहाँ कोई पुलिस का इंतजाम था ही नहीं।
Now, viewers, rupee fell to an all-time low on Thursday as the markets opened to a weakened assets due to the oil surge following fresh attacks against oil tankers. Now, India is currently grappling to keep the oil crisis afloat while scrambling to keep the economy from crashing as the war in Iran enters its 13th day on Thursday. We have more in this report coming forward. Take a look.
Renewed oil surge hits Indian assets and pushes rupee to a record low. The rupee fell 0.3% to 92.35, eclipsing its previous lifetime low of 92.34 hit earlier this week. As a fresh surge in crude oil prices reignited, worries over the economic impact from the energy supply is looming large. Brent crude prices climbed to $100 per barrel as Iran stepped up its attacks on oil and transport facilities across West Asia. Nifty and Sensex cracked over 1% as oil prices continue to rise. International Energy Agency had earlier approved to release 400 million barrels amid supply pressures. Fear now grips the nation as the rupee fell to a record low of all time.
Viewers, now quickly shifting focus to a fresh breaking development that we're getting in from West Asia. Israel now continues to target civilian areas inside Lebanon. Now, this comes after the Lebanese government expressed willingness to have a dialogue with Israel. Now, these visuals are from Harat Harek in Daya inside Lebanon, where Israeli strikes have flattened multiple structures. Now remember, the Lebanese government has also sounded a resolve to come to table to talk to Israel, to have a dialogue amid the ongoing war. Meanwhile, the Israeli Defense Forces continue to batter civilian infrastructure across Lebanon. Now, the Lebanese government has expressed full willingness to have a dialogue with Israel. However, that has gone completely unnoticed. These visuals are coming in from Harat Harek in Daya, inside Lebanon, where the Israeli Defense Forces have struck civilian areas once again. Now remember, Israel on one side is busy fighting Iran, but on the other, they are also targeting areas deep inside Lebanon in a hope to target Hezbollah establishments. However, these visuals show civilian establishments being targeted inside Lebanon. Viewers, now the US Army has launched multiple tactical ballistic missiles at Iranian targets. At least 6 launches have taken place so far. In fact, these are the visuals on your screens. Take a look at what's been happening in West Asia. Viewers, in fact, this comes as the US continues to up its ante against Iran in a war that it has collaboratively tried to fight next to Israel. Now, the US Army has launched multiple tactical ballistic missiles at various Iranian targets. At least 6 launches have taken place so far. Now, this also comes at the feet of US not having any answers over targeting civilian areas inside Iran. In fact, they've reiterated their stand time and again that they are only going after the Iranian regime's establishments, their military infrastructure, their navy, their air force. However, the ground realities remain completely different. In fact, these are the satellite images of at least 6 tactical ballistic missiles launched by the US on Iran. Viewers, now let's quickly shift focus and take a look at what's happening inside Mumbai. Now, these are visuals that are coming in from Mumbai of the first crude vessel ship that has docked in Mumbai. These visuals have come from the Mumbai Port Trust. Now, this is a big diplomatic win for India. This comes after S. Jaishankar sat on a call with Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi, and then an Indian vessel has now been allowed to cross the Strait of Hormuz. Now, these are the fresh visuals of a vessel carrying Saudi crude, over 130,000 metric tons of crude oil aboard this vessel that has now arrived in Mumbai. She's in fact docked at Mumbai and has also started delivering cargo to India. Now, this is the first vessel to arrive in the Indian waters following the skirmishes and the tensions that have broken out between Israel, Iran and the United States, which has completely brought the Strait of Hormuz to a standstill.
Strait of Hormuz is the most sensitive part, but mind you, now the ship which was carrying more than 1 lakh metric tons of crude oil has now reached the Mumbai port. Currently, I am at the Elephanta port, where you can see that the ship has arrived on Wednesday at around 1 p.m. and the ship was anchored at around 6 p.m. This is the very ship, Shenlong ship, which is carrying around 135,000 metric tons of crude oil. As we are all aware of the fact that currently crude oil plays an essential role, and we only had a stock of 45 days, and now it is a really relaxing moment for all Indians that this particular ship has arrived, which is carrying more than 135,000 metric tons of the crude oil. According to the information received, it is said that External Minister of Affairs, Mr. S. Jaishankar, had a diplomatic talks with the Iranian External Minister, and after which after 24 hours, this ship has reached the Mumbai port, because prior to this, the Iranian stance was that only China's ship will be allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. But after a diplomatic talk with the Iranian External Affairs Minister, now we can see that within 24 hours, this particular ship has now reached the Mumbai port. And as I mentioned earlier, that this move is really, really important. At this point of time, the ship is carrying a total of 29 on-board workers there, and also this is a Liberia flagged ship which has reached the Mumbai port right now. You can clearly see through those visuals that this particular ship has now reached the Mumbai port, and soon it will the crude oil from this particular ship will be sent to refinery from here, and around more than a month this crude oil ship will be helpful for the Indians. So it is a great success for Indian diplomatic talks that those were happening in Iran, as I mentioned earlier, because only China's ship were allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. But with the diplomatic efforts, you can see it is pretty evident that within 24 hours this particular ship has reached the Mumbai port.
And viewers, that's all that we could wrap in this edition of the Newswheel. But don't go anywhere. On the other side, news and updates continue. We tell you how there are reports floating around that US has already spent about $11 billion in the first 10 days of war against Iran. Getting you all the details on that and a lot more right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है ना, भेज रहा हूँ मंटू। अरे आलू से नहीं होगा। तुम तो कमाल गिरा दो नीचे। अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला, ना लोगों का गाड़ी मार रहा है।
When this war is over, and it will be, because Trump is now trying to find an exit and he's saying the war will end soon because he has no more targets left. When this war ends, remember, this was not the most inhuman war. This was the most unethical war. This was target practice. And who are the targets? Innocent people, civilians, non-combatants, school children. And if it is a war between leaders, we ask those leaders, why are you killing innocent people on all sides? The Western media has never failed the world as much as it has done now. All these leaders are such cowards that they want to make it a war among the people. People are being deliberately killed. And don't think that Iran is only a victim. Why did Iran strike the Dubai airport? What were the Iranians trying to do? Take revenge? Hear me, people of America. It's not the people of Iran who are fighting Donald Trump. It's the people of America who are standing up to Donald Trump. If they are not now, maybe they will.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy every day.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना भेज रहे मंडू। अरे आलू से नहीं होगा। तुमको कमाल करा नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला चलो उठे का गाड़ी में सवार।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना भेज रहे मंडू। अरे आलू से नहीं होगा। तुमको कमाल करा नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला चलो उठे का गाड़ी में सवार।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे मंडू अरे आलू से नहीं होगा इनका कमाल गिरा दो नीचे अब उनसे गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला चलो बोलते का गाड़ी में चला
Reports claim US spent $11 billion in the first 10 days of the war against Iran. US intel confirms Donald Trump's worst fears: Iranian regime stays intact. Brent crude oil tops $100 a barrel as Iran ups attacks on Strait of Hormuz ships. Trump says he has no idea about Tomahawk missile that hit the Minab school in Iran that killed 160 schoolgirls. India receives first crude vessel through the Strait of Hormuz. Since Iran-US war began, tanker reaches Mumbai port.
And there's breaking news coming in at the top of this hour. There's a video from the Persian Gulf showing Iran striking the US vessel. Iran is claiming it shot the US vessel for ignoring warnings. In the video, the moment that Iran's IRGC Navy targeted the US Safe Sea ship in the northern Persian Gulf, the US ship was hit by Iran's IRGC Navy in the northern Persian Gulf after it failed to comply and ignored repeated warnings. This is the news that's coming in about how Iran is now claiming it had shot the US vessel for ignoring warnings. The pictures are on the screen. IRGC targets a US ship, and they've also stated that they ignored the warnings that were being coming out from them. This is the big news that's coming in now. Iran also targeting vessels that are now there. The US vessel has been targeted by Iran. IRGC targeting a US ship, a US-owned ship has been hit. The oil tanker Safe Sea Vishnu was hit in the overnight attack also is what's been claimed and stated in Basra. We're going to tell you the exact details of that story. Yes, that's right. It's in Basra in Iraq. On March 11, this Marshall Islands flagged Crusade oil tanker was attacked near Basra, Iraq. One Indian crew member was killed and 15 others had been evacuated. And we're getting more news that's coming in right now. Israel is unwilling to back down, prepares to increase the offensive on Lebanon is the breaking news coming in. Israel asks IDF to expand operations in Lebanon. Several countries, include France, questioned Israel's Lebanon attack. Israel warns Lebanon, if you can't control Hezbollah, we will. Israel warns, we will control your land and we will also control Hezbollah. This is the big news that's coming in right now. Israel's warning to Lebanon, If you can't control Hezbollah, we will. And remember, this is another attack on the Hezbollah. We've seen for the longest time how Hezbollah has been attacking Israel. Israel says we're going to continue the offensive on Lebanon. They've intensified their military offensive in Lebanon following the collapse of the long-standing ceasefire earlier this month. Israeli officials have also explicitly rejected diplomatic overtures for a cessation of fire, stating they will only negotiate under fire until Hezbollah's threat is eliminated. That's why we are seeing intensified air campaigns in Beirut in Lebanon, ground operations where Israeli troops have reportedly entered several Lebanese villages. They targeted strikes in Beirut that are taking place. And this is also a current conflict that we are looking at, the Hezbollah-Israeli war that's also erupting, where Hezbollah had launched retaliatory rocket strikes following the killing of Khamenei. This is the big news coming in by the Lebanese government responses office. Lebanese government says we've officially banned all Hezbollah military activity. But Israeli foreign minister stated there will be no ceasefire until Hezbollah is stopped. As Iran, Israel and the United States continues to exchange strikes, the countries and counter-strikes, fresh visuals have emerged of the Meradabad airport in Iran. It's come under Israeli attack on the 7th of March. Take a look at this report.
New satellite images have surfaced showing the scale of strikes on Tehran's Mehrabad airport. The visual clearly shows commercial flights destroyed by Israeli bombs as civilian and commercial infrastructure continues to bear the brunt of the ongoing war. The attack that happened on the 7th of March has made Iran's busiest domestic airport come to a standstill, with key runways now damaged. The Israeli Defense Forces have said that they will continue to strike infrastructure belonging to the Iranian regime. Just yesterday, as part of broad strikes, the Israeli and US Air Force also struck Iran's Isfahan airport using F-14 fighter jets. This comes as major flight operations remain stalled or functional in reduced capacity across the Gulf amid the ongoing war between Israel, Iran and the United States.
US President Donald Trump has now said over the past 11 days the US military has virtually destroyed Iran. Trump claims Iran is no longer having radars, no anti-aircraft equipment to protect themselves. Trump is also claiming Iranian missile firepower is down by 90%. He further claims their drones are down by 85%. Listen in to more claims by US President Donald Trump.
Over the past 11 days, our military has virtually destroyed Iran. Tough country. Their air force is gone. Totally gone. That took the better part of about 3 hours. They no longer have radar. They don't have anti-aircraft equipment. They don't have anything. Their missiles are down 90%. Their drones are down 85%. We're blowing up the factories where they're made left and right. And frankly, nobody has ever seen anything like it. Nobody's ever seen anything like what you're witnessing now, and that can include the original killing of Soleimani and al-Baghdadi, two of the worst killers in the world that I did, as well as Operation Midnight Hammer, where we totally obliterated Iran's nuclear potential. We obliterated it. They don't have nuclear potential. And then after Midnight Hammer, and then we left, we figured that'll be the end of them for a while. But they started again. That's why we got to finish it, right? We don't want to go back every 2 years. And that's because, there'll be some day when you don't have me as president. You'll have perhaps you'll have a weak, pathetic person like we've had in the past, mostly all. Like Barack Hussein Obama, who signed one of the worst deals ever with Iran, where they were going to give up everything. Remember when he filled up a 757 with billions of dollars of cash and sent it to Iran? Billions. People forget that. That's when I realized the presidency is very powerful.
The United Nations Security Council passed a resolution 2817. This is a landmark motion condemning Iran's strikes on Gulf nations and its blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. The resolution has been passed with 13 votes, while China and Russia were abstained. The authorities, and this authorizes the Gulf states like Saudi Arabia, UAE and Kuwait to exercise their right to self-defend under Article 51 of the UN Charter, raising the stakes in this escalating ongoing West Asian war.
The United Nations Security Council passed a resolution condemning Iran's attack against its neighbors. India joined 135 countries backing the resolution and voting for it. No country voted against it, however, Russia and China abstained from voting. The resolution comes after Gulf nations collectively called for a UNSC condemnation of Iran, saying they intercepted 954 missiles, 2,500 drones and 17 planes from Iran. The 15-member UN Council condemned in the strongest terms Iran's strikes against Bahrain, Kuwait and other neighboring Gulf countries.
يعكس موقفا واضحا من المجتمع الدولي في الوقوف بحزم في مواجهة التهديدات التي تطال الأمن الإقليمي والدولي، ويعكس التزام مجلس الأمن بالاطلاع بمسؤولياته في صون السلم والاستقرار الدولي، كما يبعث برسالة واضحة مفادها أن المجتمع الدولي يتخذ موقفا حازما في رفض هذه الأعمال العدائية الإيرانية الآثمة التي تستهدف الدول ذات السيادة وتهدد أمن شعوبها واستقرارها، ولا سيما في منطقة ذات أهمية استراتيجية للاقتصاد العالمي وأمن الطاقة والتجارة الدولية، وهو ما أكد عليه قرار مجلس الأمن رقم.
The terms of the resolution demanded that Iran halt its threats aimed at maritime trade. France's representative shifted the responsibility to Iran for immediate de-escalation. China cautioned the resolution did not reflect the root cause, while Russia termed it as biased and one-sided. Attacks on vessels in the Gulf have significantly intensified since February 28th. UK's Maritime Trade Operations Centre has now reported about 20 incidents. Indian nationals have also suffered casualties in the cross-firing in the region. Iran also attacked a Thai commercial vessel bound for India in the Strait of Hormuz. Since the war on February 28, Iran has warned to attack any ship passing through the strait before locking it down. As the war in Iran now drags, with neither the US nor Iran showing any signs of backing out, it remains to be seen if the global body's resolution will have any impact towards resolving the conflict.
Iranian parliament speaker has said any invasion of Iran's islands is going to make the Persian Gulf run with the blood of invaders. He declared any aggression against the soil of Iranian islands will shatter all restraint. There's also been intense speculation, the breaking news coming in, that the US might target Karg Islands, Iran's primary oil export terminal in the Persian Gulf. And that's where these targeted warnings are coming. Ghalibaf's remarks that have been posted on X were directed at the United States and Israel and the ongoing regional war that began on 28th of Feb. The current hostilities also escalated, causing a major fire in Dubai. There have been drone incidents. Iranian attack caused a major fire in Bahrain's Muharraq Island, and the UN Security Council recently passed a resolution demanding Iran halt attack on its Gulf neighbors, a demand Tehran had also so far rejected. Viewers, the war in West Asia is now directly targeting the region's energy infrastructure. A major oil storage facility near the port of Salalah in Oman has been struck in what appears to be a drone attack, triggering massive fires and thick plumes of smoke visible from miles away. The strike is the latest in a series of attacks on key oil installations across the Gulf, raising fears of a wider energy crisis.
What you're seeing is Oman's largest oil storage facility. Blazes and huge plumes of smoke visible from miles away. Another oil facility became a target for Iran. This time, it was an oil facility near Oman's Salalah port. What appears to be a kamikaze drone comes striking down on the oil facility near the port. As soon as the drone comes in contact with the site, all that was left behind were the remains of the oil facility. After the strike, the site was set ablaze, which could be seen from miles away. Oil facilities have become a big target site for Iran, with several being hit since the war broke out. Iran also struck Bapco in Bahrain, which is Bahrain's largest oil facility. Salalah is the second time Oman was struck. The first strike was in the Duqm port in Oman. Even Saudi was struck where it hurt the most. Similar attacks were reported at the Ras Tanura refinery in Kuwait. This is not just a war about regime change now. It is now a war on energy.
Rupee fell to an all-time low on Thursday as the market opened to a weekend and weakened assets due to an oil surge following fresh attacks against oil tankers. India is currently grappling to keep the oil crisis afloat while scrambling to keep the economy from crashing as the war in Iran enters its 13th day on Thursday.
Renewed oil surge hits Indian assets and pushes rupee to a record low. The rupee fell 0.3% to 92.35, eclipsing its previous lifetime low of 92.34 hit earlier this week. As a fresh surge in crude oil prices reignited, worries over the economic impact from the energy supply is looming large. Brent crude prices climbed to $100 per barrel as Iran stepped up its attacks on oil and transport facilities across West Asia. Nifty and Sensex cracked over 1% as oil prices continue to rise. International Energy Agency had earlier approved to release 400 million barrels amid supply pressures. Fear now grips the nation as the rupee fell to a record low of all time.
When this war is over, and it will be, because Trump is now trying to find an exit and he's saying the war will end soon because he has no more targets left. When this war ends, remember, this was not the most inhuman war. This was the most unethical war. This was target practice. And who are the targets? Innocent people, civilians, non-combatants, school children. And if it is a war between leaders, we ask those leaders, why are you killing innocent people on all sides? The Western media has never failed the world as much as it has done now. All these leaders are such cowards that they want to make it a war among the people. People are being deliberately killed. And don't think that Iran is only a victim. Why did Iran strike the Dubai airport? What were the Iranians trying to do? Take revenge? Hear me, people of America. It's not the people of Iran who are fighting Donald Trump. It's the people of America who are standing up to Donald Trump. If they are not now, maybe they will.
Visuals are coming from Mumbai of the first crude vessel ship. Visuals from Mumbai Port Trust. Viewers, remember, this is a big diplomatic win for India after this call from Aragachi, and Indian vessels have been now allowed to cross the Strait of Hormuz. We've just heard the MEA briefing also. This is from the Mumbai Port Trust, and we stay with those visuals as this news is just coming in, where we're also getting visuals of a Saudi ship that's returning a big diplomatic win as At the Mumbai Port Trust, India receives the first crude vessel through the Strait of Hormuz. We are receiving this even as since the Iran-US war has begun. Strait of Hormuz had been closed, but India, it's been cleared for India, and it had berthed at the port of Mumbai. It's becoming the first India-destined vessel to safely transit the waterway, the Strait of Hormuz, where maritime traffic had halted since the US-Israel attacked Iran. Let me go across straight to what we're getting and reporting. My colleague Revati, the only journalist to be reporting on this, getting you this ground report.
Strait of Hormuz is currently the most sensitive part, but mind you, now the ship which was carrying more than 1 lakh metric tons of crude oil has now reached the Mumbai port. Currently I am at the Elephanta port, where you can see that the ship has arrived on Wednesday at around 1 p.m. and the ship was anchored at around 6 p.m. This is the very ship, Shenlong ship, which is carrying around 1,35,000 metric tons of crude oil. As we are all aware of the fact that currently crude oil plays an essential role, and we only had a stock of 45 days, and now it is a really relaxing moment for all Indians that this particular ship has arrived, which is carrying more than 1,35,000 metric tons of the crude oil. According to the information received, it is said that External Minister of Affairs, Mr. S. Jaishankar, had diplomatic talks with the Iranian External Minister, and after which after 24 hours, this ship has reached the Mumbai port, because prior to this, the Iranian stance was that only China's ship will be allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. But after a diplomatic talk with the Iranian External Affairs Minister, now we can see that within 24 hours, this particular ship has now reached the Mumbai port. And as I mentioned earlier, that this move is really important. At this point of time, the ship is carrying a total of 29 on-board workers there, and also this is a Liberia flagged ship which has reached the Mumbai port right now. You can clearly see through those visuals that this particular ship has now reached the Mumbai port, and soon it will the crude oil.
Israel and Iran are at war. This war is going to have far-reaching consequences. The central artery from where 20% of the global oil flows, Strait of Hormuz, has been closed, and this is going to have tremendous repercussions, particularly for us, because a very large portion of our oil and natural gas comes through the Strait of Hormuz. The pain has just started. Restaurants are closing. There's widespread panic about LPG. Street vendors are affected. And as I said, this is only the beginning. The foundation of every single nation is its energy security. And I do not say this lightly, but allowing the United States to decide who we buy oil from, who we buy gas from, whether we can buy oil from from Russia or not, whether our relationship with different oil suppliers can be decided by us This is what has been bartered. And this is a very puzzling fact for me. It has been a very puzzling fact why a nation the size of India would allow any other nation, the president of another nation, to give us permission to buy Russian oil, to decide who our relationships are with. And this has been a puzzle, and I've been trying to figure this puzzle out. And I have figured the puzzle out. And the puzzle is about compromise. We have a gentleman sitting here who is the oil minister. He himself has said that he is a friend of Mr. Epstein. Oh. Sir, I'm talking about oil security, sir. Sir, I'm talking about oil national. I'm talking about economic security, sir. Sir, here I have a document which shows that his daughter has received money from George Soros.
माननीय सदस्य आपने जो नोटिस दिया है, उस नोटिस में बोलिए आप नोटिस में बोलिए माननीय सदस्य। आप प्रतिपक्ष के नेता हैं, मैं आपको फिर आग्रह करना चाहता हूं, आप नोटिस अगर इस बात पर बोलने होता है तो नोटिस आज इस बात का देते हैं। नो, नहीं बोलने, नहीं इजाजत दी जाएगी। ठीक है, ऐसे नहीं चलेगा सदन। आप अगर नोटिस के अंदर, नोटिस जिस विषय पर आपने नोटिस दिया था, मैंने सुबह भी कहा कि संसद नियम प्रक्रियाओं से चलती है। आपने जो नोटिस दिया है, आप उस नोटिस में बोलिए। आपको अगर इस विषय पे बोलना है तो आप नोटिस देते, मैं अलाउ करता नहीं करता ये मैं तय करता, लेकिन ये तरीका ठीक नहीं है। नो, आप कोई रिकॉर्ड में नहीं जा रहा, आप नहीं बोलना चाहते इस विषय, ठीक है? नो, हाँ, इस विषय पर, जिस विषय पे नोटिस दिया उस विषय पे नोटिस में बोलिए। अगर आपको इस डिटेल पे बोलना है तो उस पर नोटिस दीजिए आप। नो, धर्मेंद्र यादव जी, आप बोलना चाहते हैं?
सभापति, लीडर ऑपोजिशन को सर बोलने दीजिए, बात पूरी हो जाए।
लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन है,
पूरी बात हो जाए तो
नियमों से बोलेंगे, नियम के विपरीत नहीं बोल सकते। जिस विषय पे उन्होंने नोटिस दिया है, नोटिस सदन के पटल पे है, उस विषय पर बोले हुए।
सभापति जी, लीडर ऑपोजिशन की बात पूरी हो जाए, उसके बाद मैं बोलना चाहता हूँ। सभापति जी
बोलिए, माननीय रणदीप पुरी जी।
Honorable Speaker, sir. Honorable Speaker, sir. I rise to inform. Honorable Speaker, sir. I rise to inform the House of steps taken in response to the disruption of the global energy supplies arising from the ongoing conflict in West Asia. The world has not faced a moment like this in modern energy history. Today is the 13th day since the passage through the Strait of Hormuz, through which 20% of world's crude, 20% of world's natural gas, and 20% of the world's LPG flows was disrupted following the military operation between Iran, Israel, and the US. For the first time in recorded history, the Strait of Hormuz has been effectively closed to commercial shipping. Despite India having no role in causing the conflict, like many countries, India has to navigate through its consequences. The contrast with how other nations are managing this crisis places India's response in its sharpest relief. A country in our neighborhood has shut all schools for 2 weeks, a move moved government offices to 4-day work week, ordered 50% of public employees to work from home, cut fuel allowances for official vehicles by half, and taken 60% of government vehicles off the road. This country has experienced the largest single fuel price increase in its history, with petrol up approximately 20% in a week. In another neighbor has closed universities early and brought forward the Eid al-Fitr holiday to save fuel. Countries in Southeast Asia have also had to take energy rationing and conservation measures. Honorable Speaker, sir, India's crude supply position is secure and volumes secured exceed what the Hormuz would have delivered. Before the crisis, approximately 45% of India's crude imports transited through the Hormuz route. Thanks to the Honorable Prime Minister's outstanding diplomatic outreach and goodwill, India has secured crude volumes that exceed what the disrupted Strait of Hormuz could have delivered in the same period. Non-Hormuz sourcing has risen to approximately 70% of crude imports, up from 55% before the conflict began. India sources crude from 40 countries as against 27 in 2006 and 7. This structural diversification, built through sustained policy over successive years, has given us options that other nations find themselves without. Refineries are operating at high capacity utilization. In several cases, they are exceeding 100%. There is no shortage of petrol, diesel, kerosene, ATF or fuel oil. The availability of petrol, diesel, aviation, turbine fuel, kerosene and fuel oil is fully assured. Retail outlets across the country are stocked and supply chains for these products are functioning normally. Additional allocation of PDS kerosene has been issued to all the states. Honorable Speaker, sir, natural gas supply has been managed through prioritized allocation and the position is stable, well beyond immediate need. India produces approximately 90 million metric standard cubic meters per day of natural gas domestically. A further 30 million metric standard cubic meters per day was previously imported through Gulf sources, now affected by the force majeure declaration of a major Qatari processing facility. The force majeure declaration, the Natural Gas Control Order issued on 9th March 2026 under the Essential Commodities Act established an immediate priority sequence. Domestic pipe gas goes to homes and CNG for vehicles receives 100% supply with no cuts. Industrial and manufacturing consumers will receive upon 80% of their previous 6 months average. Fertilizer plants will receive up to 70%, protecting the agricultural input chain ahead of the sowing season. Refineries and petrochemical units absorb a managed reduction with the House that the shortfall has been substantially upward through alternative procurement. Large LNG cargoes are arriving on an almost daily basis through alternative supply routes, and India has sufficient gas production and supply arrangements to sustain this position even in the event of a prolonged conflict. Power generation for every household and for industry is fully protected. Honorable Speaker, sir, it should be noted that India was previously importing approximately 60% of the LPG requirements from Gulf countries such as Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, and 40% is produced domestically. Procurement has now been actively diversified, with cargoes being secured from the United States, Norway, Canada, Algeria and Russia, in addition to Gulf sources. The LPG control order issued on 8th March 2026 directed all refineries to maximize LPG yields and channel the entire output of C3 and C4 hydrocarbon streams comprising propane, butane, propylene and butene exclusively to the 3 oil marketing companies for domestic cooking gas. Hence, Hence, in the last 5 days, LPG production has been increased by 28% through refinery directive, and further procurement is actually underway. Modi government's foremost priority is that the kitchen of India's 33 crore families, especially the poor and the underprivileged, do not face any shortage. Domestic supply is fully protected and the delivery cycle is unchanged. The standard time for booking to delivery for domestic LPG cylinders remains 2.5 days, unchanged from pre-crisis norms. Hospitals and educational institutions have been placed on uninterrupted priority supply. And their access to LPG is fully assured regardless of broader demand conditions. Field reports indicate hoarding and panic booking at the distributor and retail level, driven by consumer anxiety rather than any actual supply shortage. The House should be clear on this. The rush booking pressure in some localities reflects a demand distortion, not a production of supply failure. Delivery authentication code coverage is being expanded from 50% to 90% of consumers under this system. A cylinder can only be logged as delivered when the consumer confirms receipt through a one-time code on their registered mobile, making undocumented diversion effectively impossible to conceal. A 25-day minimum booking period has been introduced as a demand management measure in urban areas and 45 days in rural and Durgam Kshetra areas. OMC field officers and the anti-adulteration cell are coordinating enforcement at the distributor level. The Home Secretary has chaired a meeting with Chief Secretaries of all states to align state-level administration with the central supply and information framework. Commercial LPG has been regulated to prevent black marketing, not to penalize the hospitality sector. Commercial LPG is sold in a completely deregulated, over-the-counter market at market price without any government subsidy. There is no registration system, no booking requirement, no digital authentication, and no delivery confirmation mechanism. Any business or individual can purchase cylinders in any quantity at the point of sale with no government control in normal times. In a supply-constrained environment where public anxiety is elevated, this deregulated structure creates a direct and uncontrolled pathway for hoarding, diversion and resale at inflated prices. Had commercial supply have been diverted to the grey market at the expense of genuine commercial consumers and domestic households alike. The government has therefore taken the responsible course to regulate this channel with clear priorities and a transparent allocation mechanism. A 3-member committee comprising executive directors from IOCL, HPCL and BPCL was constituted on 9th March 2026. Extensive meetings have been held and state civil supply departments and restaurants associations across the country and are continuing. The committee has assessed genuine need by geography and sector to ensure available commercial volumes reach commercial LPG requirement is going to be supplied from today by OMCs in coordination with the state government so that there is no hoarding or black marketing. Honorable Speaker, sir, alternate fuel options are being activated to ease pressure on LPG and gas channels. Kerosene is being made available through retail outlets and PDS channels, and fuel oil is being made available for industrial and commercial consumers. The Ministry of Environment has advised state pollution control boards to permit for the duration of this crisis period the use of biomass, RDF pellets and kerosene coal as alternate fuels for the hospitality and restaurant segment for 1 month, which would enable wider range of establishments to switch and free of LPG for priority consumers. Consumer prices have been shielded from global market conditions. Despite the Saudi contract price rising 41% between July 23 and March 26, the PMUY beneficiary price has fallen 32 cents in the same period and per percent and stand at rupees 613 per 14.2 kilogram cylinder in Delhi. The non-subsidized consumer price stands at rupees 913 following the recent rupees 60 adjustment against a market-determined price of approximately rupees 987. Of the rupees 134 per cylinder adjustment required by prevailing global market conditions, the government absorbed rupees 74. The effective additional cost for a PMUY household is under 80 paise per day. Equivalent LPG prices in the neighborhood stand at rupees 1,046 in Pakistan, rupees 1,242 in Sri Lanka, and rupees 1,208 in Nepal. OMC compensation of rupees 30,000 crores has been approved against losses of approximately rupees 40,000 crores in 24-25. Honorable Speaker, sir, state governments have responded with full cooperation and active coordination. On 11 March 2026, senior OMC officials met with state government administrations across every major state. Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Gujarat, Goa, Odisha, West Bengal, Bihar, Jharkhand, Punjab, Himachal Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, Delhi, Haryana, Uttarakhand, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala and Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. Chief Secretaries and senior officials have been briefed on the supply position, the priority sequence and the enforcement framework. District-level monitoring committees are being established. Anti-diversion raids have been conducted and cases registered in multiple states. This is cooperative federalism, responding to a national challenge with the coordination it demands. Honorable Speaker, sir, this is not the moment for rumor mongering or fake narratives. India is navigating the most severe global energy disruption in recorded history. Crude supply is flowing, gas is prioritized for homes and farms, LPG production has been stepped up by 28%. Consumer prices are held far below what makes markets and regional competitors and dictate. Schools are open. Petrol is on the forecourt. Every citizen, regardless of political affiliation, has a stake in that. India must stand united behind the energy warriors, behind the institution managing the crisis, and behind the national interest. The record of preparation and the record of response speak for themselves. I thank you, sir.
माननीय सदस्यगण, माननीय प्रतिपक्ष के विपक्ष के नेता ने जिस विषय का नोटिस दिया था, देश में गैस की कमी के संबंध में, नोटिस की प्रति मेरे हाथ में है और जिस विषय पर नोटिस दिया था मैंने उस विषय पर उनको बोलने का अवसर दिया, लेकिन प्रतिपक्ष के जिम्मेदार नेता होने के बाद भी बिना नोटिस के किसी अन्य मुद्दों पर चर्चा करना ये संसद की प्रक्रियाओं और नियमों के तहत नहीं है। अगर आपको किसी पर आरोप लगाना है तो आप नियम 353 के तहत नोटिस दें। मैं अगर इजाजत देता हूं तो आप बोलें, लेकिन ये तरीका कि आप नोटिस किस विषय पर देते हो और किस विषय पर मुद्दे पर बोलते हो, ये कोई संसदीय आचरण ठीक नहीं है। मैं फिर आग्रहपूर्वक कह रहा हूं, और इस तरीके से संसद नहीं चलेगी। संसद नियम प्रक्रियाओं चलेगी। मैंने सुबह भी कहा था, आज भी दृढ़ता से कह रहा हूं कि संसद नियम प्रक्रिया से ही चलती है, किसी को भी कोई विशेष अधिकार नहीं है। आप जाइए, आप अपनी अपनी सीट पर जाइए, मत जाइए। आपको महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर वित्त विधेयक पर आपको बीच में रोककर सदन की मर्यादाओं के अनुसार प्रतिपक्ष को मौका दिया। आप कहते हैं प्रतिपक्ष के सदस्यों को मौका नहीं दिया जाता, बीच में चर्चा में आपको रोक के मौका दिया। ये तरीका आपका ठीक है क्या? ये संसदीय परंपरा के अनुसार है क्या? आप नोटिस किस बात का देते हैं और किसे भी स्वीकार है, ये उचित नहीं है। नो
Honorable members, you have been elected by the people to represent their concerns in this house, not to create disruption. I will appeal to Venugopal ji कि please kindly you ask to your people, they should vacate the bell. क्योंकि this is not the way. So kindly just I will allow you. I will allow you. Please, I will allow. It is my promise. I will allow. Just you ask him. Please kindly vacate the bell. I will allow you. Vacate कर दीजिए। मैं आपको अलाउ करूंगा। इसी पे एक निशिकांत जी का भी नोटिस है, उनका ले लेते हैं, फिर मैं आपको भी अलाउ करूंगा। निशिकांत जी, मैं आपको अलाउ करूंगा। आई विल अलाउ यू ऑलरेडी। प्लीज आप बैकेट करो।
धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय।
आप आ जाइए। आई विल अलाउ यू।
ये जो वोकेशनल लीडर ऑफ प्रोपेगेंडा है सर, इनके खिलाफ मैंने 353 और 352 में ऑलरेडी नोटिस दिया हुआ है। मैंने ये कहा है कि चाहे भारत जोड़ो यात्रा हो, चाहे सैम पित्रोदा के साथ जाने का सवाल हो, सारे पैसे सोरोस देता है। सोरोस ने 10 करोड़ रुपए दिए इसकी यात्रा के लिए। भारत जोड़ो यात्रा के लिए 100 करोड़ सोरोस ने दिए। रॉकफेलर फाउंडेशन ने पैसा दिया, यूएसएड ने पैसा दिया, और ये सारे चीज जो है मेरे पेंडिंग है। लेकिन आज जो मुख्य विषय है सर, मैंने 378 जो स्पीकर का रूल्स एंड प्रोसीजर है सर, एलपीजी की दिक्कत है, कोई परेशानी नहीं। उसके ऊपर यदि लीडर ऑफ प्रोपेगेंडा बोलना चाहते हैं, कोई परेशानी नहीं सर। लेकिन ये पार्लियामेंट पिकनिक का स्पॉट नहीं है सर। स्पीकर साहब, आपने आदेश दिया हुआ है कि मकर द्वार पर कोई धरना प्रदर्शन नहीं होगा। आपने आदेश दिया हुआ है कि कहीं भी चाय कॉफी नहीं पी जाएगी। आपने कहा हुआ है ये पिकनिक नहीं होगा। ये मत दिखाइए। ये है सर, देखिए इसको। आप ये एलपीजी के लिए, आम लोगों के लिए, गरीबों के लिए जिस तरह की समस्या है, उसके लिए भी ये पिकनिक मना रहे हैं सर। चार अपने दोस्तों के साथ मिलकर ये चाय पी रहे हैं, कॉफी पी रहे हैं, हंसी मजाक कर रहे हैं, बिस्किट खा रहे हैं, टोस्ट खा रहे हैं। क्या यही अधिकार है सर? क्या स्पीकर का आदेश यही है? इसी रूल्स एंड प्रोसीजर में चलेगा? मैं ये कह रहा हूँ, एलपीजी की दिक्कत है, उसके लिए भारत सरकार चिंतित है, उस पर आप मुद्दा उठाना चाहते हैं, लेकिन आप सोरोस का एजेंडा लागू करना चाहते हैं। आप यह चाहते हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री सुबह ट्रंप को, दोपहर में पुतिन को, शाम में जिनपिंग को गाली दें, सभी हमारे ऊपर आक्रमण करें, और उसके बाद भारत खंडित हो जाए और आप पिकनिक मनाते रहे। पाकिस्तान आपके परिवार ने बनाया, आप देश को टुकड़े करना चाहते हैं। राहुल गांधी के ऊपर आप कार्रवाई करिए सर। जितने लोग चाय कॉफी टोस्ट पी रहे हैं, जो लोग आंदोलन के नाम पर इस तरह का घटिया बंदी कर रहे सर, आम गरीबों को केवल दिखाने के लिए
बात आ गई। 384 में सभा के भवन का उपयोग सभा की बैठकों के अतिरिक्त किसी अन्य प्रयोजन के लिए नहीं किया जाएगा। जो आपने रूल 384 कहा है, रूल 344 का, उसका हमने नोटिस ले लिया। क्या कह रहे हैं? बात आ गई, बोलिए।
नहीं सर, 384 के अंतर्गत जब हम मीटिंग भी करते हैं सर, और 378 है, 384 को 378 के साथ देखिए सर। स्पीकर ने कहा है कि मकर द्वार पर कोई आंदोलन नहीं होगा। स्पीकर ने कहा है कि कोई चाय कॉफी नहीं पी जाएगी, कोई टोस्ट नहीं होगा, कोई बिस्किट नहीं होगा।
की कार्रवाई 5 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
Viewers, now these were the scenes from inside Lok Sabha, the opposition creating the most amount of ruckus that is seen in the recent times in the Lok Sabha, even as the Petroleum and Gas Minister Hardeep Singh Puri tried to put a point across over India's LPG, gas, petroleum, crude and Brent crude provisions. Now as India continues to battle the global energy crisis and as the government tries to highlight its efforts, its changes, its policy tweaks over the ongoing crisis, the opposition completely disrupted Hardeep Singh Puri. While speaking, the opposition MPs entered the well in protest inside Lok Sabha during Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri's statement. In fact, as this was going on, Rahul Gandhi, the leader of opposition in the parliament, was busy raking issues related to the Epstein files. In fact, we're also being joined by my colleague Harsha, who continues remaining with us on the broadcast. Harsha, speak to us about the ruckus that broke out in the parliament. You know, at this point, it actually looks like just political rivalry is taking over the entire Lok Sabha discussion. Even when India is dealing with an energy crisis, the government is not allowed to give its 2 cents. And it's important information that everybody needs to listen to. But the opposition seems to be completely disrupting it. Harsha.
Yes, and it's very shocking also that leader of opposition Rahul only wanted the discussion on the LPG. The leaders were protesting since morning at the stairs of the Makar Dwar by stating that LPG is a huge issue. They were protesting. You know, there was symbolic protest on the LPG. They wanted the discussion should happen. And Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri to make a statement. And what we saw today, that while Hardeep Singh Puri was making a statement, there was sloganeering, there was ruckus, and there was the protest from the side of the opposition leaders. And not only this, they were trying to enter towards well by disrupting the parliament proceedings, by not letting the Petroleum Minister and Natural Gas Hardeep Puri to respond on this particular issue, where Hardeep Singh Puri continuously stated that the supply is secure, there's no panic, there's nothing to worry, entire country has sufficient crude oil, so no one has to panic. The government is handling the situation in a very proper way, and therefore no need to create a panic, no need for any sort of distress. This particular thing, Petroleum and Natural Gas Minister Hardeep Singh Puri stated in the Parliament. And to all our viewers, it's not the first time that Petroleum Minister has stated this. Also, yesterday, the Joint Secretary from the Petroleum Ministry also stated that the 25% has been increased and there's sufficient domestic the domestic LPG is the supply is secure and there's no issue. There's the citizens don't need to rush and there's no sort of panic. And yesterday it was stated in the inter-ministerial press conference as well. And today also Hardeep Singh Puri, the minister, also stated the same in the Lok Sabha when Rahul Gandhi wanted a minister to respond on the issue of the LPG, the protests which we have been looking at since morning at the stairs of the Makar Dwar. And now when the response was from the side of the Petroleum Minister, the sloganeering, the opposition MPs entering the well, those scenes were witnessed in the House of the Parliament. Now the Parliament has been adjourned till 5 o'clock, but that's what the scenes in the Lok Sabha transpired while Petroleum Minister Hardeep Puri was making a statement on the LPG.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, maddening scenes inside the Lok Sabha this evening, Harsha. We'll continue the conversation, but for now, viewers, it's time to slip into a short break, but don't go anywhere. We continue bringing you updates about the ruckus that erupted in the parliament as the opposition slams into the well while Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri tried to give his address. This and a lot more on the other side.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Excellency First Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे मंडू अनुसरी होगा तुमचा कुणाला फिरा नीचे अजून गाडीला पूर्ण होला माझ्या कुठे गाडी मागवा
Hello.